Hello friends. This is Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto awakens one of the most powerful bloodlines in Got Harem? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now, without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. In the village of Konoha, a small 6-year-old blonde boy was getting the crap beaten out of him. This was not the first time this had happened, and the boy knew it wouldn't be the last. But unlike most, he didn't look for a reason why, he just accepted it. However, this time it was getting really bad. There were more people than usual, and they were using more than just their fists. The pain was unbearable, so he did the only thing he could do. He began to pass out. His vision slowly came back to him, and all he saw was a dark hallway. Water was up to his ankle, and a sick smell filled the air. He stared down the dank hallway before finally deciding to make his way down it. He might have been imagining it, but he thought he could hear a sinister laughter from down the hall. The boy stopped in his tracks as he stared up at a large cage in front of him. A large set of glowing red eyes stared down at him. What are you?" he asked. The creature, that was a giant red fox, began to shrink down. The fox morphed into a small girl about his age. She had short fire-like hair, fox ears, and blood-red eyes. "Hello, Naruto," said the girl. "I am the Kyuubi. Why are you here?" he asked quizzically. "I'm here because I was sealed here by your fourth Hokage. I brought you here because I have a deal to make you," she said. Naruto looked up at her curiously, thinking about something. "You're the reason I'm beat up, right?" he said in an even voice. "Those people are fools, Naruto. They all deserve to be killed, every last one of them," said the Kyuubi. "If you are in me, what does that make me?" asked Naruto. "Am I human?" "No," said the Kyuubi instantly. "Naruto, you are a human sacrifice. They gave away your humanity the second I was sealed in you. For such a crime they all deserve to die." "Die?" asked Naruto. "Yes, I can help you get your revenge," said the small girl. "All you have to do is use my power. I can make you great, Naruto. You can make them all suffer and pay for selling your soul. Do you accept?" Naruto looked down, and his hair shadowed over his eyes. A smile came onto his face. The Kyuubi stared at the boy's smile, and an evil smirk appeared on her own face. "Looks like I win. You were a fool to seal me in your son Urashi. I will make him destroy everything you considered precious. All he has to do is say ye." "No," said the blonde, interrupting the fox's thoughts. Naruto stared into the fox's eyes with a childish smile on. What? Why?" asked the small red-headed girl in shock. "Because I don't trust your eyes," said Naruto in an innocent voice. The Kyuubi slammed against the cage, changing back into the giant fox form. "Insolent brat, I will tear you." Once again the Kyuubi was cut off as a giant wall of light appeared in front of her when she slammed into the cage. She cringed back in shock. She looked at the boy, who was now glowing with a light blue aura. His innocent smile was still plastered on his face, and his eyes were glowing a crystal blue. He gave a presence of pure radiance, which shocked the Kyuubi even more. A mental defense, how? "I finally understand now," said Naruto in his childish voice. However, it held a tone of maturity. "If I was meant to be your jailer, then that is what I will be. Even if I am no longer considered human, I will still protect them because..." The Kyuubi stared at him, listening intently. "That is what I have been trusted to do." Naruto then turned around and began to walk out of the dark room. Kyuubi was screaming at the top of her lungs from behind the barrier while trying to break through the wall of light. "You'll regret this, brat, you'll regret this," shouted the Kyuubi, not that it could be heard through the barrier. Naruto slowly came to consciousness in the alley. Everyone was still surrounding him, screaming out unmentionable things. He slowly began to stand up. The entire mob fell silent in shock that he was moving, considering all the blood he had just lost. His bones were broken, flesh torn, and body was bruised, but even so he stood. He looked at all those gathered with glowing blue eyes, and first time he saw it, all the pain they had been hiding through their anger. "I must have been a constant reminder of what they lost," thought Naruto. The crowd took a few steps back in fear as Naruto stumbled forward. He grabbed onto the sleeve of a villager, who instantly stiffened up. Naruto looked up at him, and there was a small gasp from the man he had grabbed. Naruto's eyes shone with utter sadness, but not self-pity. It was directed towards the village. I'm sorry for what she's done," said Naruto as he let go of the villager. He made his way through the crowd. They parted for him, not wanting to go near him. However, a few noticed that unlike the previous times, the boy's wounds were not healing up. Sarutobi looked into the crystal ball with a neutral expression on his face. He knew where the boy would go next. Naruto would come here demanding answers and most likely blame him for what he had done. The old man gave the order to let the boy in. The Hokage watched Naruto stumble into the room on a leg that appeared to be broken. Sarutobi wondered why the Kyuubi hadn't healed him yet. Sarutobi slightly cringed at the boy's state but waited for the boy to speak his words of hate. However, the old man was surprised beyond belief as he saw the boy look up. There was no hate or anger held in the boy's eyes. All the Hokage could see was determination and understanding. Naruto got down on one knee and bowed down. "Hokage-sama, please help me become a strong ninja," said Naruto. Naruto. He was cut off as Naruto spoke again. "I want to go to the academy, but I know no one will help me there," said Naruto. "I want to be stronger to protect this land like the fourth did." Sarutobi stared at the boy silently as a visible tear came down his face, and soon it was accompanied by a few more. "I'm not asking you to train me personally, that would be selfish when you have a whole village to protect. I just want your guidance, from you, a personal tutor, even a scroll would do, just please, give me a chance to protect this village," said Naruto with tear-filled eyes. "Please." The Hokage looked into those eyes and noticed they were glowing. His own eyes went wide at this, and then he smiled. He turned his chair around so that he was now looking out the window over the village. "Naruto, if you look to your right you will see 3 sets of scrolls," said Sarutobi. "And those are the basics, from hand seals to chakra. Take them, study them, and grow strong. I expect you to study those all night and be here by morning to show me any progress you might have made. I will then explain what you need to work on as well as give you a training schedule." The old man turned back around and threw some bands and another scroll over to Naruto. "A gift from your father, you should look at it after you learn the basics," said the Hokage. Naruto just stared at him with a look of absolute joy. Unknown to him, a blue aura had surrounded him and his wounds had all healed. Sarutobi on the other hand had noticed but was not at all surprised. Naruto left the office and the old man swerved around in his chair so he was facing the window. He smiled again at his thoughts. "The bloodline radiance has been awoken, Arashi, you would be proud." Naruto ran all the way to his apartment, not even noticing the fact that his leg no longer seemed broken. When he entered his apartment he immediately opened up the first scroll. It was all on chakra and all its principles. Naruto spent the next 2 hours memorizing its every aspect and theory until he understood it completely. He then read every other scroll. He learned about ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. He didn't know any of them, but the scrolls explained what they were and their principle. Naruto then came to a scroll on the hand seals. It showed how to perform them and what they were used for. He then made a conscious decision. He decided to not read his father's scroll until he had mastered forming all the seals in any order with sufficient speed. He practiced all these all night, testing himself to see if he forgot anything. He didn't. Naruto ran to the Hokage tower as fast as he could. He immediately barged into the old man's office and saw him waiting there expectantly. "Well, shall we begin?" said the Hokage. "I have taken the day off to show you your training and more, but don't expect me to do this often." And so they trained. Sarutobi showed him the proper ways to throw a kunai or shuriken. The old man was surprised at how fast his seal rate was already as well as his understanding of chakra. "Now be sure to look at your father's scroll when you get home," said Sarutobi. "You have more than enough understanding of the basics." Naruto returned home and opened up his father's scroll. "Dear Naruto, Radiance, that is what they call our bloodline, my son. Back when our clan was new we were said to have been blessed by a god. Our power lies in the fact that our bodies are unique. Once your bloodline awakens your bones will become almost unbreakable. You could fall from a height 3 times the size of the Hokage monument and not even get so much as a dislocation. This is good considering that one of our abilities is flight. If you can awaken your wings, my son, you will be able to soar above the clouds. Our chakra is that of miracles, it constantly heals us at a miraculous rate. Of course it will take some time before it can heal your wounds instantly. You will be able to push your body past limits not meant for mortals. Ask the third about it, he will show you what I mean. Your eyes will glow with the power of your chakra. And though they are nowhere near the power of the Sharingan, they still allow you to see things in a slower light. Train hard and live long, my son. Any of the other aspects of our bloodline you will have to figure out for yourself. Love, your father Arashi, 4th Hokage. Naruto had run out the door to the third's office as fast as he could. Everything in that letter was an eye-opener. He needed to know more. When he arrived, the Hokage was waiting there expectantly once again. Naruto was panting heavily and the old man smiled. Naruto for some reason felt compelled to smile back. "Do you have the bands I gave to you with the scroll?" he asked. Naruto fished through his pocket and pulled out 2 black bands with red jewels in them. "Good, put them around both your feet and I will show you what your father meant by past limits not meant for mortals." Naruto placed the bands around his ankles and waited. The third grabbed some ink and a knife. "What are those for?" asked Naruto. "I'm going to place seals on you that will increase the amount of gravity placed on you," said the Hokage. "I need the knife because it requires some of your blood to be in the ink." "And what are the bands for?" said Naruto. "They're to prevent the ground from breaking underneath you," said the Hokage. "So to others it will appear that gravity is affecting you normally." Naruto nodded in confirmation. The third cut him with the knife, but Naruto didn't show any reaction to the small tinge of pain. The old man placed seals on him faster than he could blink and they all revolved around a large diamond-shaped one on his upper right shoulder. The effects were instant as Naruto went slamming down to the floor. He couldn't move at all and was having a tough time breathing. All his muscles were screaming for relief. "This is what he meant by beyond mortal limits," said the Hokage. "You see, on anyone else I would have started it on twice, maybe 3 times normal gravity. But because your body adapts and thrives on the tougher conditions, I placed you under 15 times normal gravity. Normally a person's muscles would snap under that much pressure if they started out with it immediately, but your muscles can only benefit." Naruto was shocked at the sheer force being put on him. He couldn't believe he was supposed to be able to do this. He put his hands to the ground and pushed up with all his strength. To his immense surprise, he was actually getting up. It was a snail's pace, but he knew he could do it. And that was when the words of both the third and his father made sense. It wasn't going to be easy, but he was still capable of doing this, whereas others would have severely injured themselves. He continued at that pace, pushing with all his might to stand, and he finally did. The old man smiled. "Good, now I will take you to the place of your training," said the old man. He picked up Naruto and the two of them vanished. Before Naruto realized it, he was in the middle of the forest with the old man. "Naruto, listen carefully. You are going to be out here for the next couple of months. You will not go back to the village and you will train according to your schedule," said the Hokage. "For the next 2 weeks I will come by every night to give you food. At the end of those 2 weeks I will increase your gravity by 5 and leave you to get your own food from then on. This will continue for a while, and every 2 weeks thereafter I will upgrade your gravity by 5 again." Naruto looked at him unbelievingly, but he soon smiled. "This will make me strong. This will give me what I need to protect everyone," thought Naruto. Sarutobi threw the schedule to Naruto. All it said to do today was 25 push-ups. Naruto remembered the effort it took just to push himself up once with this weight. "Naruto, it won't be easy, but for you it is very possible," Sarutobi said. And so it continued like that. The next day Naruto had to manage 25 sit-ups followed by 25 laps around his training area. Every day new exercises, and soon it got to doing multiple ones in the same day, as well as the amount he had to do increased. Sarutobi had spent a few days throwing kunai at him, in which he had to dodge. The ones that hit him he had to pull out and let his chakra heal. This forced him to learn about his healing ability. 2 months passed and he was now on 40 times normal gravity, which to say was only one thing: killer. He could barely move at all with it on. He lied down panting heavily. "I will do this no matter what," he said to himself as he stood up shakily. And then it happened. A huge pain erupted from his back. It was sharp and precise as it cut open on his back. 2 angelic white wings burst forth from his upper back. They stayed frozenly pointed out as feathers fell around Naruto. Clapping was heard from Naruto's side. When he looked over he saw the face of the Hokage. "Well done, Naruto, you brought them out sooner than I thought," said the old man. "Now that you have awakened them, all you have to do to summon them is place chakra on your back." Naruto smiled at the old man. "Thank you for everything," said Naruto. Sarutobi fought back a tear. "It is the least I can do, especially since you plan to use that power to protect my village. said Sarutobi. Naruto nodded. We're done increasing your gravity for a while. I will finally let you get used to a setting instead of switching it when it becomes slightly easier. Naruto stood up and tried to summon the wings back into him. With a small stab of pain they went back into him. Naruto got ready to run laps when the old man held up his hand. Naruto, what is the point of wings if you can't use them? Said Sarutobi. Take them out. Naruto summoned chakra to his back and once again he felt a small tinge of pain. He doubled over only slightly as they came out. He spread his wing and pushed off the ground, however he was disappointed to find out he only got 3 feet of the ground. He was flapping them as hard as he could but he couldn't go any higher. He fell panting slightly from the effort. Why can't I fly? He asked. Because of your weights, said Sarutobi. Your wing muscles are only as strong as your other ones. That is why they only woke now, because of the weight training you got the necessary strength for flight. If you removed your gravity seal you could fly easily. Naruto nodded and was about to remove the seal when Sarutobi shook his head no. What, why? Asked Naruto. For the next 2 days I want you to remain in that spot trying to fly as high as you can non-stop. Said the Hokage. No sleep, no food, you must be in the air even if it is only an inch off the ground. Naruto looked at him shocked at what he was supposed to do. But then he thought about it, so far he had constantly been put through training that no one else could do at the pace he was. Sure, it was all extremely hard but he had managed. And Naruto could tell by the look in the old man's eyes that he had complete confidence in him. Naruto, you can use your special chakra to stay strong, said Sarutobi. Naruto nodded and a swirl of bluish-white chakra swept around him. His form was glowing, even his wings seemed to pulsate with energy and his eyes glowed with an electric blue. With that he was up 10 feet in the air. Sarutobi smiled. Radiance. When used to its real potential, it increases the body's attributes above the user's already limitless body, thus creating almost a superpowered self. Truly, it is the strongest bloodline in Fire Country, if not every country, thought Sarutobi as he vanished. In the dark sewer that was Naruto's mind, a young girl paced back and forth in her cage. I'm so bored, she said. Kyuubi then looked out her cell past the barrier. She could see Naruto training as if he were on television. Why does he do that? No one will accept him, he is a fool. And when the time comes that he has shown the error of his ways, I will be there to rub it in his face, said the Kyuubi with an evil smirk. He'll regret not using my power and putting up this barrier to prevent me from giving it, not that I would want to give it to him at this point. Kyuubi continued making plans with herself and imagining what she should do. Naruto had been flying over the same spot for almost a day. It was harder than anything that he could imagine, and yet even still he added to the challenge. He went over all the seals again and was performing them. While doing so he was barely able to stay a foot off the ground, but the Hokage had said that even 1 inch was enough. To him, he thought his seal rate was impressive, but he had the distinct feeling that compared to other ninja it was probably rather slow. He stopped forming seals so he could focus on flying. He struggled but he eventually made it above the trees. Naruto was surprised at how far away he was from the village. He could barely make out the Hokage monuments in the distance. The young demon container wondered how long he had been out there or when the Hokage would show up. Good thing he was a patient person because he was there for hours still. Finally Sarutobi showed up in front of Naruto. He gave the boy a nod and Naruto stopped flapping his wings. He fell to the ground with a thump, breathing heavily, almost gasping for air as he tried to relax. Well done Naruto, well done, said old man Sarutobi. We're going back home, you can rest for a while, you've earned it. The Hokage and Naruto teleported back to the village outside Naruto's apartment. Naruto went inside and immediately passed out on his bed. Naruto had been asleep for a full day. As a matter of fact, he probably would have been out even longer had the Hokage not come and woken him up. Wake up Naruto, I have a few things to go over with you now, said the Hokage. Naruto got up groggily, not knowing what was going on. Old man, why are you here? Asked Naruto tiredly. The old man smiled at him. He then took something out of his pocket and placed it in Naruto's hand. He looked down at it and saw it was a pair of dark black sunglasses. Glowing eyes aren't exactly natural Naruto, said the old man Hokage. Arashi always kept his blood a secret and you should do your best to keep it a secret as well. Naruto put on the sunglasses and looked up at the old man with a smile. Hey Hokage-sama, when do I start the academy? asked Naruto. Naruto, normally kids don't begin until they are 7, and I am thinking of entering you later than usual, said the Hokage. Naruto frowned downward at this. Naruto, you are already showing that you are stronger in your bloodline than your father was. Your eyes are the proof of that. Being that the glowing doesn't stop and only gets brighter as he accesses it. I just want to keep training you in studies more suited towards your skills. You will still be able to go to the academy to make friends, said Sarutobi. Friends? Asked Naruto. He then looked back down with a sad smile. I would only be so fortunate. The Hokage was taken aback by the maturity in the statement. I'm not really deserving of friends, but I will still make as many people as I can happy. He said that last part looking up with a truly happy smile. Yes, I'm sure you will, said the Hokage. Will I still graduate when I'm supposed to? Asked the blonde. Provided you don't fail, then yes, said Sarutobi smiling. And Naruto, look on getting a weapon. I happen to know that it is extremely hard to make effective attacks with your fists while flying at the speeds you'll be traveling at. Naruto nodded. Big sword, he said. The Hokage looked a little surprised. Naruto, there are other weapons than just a big sword, said Naruto, cutting him off. I saw this really big cool one at a weapons shop I passed by. Do you think maybe I could get it with you? Sarutobi looked into the glowing eyes of the boy. All right, but only if you train seriously and diligently with it almost every day, said the old man. I don't just want you to be someone who swings a giant hunk of steel around. The two of them made their way to the store Naruto wanted to shop at. Naruto stayed outside and pointed out the sword from the window. When the Hokage looked at it, he was more than a little surprised. When Naruto meant big sword, he meant a big sword. It was huge. Cloud's sword from Final Fantasy VII. Advent Children. But then Sarutobi looked at it again. Its size and weight were perfect considering what Naruto was able to handle. It would definitely help him in his training. The Hokage walked in and purchased the sword. The owner was all too happy to sell. He brought Naruto home and gave him a scroll as well as a holder for the sword. Now Naruto, this is actually 6 blades in one. That scroll was specifically meant for this sword, said the Hokage. Naruto took the sword and lifted surprisingly easily. Train well with it. They call you the hot-blooded dropout, shouted a group of kids. A kid with rather large eyebrows covered his ears and ran away. Lee, get back here, shouted out an instructor. Lee didn't hear it with his ears covered and continued to run. He ran through the whole village on the verge of tears. I'll show them all. I will be a great ninja, thought Lee as he ran towards one of the training areas. When he arrived, he halted. In the middle of the training area was a boy in a plain white t-shirt and black shorts. That wasn't the odd thing. What was really odd was the huge object he was wielding. It was at least 5 feet long and a foot wide. It was completely covered in bandages, making it almost impossible to identify. Excuse me, but is it all right if I train here as well? I will only use that log over there, said Lee. The boy turned around. He was wearing dark sunglasses. He smiled. Sure, go right ahead, said the blonde-haired boy. Thank you. I'm Rock Lee, by the way, said Lee. It's nice to meet you, Lee. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, said Naruto. Lee walked over to the log while Naruto kept swinging the bandaged-covered object. So Lee, what you doing here? I'm here to get stronger, said Lee, punching away at a log. Stronger, why? Asked Naruto. I'm called a dropout at the Ninja Academy, said Lee. I can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu and I have below average taijutsu. Naruto looked at him thoughtfully. That is why I must get strong, to show them that hard work can make a ninja strong, that I can be great with just taijutsu. That is my dream. Lee looked over at Naruto expecting him to laugh. That's a nice dream, Lee, said Naruto. Lee looked a little surprised but smiled. And why are you here? Why do you want to be strong? Asked Lee. I want to protect everybody, said Naruto. Lee looked at him curiously. I am a reminder of something terrible, something that causes people pain. I want to stop that. I want their pain to go away to make them feel safe. Lee looked at him completely shocked but then smiled a wide grin. Then let us work hard, Naruto-kun, said Lee. Naruto looked at him and smiled as well. Hey Naruto. Naruto looked over at Lee. Do you think maybe we could be friends? Naruto went completely still. Does something like me deserve friends? He thought. You see, you're the only one who hasn't laughed at my dream. And well, I don't have any friends, said Lee. Lee, I would like to, but your parents wouldn't agree, said Naruto. Lee looked up at him with a huge grin. That's not a problem, Naruto-kun, I'm an orphan, said Lee. I'm already living on my own on special requests, so I won't ever get parents. Naruto looked at Lee once again. Can I have a friend? Thought Naruto. Despite what people would say, Naruto wanted a friend. Even if Lee for some reason had to leave, he still would have known it. Yes, I'll be your friend, Lee, said Naruto, not knowing tears were falling from his eyes. Great, then let us continue, said Lee, pounding the log faster. The two of them were there till late in the night training. Naruto had shown Lee exercises he could do to improve himself, and Lee seemed to get it pretty quick. Hey Naruto, I don't have classes tomorrow, do you want to train? Asked Lee. Naruto nodded happily. But before we do that, can you help me with something? Said Naruto. Sure, anything, said Lee. Well, you see, I was thinking. It's all over, Uzumaki, said an Anbu member. Why did you and your friend defile this monument? The Hokage monument was completely changed. A naked girl with smoke covering her private areas was painted just below the faces. And the faces had been painted to have different reactions. The first looked mad with a scowl. The second was sweat dropping and it looked like his eyes were looking away. The third looked like his eyes were wide and had a perverted blush and smile on his face, and the fourth had a nosebleed. The third Hokage walked out on his balcony and stared up at the monument. A small smile came onto his face. And then that smile turned to a laugh. I'll ask you again, why did you do tea? The Anbu were cut off as a sound made its way across the air. They all listened carefully and soon it was recognized as laughter. First it started out small, but then it grew, as multiple people seemed to join. The Anbu members looked over at the village and saw hundreds of people in the streets, all of them laughing. They could even see the Hokage on his balcony laughing. They looked over at the demon container and his apparent new friend. Both the boys were looking over the village with a small smile on their face. Okay, we'll clean it up now, said Naruto, not looking away from the village and its laughing citizens. Naruto and Lee were currently hanging on the side of the Hokage monument with water buckets and rags in hand. See Lee, didn't I tell you it was worth it? Said Naruto. Naruto-kun, I never doubted your genius, said Lee, looking at the paint they still had to wash off, laughing. I've never had so much fun. Naruto smiled. Well, I'm going to clean the paint that's over here, said Naruto, swinging from the rope that attached him and Lee to the monument. Lee stared at his friend as he swung away. I am a reminder of something terrible, something that causes people pain. I want to stop that. I want to make their pain go away to make them feel safe. You will, Naruto, I know you will, said Lee to himself. He then put on a goofy grin and ran across the wall, scrubbing even faster. The two made their way through the streets of Konoha, smiling brightly. Naruto was walking at a tremendous slow pace and looked exhausted. Lee had already learned from Naruto that he had advanced weights on. Naruto had his dark sunglasses on, completely covering his eyes, and had his hands behind his head, walking. Let's get something to eat, said Naruto as he and Lee made their way into the ramen bar. Hey old man, give me 10 bowls of miso ramen and the same, shouted out Lee enthusiastically. Naruto looked at him a little surprised but smiled. The old man had tears of joy running down his face that he now had 2 bottomless pit customers. As the old chef was fixing the ramen, he couldn't help but smile slightly at the boys behind him. The little boy Naruto had always come there depressed and was only cheered up by the ramen, but now he had a friend that was making him just as happy. The two ate as fast as they could, almost racing each other. When they finished, they received a pleasant surprise when the old man told them that today it was on the house. They ran out, or in Naruto's case dragged himself with all his strength to move 2 feet of the stand full speed towards the training ground. Both Lee and Naruto were practicing with one another now. Naruto didn't know any taijutsu. The old man had only shown him seals and how to get his body stronger, but he had never used taijutsu before. Lee knew some taijutsu, but he was far away from being a genius in it, so they were basically at the same point in their training. Hey Lee, I think we should stop and run laps around Konoha, said Naruto. What, why? Are you even sure you can do that? Said Lee skeptically. Not that I have a problem with it, just that I think I'm finally getting better, said Lee with a smile. Well, I can ask the Hokage if he can show us some taijutsu tomorrow, said Naruto. because right now it's not improving. Very well Naruto-kun, then we shall race, said Lee, taking the starting position. Naruto just chuckled as he got in a similar position. Ready, set, go, and they took off. Lee shot ahead of Naruto. The small blonde was doing all he could with his weights. Lee slowed it down to a slow jog to stay with Naruto but still kept himself far ahead. Naruto paused for a while and looked to his side. Lee noticed this and stopped too. Naruto-kun, what are you looking at? Asked Lee. Naruto pointed in front of him. Geez Choji, why do you always make us lose? Shouted out a random kid to a slightly chunky one. Yeah, every team you're on ends up losing, said another. The boy known as Choji turned around and ran off upset. Choji sat on a stone stool sobbing. Why does everyone have to be so mean? Said Choji to himself. He continued to cry silently when a sound caught his attention. When he looked over, he saw a kid wearing sunglasses with his hands in his pocket sitting next to him. He looked to his other side and saw someone else with the strangest eyebrows he'd ever seen. Hey, are you here to make fun of me too? Asked Choji. Naruto laughed. Really, do you think someone who looks like me has any right to make fun of you? Said Lee, pointing at his eyebrows. Choji laughed at this. Don't listen to what those kids say, they don't know what they're talking about, said Naruto. Choji looked up at him curiously. But they're right, I'm the reason they keep losing, it's because I'm so big, said Choji. Choji, the way I see it, being big is a good thing, said Naruto. For me it would mean I would be able to eat even more ramen. You could see a twinkle behind his sunglasses as he said that. Choji laughed at this. Listen, soon you won't have to worry about people making fun of you. Choji looked at him curiously. What do you mean? Asked Choji. As that was said, a lazy-looking kid with a pineapple-shaped haircut walked up to them. Naruto turned and left before anyone could say anything, and Lee followed. Hey, you're Akamichi Choji, right? Said the boy. Yes, and who are you? Asked Choji. I'm Nara Shikimaru, our dads used to be teammates, he said. Choji looked at him then smiled. Do mind if I sit up here with you and watch the clouds? Naruto-kun, that was super cool of you, the way you were all like, soon you won't have to worry about people making fun of you, and stuff, said Lee, trying to imitate Naruto. Naruto laughed so loudly at this that he fell over. He tried to get up but couldn't inside. Damn, these things are so heavy I can't get up, said Naruto. Are you sure about that? I mean, when I help you up it's not hard at all, said Lee. That's because of these babies, said Naruto, pointing to the black jewel-crusted bands. To everyone else it's like I'm being affected normally. Oh, I see, said Lee. Say, Naruto, tomorrow is the last day of the academy before the break, and then the new semester. You'll be joining the academy then, right? Said Lee with a cheerful smile. Naruto shook his head no. The Hokage said that I will join later, maybe a couple of years after, said Naruto. Lee frowned immensely at this. But don't worry, I will train with you every morning and whenever you have free time. In an instant Lee was up wearing a huge grin. So we will still be friends, excellent, shouted out Lee. Naruto was brought out of his friends ranting when he heard something. He followed the source of the noise to a group of bullies. They appeared to all be gathered around something and making fun of it. That something appeared to have pink hair. Look at that large forehead, said one bully as he smacked the top of the now apparent girl's head. This caused her to cry a little. Ah, is the big-headed baby gonna cry? That caused even more tears to escape from the girl's closed eyes. Naruto looked on at the scene and noticed a girl with blonde hair looking confused at it from the swings. The girl looked torn between what to do. Naruto decided he wasn't going to wait as he walked over. The bullies were taken aback by when a small blonde-haired boy walked in front of the girl they were picking on. He didn't say anything as he stood in front of her. Hey, get out of our way, said one bully as he threw a punch at Naruto. Naruto, knowing that with his weights on he wouldn't be able to block it, took the blow to the face. Surprisingly, he didn't move at all. He barely felt the weak punch due to his training. The boy kept hitting him in different spots, but each time Naruto just stood there unaffected. You're weird, let's go guys, this isn't fun anymore, said the leader of the group. As they left, Naruto turned around and looked at the girl. He smiled slightly. Are you all right? He asked kindly. The girl's eyes widened as she stared, mesmerized by something. Naruto wondered why she was staring until he noticed his sunglasses had fallen forward on his nose, a little revealing his glowing blue eyes. He adjusted his glasses and the girl seemed out of her trance. "Thank you," she said quietly as she got up. She stared at the ground and then bowed slightly. Naruto looked at her thoughtfully when he saw an older woman with the same pink hair walking at a slightly hurried pace towards them. Naruto instantly knew what was going to happen, so he nodded to the girl and walked away. "Sakura, are you all right? That demon didn't hurt you, did he?" asked the older Haruno. She glared daggers at the boys retreating back. "No. Mom, he saved me from some bullies," said Sakura shyly. Her mother was surprised by this and looked at the boy who was walking towards a young blonde. Being a former Junin, Mrs. Haruno focused her hearing on the boy as he began to speak with the girl on the swings. "I saw you thinking of helping her," said Naruto. "Next time please do. I think she could use a friend." The blonde girl that was on the swings shook her head yes, as if it was an order she would happily fulfill. Mrs. Haruno stopped listening in and stared at the back of the boy, shocked and surprised at his words. Sakura tugged at her sleeves. "Mommy, is everything okay?" asked Sakura in her small voice. Mrs. Haruno didn't know how to respond at the time, so she went to her old instincts towards the boy. "Sakura, be careful around that boy. If you ever see him again, just try to ignore him," said the older Haruno. "You'll be safe then. If you stay out of his way, he'll stay out of yours." Sakura looked extremely confused and slightly heartbroken. "Is he bad?" she asked. Mrs. Haruno looked down, confused as well. I'm not sure. Just be careful if you see him again," she said. "Once again, you were super cool, Naruto-kun," shouted out Lee, pointing his fist in the air. Naruto smiled but then frowned slightly. "Lee, do you understand that by being my friend you may not be able to have any others?" asked Naruto, looking down. Lee instantly became serious. "You are looked down upon for reasons I don't know. You seem to get cold glares wherever you go, and yet," Lee trailed off. "You are kind. You accepted me and want to protect others. You are truly a great person, Naruto, and I am proud to call you my first friend, even if you are my only friend, because you are the closest thing I have to a brother." Naruto looked at him, his eyes wide from behind his sunglasses. "Thanks, Lee. Now how about some ramen?" said Naruto, taking on a goofy pose. "What again? We just had some," said Lee, taking on an equally goofy pose. "What, already sick of ramen? Then you clearly don't have the passion for it." "I do," said Naruto, adjusting his glasses, instantly feeling better. And then the two headed towards their favorite ramen stand. Naruto and Lee both stood in front of the Hokage with a determined look on their faces. "So can you help teach us taijutsu?" asked Naruto. The Hokage smiled and snapped his fingers. A man with a bowl-shaped haircut and eyebrows as large as Lee's appeared. He wore a green spandex outfit and was grinning like a madman, which he probably was. "From here on, Guy will teach you taijutsu every morning starting at 4 a.m., said the Hokage. Both Naruto and Lee nodded with excitement, not minding the time. Something their new sensei felt the need to approve of. "Wonderful, your youthful spirits allow you to train without complaint," shouted out Guy. Naruto and Lee both smiled. Sure, the guy seemed a little eccentric, but both of them could tell they were gonna like him. Naruto stared up at the man's eyebrows and then looked over at Lee. "I thought you said you were an orphan," said Naruto. Lee, understanding what he meant, just shrugged. "Coincidence," said Lee. "Good, now let us begin today," shouted out Guy, grabbing both Lee and Naruto. He jumped out of the building with them in hand and ran towards the training ground like lightning. They were there in a matter of seconds. Guy put both the boys down and took on a calm, serious face. "I've seen you two train constantly," said Guy with a faraway look in his eyes. "It is truly great that you have such youthful passion. I will train you to the point of breaking and make you strong." Naruto and Lee looked at their new sensei with a little respect. "Trust me when I say, you will be strong," said Guy. A smile played on both Naruto's and Lee's lips. "Now Naruto, I understand that you already have special weights on, so I will only give these to Lee." Guy took 2 large ankle weights out from behind his back and strapped them around Lee's legs. "Now give me 10 laps around Konoha, both of you," said Guy. Both Naruto and Lee took off at a slightly slow pace, both of them even. Guy was in front of them, running backwards. "As we run, I will teach you the principles of Guken, Iron Fist style," Surprisingly, even though they were running, both Lee and Naruto got a good grasp of the style. After they had finished their laps, they were both severely out of breath. Guy looked like he was about to call it quits when his students stepped forward. "You said you wouldn't hold anything back," said Naruto. "That's right, keep going," said Lee. Guy smiled widely. "Very well," he said. Even though Naruto and Lee were near dead from exhaustion from their weight, they still practiced all the stances without any less enthusiasm that they would normally give. Naruto stood at the center of the training field. 5 swords were stuck in the ground around him as he lifted a fairly decent-sized one. He spun it around his head with grace, and as he lunged it forward, the blade split open down the middle, making the blade wider. It appeared to have a solid core in between the 2 pieces of blade with holes in it. The blade he was wielding was actually part of the large sword the old man had bought for him. He was currently wielding the main blade. It split down the middle and had a solid red handle. It was the core of the larger sword that all the swords could form. To his side was the hollow blade. It was a sword that didn't have a core. Instead, it was a sheet of metal folded over into a V shape. It could easily slip into the main blade, forming an outer shell. Then there were 2 twin sets of swords. The first 2 were serrated swords. They had a sharp blade on one side, but the other side of the sword was jagged and serrated like a saw. Then the next 2 swords were large switchblades. They were long enough to be swords, but gears that connected the blade and the handle allowed them to fold up by the handle like a switchblade. Naruto continually spun the main blade above his head and slashed at invisible enemies. Even though the blade was considerably smaller and less heavy than the full one, it was still 2 feet taller than Naruto. However, even with the height problem, he showed remarkable skill for a beginner. He constantly trained with the blade every day, and it showed in his handling of it. It was the start of the new academy semester, so Lee was currently at the academy. Every morning they would get up and train with Guy until Lee had to go to school. Then Naruto would train with his sword, and sometimes he would go flying. He did that far away from the village. Both of them had improved greatly in the short time of training with Guy. They were probably at genin level with their taijutsu, which was great given that Naruto was 7 years old and Lee was 8. Like the Hokage had said, Naruto wasn't attending the academy, he was learning and training constantly, sadly not learning any history or certain other things they taught at the academy. But for Naruto those things weren't important. He pulled the swords that surrounded him out of the ground and attached them together. He took out some cloth like bandages and tied them around the blade. He hefted the large sword over his back and went on his way. Naruto was making his way out of the training ground when he stopped. He looked over by a tree where a small girl with bluish-black hair sat. She had her arms over her eyes and appeared to be sobbing. Naruto seemed to have a lot of luck when it came to finding upset people. He silently walked over to her. "Hey, are you all right?" asked Naruto. The girl looked up, and on the side of her face it looked like she had been hit. She had pale pupil-less eyes. "Who are you?" she managed to stutter out. She was still crying badly and he needed to calm her down. He smiled at the girl and removed his glasses. He had discovered some time ago that their appearance could be soothing, but if he got angry they could be intimidating. She looked into his eyes and seemed to be calmed down slightly. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. What's your name?" he asked kindly. The girl smiled slightly. "I'm Hyuga Hinata," she said. Naruto nodded and sat beside her. "Well, tell me, Hinata, why are you here crying? You look old enough to be at the academy, shouldn't you be there right now?" said Naruto. "Why, you say, see, normally I would be at the AAC Academy today, but my father kept me home to train," she managed. Hinata then looked down at the ground and some tears managed to fall out. "I didn't do so good, and well, he hit me and called me weak." Naruto looked at her as if deciding something. "Hinata, will you come have some ramen with me? I want to hear more," said Naruto. Hinata looked surprised but nodded. The two of them made their way to Naruto's favorite place in the world, Ichirika Ramen, SP. Even with her stuttering, Naruto managed to learn a great deal about all the things that had happened in Hinata's life. About how she was kidnapped at 4 but rescued, and about her mother dying giving birth to her sister who was now 2 years old. She even stopped stuttering as much, but she still did. "You see, I'm weak," said Hinata. "Hinata, is there something you want to protect?" asked Naruto. Hinata looked at him, unsure of what he meant. "Is there something important to you that you want to stop anything bad from happening to them?" Hinata didn't take long to think about it before she responded. "My sister," she said. I then think about what my dad I will put her through since I am not strong enough. She's only 2 right now. That usually gives me strength but my father gives me such a cold gaze that I lose that strength. Naruto seemed to consider her words for a bit. Hinata. Does your father scare you? Asked Naruto. Hinata nodded. Does he look scary? Asked Naruto. Once again Hinata nodded. Do you have a picture of him? Questioned the blonde. Hinata dug through a pocket before pulling out a small wallet-sized frame with a picture in it. In the picture Naruto saw 3 people. The first one was Hinata looking much smaller, the second was a tall woman who resembled her greatly, and the third one was her father. He had what Naruto could only assume was a smile on his face. Naruto removed a piece of paper from his pocket and took out a crayon that the ramen stand had on the counter for little kids to draw with while they wait. He then started drawing something. Hinata, whenever your father starts to scare you, picture him looking like this, said Naruto, holding up the picture. Hinata instantly giggled and it started to escalate into a laughter. Naruto could tell that it had the affect he wanted, as she looked happy. The picture resembled Hinata's father, but his head was bigger and his lower jaw was twice as big as it should be. His eyes were huge and he somewhat now resembled a frog. He had what could only be described as a scowl on his face, but with it as big as it looked funny instead of intimidating. And for added effect he drew steam coming out of his ears. The Kyuubi sat in her cage looking out at the real world with mild interest. What is the brat doing wasting his time with a pathetic girl like that? Said the Kyuubi. However, when she saw the picture she quickly had to cover her mouth to stop the giggle and looked away. Pointless. The Kyuubi turned a slight shade of red from embarrassment even though no one saw it. Hinata just continued to laugh at the picture. Hinata, use this to get stronger. I don't want you to slack off now that your father doesn't scare you, said Naruto. Hinata stopped laughing and nodded. Protect your sister. Naruto got up and left the girl to do what she had to do. Naruto had gone home and changed his clothing so no one would recognize him as he went to the Hokage's office. He had heard several people complain and try to stop him from going there. He now wore a full dark robe and complete black underneath. It had silver lining on the edge of the zippered up front, creating some extravagant design. He pulled the hood over his face, completely concealing him. For a real visual, it's the Cloak of Organization 13 from Kingdom Hearts 2. He then strapped his large blade to his back and removed his sunglasses. He found that it gave him an eerie look with glowing eyes, but you couldn't see the face. And because of all the slight changes he had made which he normally kept hidden, no one would even come close to guessing it was him. Naruto walked up to the guards positioned at the front of the Hokage's doors. Excuse me, the Hokage is expecting me, could you let me in? Said Naruto. May we ask who you are? Said the guard. Just tell him some guy is here with a black hood, he'll know who I am, said Naruto. The guard looked a little suspicious but disappeared to get the Hokage. He poofed back no more than 15 seconds later and gave the nod to let him in. The old man sat behind his desk waiting patiently for him to sit down. Naruto walked up to the seat and did just that. Hello, old man, said Naruto with a smile. The Hokage smiled back. He loved that when Naruto was in a good mood he would call him that and drop any sort of endearment like Hokage-sama. So Naruto, what brings you here? Said the Hokage. I was just wondering how long until you let me into the academy. I am confident that I could pass it now, said Naruto. And you probably could, but I would rather you stay with your age group, not to mention that I want you training, said the old man. Listen, Naruto, you probably won't be entered into the academy until near the final year. Naruto looked slightly upset but got over it quickly. Fine, said Naruto, not upset. There are reasons for this, Naruto, said the Hokage. Not to mention I have several things I want you to do with this time. Naruto looked at him quizzically. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. Allow me to explain something, Naruto, said the old Hokage. Many people learn many jutsu but they never really master any of them. What I am about to do is teach you a few jutsu and over the next few years master every aspect of them. I want you to know why they do what they do, how to use them effectively, and even improve upon them in your style. Naruto was a little shocked at his task but at the same time excited. He had mastered the art of hand seals to a degree and had fairly good control over his chakra. So far all the Hokage had Naruto do was master using his sword and training his body. Now he had jutsu to work with. The Hokage threw him a scroll. Now the first 3 are basic academy jutsu, I just want you to learn those. However, the next 4 are considered advanced Naruto. I want you to learn everything about them and use them in mastery at least by the time you take the Chunin exam. Naruto looked down at the scroll and read the advanced ones. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Doryuden no Jutsu. Earth Dragon Missile. Dorudomo Doden Kekai, Earth Barrier Clay Prison. Naruto was excited. He then looked at the last jutsu and noticed it was a sword technique. Mikazuki no Mai, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Now Naruto, before you go I have a small favor to ask, said the Hokage. Naruto looked over at him. Could you please bring this to the Uchiha compound? You don't have to show who you are, just give it to them saying it's from the Hokage. Naruto smiled and grabbed the scroll that was meant for the Uchihas. He then jumped out of the Hokage's window and landed on a nearby rooftop. He then headed in the direction he was sure the Uchiha compound was in. Naruto jumped and ran as hard as he could. It was considerably hard given his gravity seals, but he was still moving at a decent pace. When Naruto saw the sign that read Uchiha District, he didn't give a thought to anything. However, once he entered he knew something was wrong. The smell of blood and death lingered in the air. Once Naruto rounded a corner he knew why. Bodies littered the streets. Everyone there appeared to have been murdered in cold blood. Naruto ran through the complex looking for survivors. It only got worse as he went on. But then he felt a faint chakra signature. He immediately took off to it. He ended up running through a large mansion. The chakra signature that was faint at first was pulsing strongly from the other side of the doors. Naruto opened them without a second's hesitation. What he saw surprised him. A boy only in his teens stood over a dead man. He was currently in front of a woman who was on her knees with tears in her eyes. As the man rose his sword to strike down the woman, Naruto reacted instantly. He grabbed some kunai and lunged them at the man. He turned and blocked them instantly. Naruto ran as fast as could towards them, throwing more projectiles which the man was deflecting, not giving him the chance to kill the women. Finally Naruto got close. The man, not paying him too much mind, tried to bring his sword down to kill the women again. Naruto was in front of him and blocked the blow with his huge blade. Even though he blocked it, it created a small wind blade and cut open Naruto's shoulder. Naruto didn't even flinch, as he was no stranger to pain. He used all the strength he possessed to throw the man back. "Itachi! What's going on?" shouted out a boy with raven black hair from the door of the room. "Sasuke, run! Itachi killed the whole clan!" shouted the women from behind Naruto. "Mom," said Sasuke in shock at her bloodied state. "It's true, Sasuke," said the man known as Itachi. "I killed them all." "Why?" said Sasuke in an unbelieving tone. "To test myself, to see what I was capable of," said Itachi in a cold tone. "And you?" He looked over at the shrouded form of Naruto. All he could see was his glowing blue eyes. "I don't know who you are, but you are in my way, Tsukiyomi." Naruto felt a slight tingle, but then his glowing white-blue chakras swept around him and his eyes glowed with even more intensity. Itachi took a step back. "I am impossible. There is no way to escape the world of Tsukiyomi," said Itachi, shocked. He then smirked. "Fine, it looks like you all get to live today, as I must go." The man who would be known as the traitor of the Uchiha clan left. Naruto felt completely drained and he didn't want to be there. He decided to leave to get the Hokage. "Mom!" shouted out Sasuke as he ran towards her and hugged her on the verge of tears. Naruto was so tired that he dragged his sword on the ground as he left. "Wait!" shouted out Sasuke's mother. Naruto turned around and both of them were taken aback by his eyes. The female Uchiha's eyes wandered to Naruto's wounded shoulder. She didn't know that it had healed up after the chakra swept around him, but the bloody portion of his clothing still made one worry. "Thank you," she said, bowing on the ground. Naruto nodded and ran out of there as fast as he could. The next day the word was out, almost the entire Uchiha clan was dead. Word had spread how a mysterious stranger had saved little Sasuke and his mother. "Are you sure you don't want anyone to know it was you?" said Sarutobi beside Naruto. Naruto nodded. "Look at them," said Naruto at villagers as they referred to the stranger as a hero. "They lost an important clan, some even lost friends. The only thing they have to be happy about is that a hero saved some. But if they learned that hero was me, they might take it wrong, and any happiness they might have will be gone." Sarutobi stared at Naruto. A silent tear fell down the old man's cheek. You may become the greatest hero this town will never know. Two best friends lied on the grass under the starry night sky. The summer night air was warm but not hot and the scene was tranquil. So Naruto, this is finally the year you join the Leaf Academy, said a 12-year-old Lee. Naruto nodded beside him. Well, with the way the final test works, the class you'll be in should be taking the final exam in 6 months. Mine will be taking it a few days after the start of the semester and then I'll be a genin. My confident aren't we? Said Naruto with a sheepish grin. Lee snorted. My gen and ninjutsu suck, but my taijutsu is only rivaled by yours, said Lee. And once I am a genin I will only get stronger. Naruto nodded as he looked into the night sky. Despite the fact it was dark out and no one could see him, he still wore his shades out of habit. I know you'll get stronger, Lee, said Naruto. And once you're a genin, you and me will be the ultimate duo, said Lee, pointing his fists in the air. Lee will be on different teams, said Naruto with a sweat drop. Oh yeah, I forgot, said Lee, rubbing the back of his head. Well then, when we are chunin. Naruto sat up from his position and looked at his friend. He was glad Lee had taken his advice and decided not to dress like their father figure guy. Lee had bandages wrapped around his hands and ankles. The ones over his ankles covered his weights. He sported long black pants and a black long sleeve shirt with a V-neck cut. Once again Naruto was glad for being able to tuck him out of getting his hair cut like guys as well. He had a short ponytail and the front of his hair was pulled back except for a few stray hairs that fell forward. Over the years Naruto and Lee had grown very close to Guy. They saw him every day, and even when they weren't training with him he would show up for the occasional ramen bowl with them. Life was finally good for Naruto. He still got death glares wherever he went, but that took a backseat to how happy he was spending his time training and pulling the occasional prank with Lee. And now he was finally going to go to the academy to become a shinobi of the Leaf. Iruka sat at his desk patiently. He had been with this class since the beginning and had seen them grow, and in 6 months most of them would be leaving. He glanced over at one of his top students, Hyuga Hinata. He didn't really know what to say about the girl. At first she was shy and messed up a lot of the time in class, but then one day she just seemed to be good. She was currently a competitor for Rookie of the Year along with young Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was the strongest male in the class and Hinata was the strongest female. The best academically was Haruno Sakura. She was smart and quick-witted but lacked in strength. She was one of Sasuke's fangirls with her friend Ino. Both girls were practically at each other all the time, but there was still a deep undertone of friendship. They were both fairly good friends with Hinata as well. Choji and Shikimaru were two of the best friends in class. They were both average shinobi, but Shikimaru proved that he was a genius in strategy. Shino was quiet and reserved while his usual deskmate Kiba was loud and brash. Overall Iruka loved his class. They were entertaining and he knew that they would make fine shinobi. This year looked promising and he was looking forward to a great semester until he read the new addition to the class, Uzumaki Naruto. Now Iruka hated the Kyuubi with a passion, but he was willing to give Naruto the benefit of the doubt. The Hokage had made that clear to him in an earlier meeting. The boy had not done anything to earn his scorn as of yet, but many teachers still regarded the boy with hate. He was not looking forward to the negative attention his class would be getting. No, today I'll sit next to him forehead, said Ino. Dream on, Ino pig, I will, said Sakura. Both of them were making their way to the desk when they noticed one thing. Random fangirls next to Sasuke already filled up the seats. Both girls looked at each other, then they looked down. They walked silently over to their friend Hinata. You couldn't get next to Sasuke? Asked Hinata with a smile. Both the girls nodded. Sorry for you guys then. I don't get you, Hinata. You're probably the second best student in class, and more or less have a chance as Sasuke-kun. Why don't you go after him? Asked Ino. Hinata put her finger to her chin. Well then I wouldn't be able to be friends with you guys, said Hinata. That's a stupid reason, said Sakura, taking a seat next to Hinata. Not really, I just don't have any interest in him, said Hinata. Both of the girls' jaws dropped to the floor. You're weird, Hinata, said Ino and Sakura in unison. Hey, could you to keep it down, I'm trying to sleep, said a lazy genius. Ino and Sakura sent him death glares. Troublesome. Choji, who was eating beside his friend, patted him on the back. Yeah, you're right, buddy. said Kiba to his faithful pet, who gave a bark back in amusement. Okay class, let's settle down, said Iruka. We have all been together for a long time now, and today we will receive a new student. You can come in now. As Iruka said that, the door opened. A boy with sun-blonde hair and black sunglasses walked in. His hair was the same mess that their fourth Hokage was famous for. He wore a short-sleeved white shirt which showed surprisingly well-toned body for someone his age, and black cargo pants. On his side he had two fingerless gloves with metal knuckles attached to his belt. And if one looked closely, he appeared to have a black diamond tattoo on his right shoulder. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, he said, greeting the class with a warm smile. The effects were instant to a few select kids in the class. Shikimaru, that's him, the one I've told you about, said Choji, a little excited. Yeah, he does look like you said. Wonder if he is any good at shogi? Asked Shikimaru. Sakura stared ahead in shock. Any immaturity that had shown when she was just swooning over the Uchiha was gone in recognition of the boy. She would never forget the one person other than Ino who had been kind to her. In fact, Ino had even admitted that the boy was the one that told her not to hesitate in helping her next time she was picked on. However, the feeling of shock was replaced with the slight bit of worry, remembering her mother's words. Be careful with that boy, echoed the memory. Ino recognized him as well. She had met the boy briefly, but in that moment she learned all she needed to know about the boy's personality. He was most likely one of the kindest people you could meet. Both girls stared at each other and then turned to Hinata to discuss things with their friend, as she was always good with advice. But what they saw surprised them even more. Hinata stared unblinkingly at the boy with her eyes wide. A faint blush was on her cheeks, and then they heard her say it. Naruto-kun is here, she said in a silent, happy voice. She almost seemed to revert back to the shy girl they had heard she was at the start of the academy. Well, Naruto, you can have a seat. Iruka was interrupted when another Chunin walked into the room. Excuse me, Iruka, but the Hokage needs to see you, said the Chunin. Oh, okay. Mizuki, take over while I'm gone, said Iruka. The teacher known as Mizuki gave a warm smile as the teacher left, but as the door closed, that smile turned to an evil smirk. One fully directed at Naruto. Almost every student picked up on this but didn't say anything. Uzumaki, go to the seat at the corner now, said Mizuki with venom. Most students visibly cringed. Never had they seen their second sensei act this way. Naruto didn't pay it any mind and silently walked up to his seat. Almost the entire class period Mizuki asked Naruto questions no one in the class could possibly know. To the class's astonishment and Mizuki's disapproval, he got all of them right. Alright, we're going out for the taijutsu sparring now, said Mizuki in slight irritation as he directed the class outside. The class lined up to spar with another one of their classmates as their taijutsu instructor graded them. When Naruto's name was called, they saw the same evil smirk appear on his face that had on Mizuki's. The bullies in the class faces lightened up, as it appeared they could pick on this kid without the teachers caring. Your opponent will be Mizuki-sensei, said the Chunin. Mizuki stepped forward looking pleased. Some students were surprised as they all spared with one another. Mizuki took his stance. Hope you're ready, demon brat, he said. As the instructor gave the signal to start the match, Mizuki charged forward. He threw a punch, but what happened next surprised everybody. Quick as lightning, Naruto tied wire around the hand that was thrust out. He immediately moved to Mizuki's side and looped another part of the wire around his other hand. He rolled under Mizuki and wrapped it around one foot, and then he jumped onto his back and tied it to his neck. It had all happened so fast no one knew what was going on. Mizuki was choking due to the wire. Whenever he brought his hands up trying to reach his neck, the wire pulled on his neck, pulling it back more and lifting his foot up. When he moved his neck forward, his hand would move down due to the wire that was attached to each other, creating this cycle. The instructor sneered at this. I'm sorry, Uzumaki, but you fail this portion of class due to you used a weapon, said the instructor. All were surprised at the declaration, as many of the students had used weapons. But some kids smirked at the obvious dislike that the teachers had for the boy. As a teacher released Mizuki from the wire, something inside the man snapped. A loud smacking sound was heard. Everyone who was present eyes widened as the blonde boy was struck in the face by a punch. They were even more surprised as Mizuki continued to hit him. How do like that, demon? Shouted out Mizuki. Naruto was taking every hit, not even attempting to block. Even as he was hit, he showed no signs of pain. "I'll make you suffer, you hell spawn." "Mi Mizuki wa, what are you doing? This is against the Hokage," said the shocked instructor. Every student there visibly cringed as the boy was pummeled. "Mizuki, stop this before you get into trouble." "Shut up, you want this as much as I do." Mizuki said this. He took out a kunai and stabbed forward straight for the boy. A few girls screamed and looked away. Several instructors ran forward to stop him, but they wouldn't make it in time. Blood splattered the ground, and Mizuki's eyes widened. Naruto had taken the kunai straight through the hand and was now grabbing Mizuki's wrist. Blood flowed from the deep wound, and then a snap was heard as the boy broke the wrist. Mizuki grunted in severe pain, and Naruto ran up his chest and kicked his jaw. Mizuki was sent flying through the air. Naruto jumped onto his chest and was riding him to the ground. Just before the body hit, Naruto pushed off his chest with his feet, sending Mizuki slamming into the pavement, creating a huge crater. The Chunin was instantly knocked out. The whole training field was silent as students from upper and lower classes stared on at Naruto. Blood still flowed from his hand onto the ground. Naruto still showed no signs of pain as he turned around and walked to the outdoor sink. He grabbed the kunai and pulled it out of his hand. He then dropped it to the ground while he washed his bloody hand. He took out some bandages that were in his ninja equipment pouch. Naruto then proceeded to wrap his hand. "Naruto-kun!" was shouted across the field. Naruto turned and saw Lee running up to him. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, this is nothing, you should see the other guy," said Naruto with a smile. Instantly the tension that was in the air was deflated as the teachers told their students to go back to class. The taijutsu instructor walked up to Naruto and looked at him in the eye. I'm sorry that Mizuki took it that far," he said, looking down. "It's okay. I let it happen because I thought he just needed to get the worst of his anger out on me now before later," said Naruto. The instructor stared at the boy. "You may not believe me, but I just want to protect Konoha. You don't have to try to hinder me, as I will do all I can." The instructor was in a slight state of shock at this. His mind was screaming at the demon, but his heart and instincts told him something different. He was probably the second most official person over the academy, so he would spread the word. "Do not mistreat Uzumaki Naruto." The whole class was discussing what had just taken place. None of them could believe that Mizuki would do that. "Can you believe what just happened?" Ino practically shouted this in Sakura's ear. Sakura looked up at her friend and remembered her mother's words from long ago. "He's dangerous," replied Sakura. "Yeah, but he was awesome the way he took out Mizuki-sensei," said Kiba, joining in on the conversation. "How troublesome," said Shikimaru, looking over at his friend Choji, who had stopped eating. "Hey man, don't look so worried, I'm sure he's fine." "Yeah, I know, it's just that ever since that day I've wanted to meet that kid again and his friend," said Choji, looking down. "They were both so nice, and I think maybe they could be my friends as well." Shikimaru looked at his friend thoughtfully. He knew that he was Choji's only real friend. Heck, the same could be true the other way around. But many people still wanted to practice with Shikimaru. For the better part, many just ignored Choji. The attention of everyone in the room focused on a blonde boy as he walked through the door. Iruka immediately stood up to meet the boy. "Naruto, I heard about what Mizuki did. Are you alright?" asked the instructor. Naruto just smiled. "Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, come on, we're gonna be shinobi, we all got to get stabbed sometime," said Naruto, holding up his bandaged hand, laughing. Despite the situation, everyone in the classroom erupted in a series of giggles and laughs. "Well, Naruto, if you want you can sit somewhere else," said Iruka. Naruto was about to say it was okay in the back, when Iruka responded, "On second thought, why don't you go sit in the seat the third row above Hinata?" Naruto didn't say anything as he made his way up the steps and took his seat. He looked over at his deskmates, and a smile spread across Naruto's lips. "How's it going, Choji?" asked Naruto. Choji seemed shocked. "Yo, you remember me?" said Choji. Naruto nodded with a grin. "Yeah, who's your friend?" asked Naruto, pointing at Shikimaru. "This is Shikimaru, he's my best friend, I met him after I met you," responded Choji. Shikimaru gave a nod in Naruto's direction. And class continued on. Naruto would talk to Choji and Shikimaru, more or less ignoring Iruka. He even played a game of shogi with Shikimaru. The boy was exceedingly good at it, and it ended up in a draw. Choji, who had watched, was in shock as no one ever tied or beat Shikamaru in shogi. The entire class period Naruto felt a set of eyes on him, but he chose to ignore them. However, he knew that it wouldn't be long before the eyes made themselves known. As class ended, Naruto made his way for the door. He was about to leave when a hand grabbed his shoulder. "Fight me," said a raven-haired boy. Naruto turned around and smiled. "I'm sorry, but no," said Naruto. The boy's eyes narrowed. "Why?" he asked. "Because I injured my hand and it would not be a fair fight," said Naruto. The boy seemed to accept this. As he walked past Naruto, he stopped for a moment. "I want to battle you in a 1 week, do you agree?" said the boy. Naruto sighed and nodded. As the raven-haired boy left, Lee walked in. "Hey buddy, how you doing?" said Lee cheerfully. "I saw that your youthful passion guided you in your heroic battle with Mizuki-sensei." Naruto slammed his fist against the back of Lee's head. "Lee, stop that. You know that the way guy talks freaks me out," said Naruto, laughing. "But anyway, let's go get some ramen." "Of course, Naruto-kun. Today I shall finally beat you and eat more bowls," said Lee, and they both left the school to get some ramen. Iruka had been watching the boys while he put his papers away and smiled. It seemed the Hokage was right. Naruto definitely isn't a Kyuubi, thought Iruka. Sasuke walked through the door to his home with a small smile on his face. My, did something good happen today, Sasuke?" asked Makoto. Sasuke looked at the woman and smiled. She was probably the only person that would see his true smile. "Yes, there is a new strong student that came to class," said Sasuke. "He agreed to spar with me in a week." Makoto let out a small sigh and shook her head. "Well, who is this new student?" she asked. "His name is Uzumaki Naruto," said Sasuke. Makoto looked a little surprised. "Ah, yes, he is strong," said Makoto, closing her eyes. "Be careful with him, all right, honey." Sasuke looked a little curious but nodded anyway. In a dark room, 2 figures stood. The smell of decay and death was around them. "You bastard!" shouted out one of the figures as he charged the other. The other dark, shadowy figure blocked his thrust and threw him to the other side of the room. The first figure spun in the air and pushed off the far wall with his feet. He flew towards his opponent, throwing punch after punch. But the other was easily dodging them. Why? Shouted out the still punching figure. "Why did you make me kill them?" There was such pain in his voice that it would hurt anyone to listen. "What are you doing, boy?" asked the figure. "You are wanted now. They will come and try to kill you, but I won't let them. You are going to serve me." "No," shouted out the figure. "Who are you? Why did you control me and then let me live expecting me to serve you loyally? I will kill you. I will never listen to you." "I wanted your power and potential," said the figure in a dark voice. "You will serve me, and to answer one of your questions, you will not have a choice." There was a flash of bright light and the figure screamed in utter agony. Naruto jumped up from his sleep, panting heavily. A cold sweat covered his body as he looked around the room. He let out a sigh. The dream, he thought. Every now and then Naruto would have this dream. He wasn't sure when exactly they had started, but he was pretty sure he was around 7 when the first one happened. He had this dream or a similar one at least once a month, sometimes more. He had told the Hokage, but that didn't do too much good as he did not have the answers. Naruto didn't know who the figures were as they were always engrossed in shadow. He knew it wasn't a normal dream, but he didn't care. It didn't affect him physically or mentally. It was just another thing he grew to accept. 1 week had gone by in a flash and Iruka had gotten wind of the spar that Sasuke had wanted. Iruka decided to make it educational and approved of it so everyone could watch and take notes. Iruka had heard how the boy had first defeated Mizuki, so told them they were not allowed to use weapons. The 2 boys stood across from one another and took their stance. Naruto unclipped the 2 black fingerless gloves from his belt. He pulled them on and flexed his hand muscles. He put one arm behind his back and put a solid fist in front of him. Iruka looked at the boy's stance, a little surprised that he knew that style. He wrote it off as things he needs to learn about the boy. Sasuke charged forward. He dropped to the ground and tried to kick Naruto's feet out from under him. Naruto jumped over the kick and brought his single fist down. He went right past Sasuke's head and slammed the blow into the pavement. Naruto stood frozen in that position. Sasuke looked back at where the fist had struck and was a little more than surprised at the sight of a rather deep fist indentation. Sasuke rolled back and tried to kick Naruto in the face. Naruto spun to the side to avoid it. The young Uchiha threw blow after blow, but Naruto would block or dodge with little effort. Naruto finally went on the attack as he cocked his fist back. Sasuke looked confident that he could block it. So he brought his arms up to shield his face. The blow was like a bull ramming him in the arms. Instantly Sasuke's guard was broken and he was sent flying back into the ground. It was hard for Sasuke to move as he looked up at the blonde who walked towards him. Naruto stood in front of him with a smile on his face, and stretched out his hand to help Sasuke up. Sasuke regrettably took it and was lifted up. "That was a very good spar, you two," said Iruka. "Now can anyone explain to me what just happened?" Sasuke got his ass kicked, shouted out Kiba. The boys in the class laughed, but the girls shot him death glares. "No, not quite Kiba. Can anyone tell me why Sasuke's guard failed?" asked Iruka. Everyone looked clueless. In the field you may be faced with an opponent whose physical strength is not obvious. Naruto had a lot more strength behind that punch than you may think possible for someone his age and size. Many stared wide-eyed at Naruto. As the class moved back inside, Naruto pulled Sasuke aside for a second. "This is only a suggestion, but you may want to train with weights on," said Naruto. Sasuke looked at him curiously. "Sasuke, you may not want to hear this, but I held back a bit." Sasuke's jaw nearly hit the floor. "How?" asked Sasuke. "You have good style and decent speed, but weights will help you immensely," said Naruto as he walked away. Class ended like always with everybody asleep at Iruka's lecture. As they were leaving, Iruka took note that Lee once again came for Naruto and the two of them went out for ramen. Iruka finished up his work and decided ramen didn't sound half bad. When he arrived there, he was a little surprised to see that Naruto and Lee were at the same stand. "Ah, Iruka-san, it's been a while," said the old man from behind the counter. "Yes, it has get me the usual," said Iruka, taking a seat beside Lee. "So Naruto, how long have you eating here?" "Almost 8 years now," said Naruto. Iruka was a little surprised, he had never seen him before. "Yep, him and Lee are my two best customers," said the old man. Naruto and Lee smiled widely at this. "Huh, interesting," muttered Iruka. Sasuke walked into his home a little depressed. "I take it the spar didn't go too well," said Makoto. "I got beat pretty bad. Naruto said I should probably use some weights," said Sasuke, depressed. He clenched his fist. "I thought I was strong, but at this rate I'll never." Before Sasuke could finish the last part, a pair of arms wrapped around him. "Sasuke, you are strong at your own pace," said Makoto in a soothing voice. "And if you want weights, I got a special pair meant only for an Uchiha." Sasuke's head perked up at this. Hinata woke to the morning sun with a smile on her face. Today was the day of her genin exam. She exited her room and headed downstairs. She passed her father and promptly ignored him. Ever since Naruto gave her words and advice of encouragement all those years ago, her father no longer scared her. She learned that he would never have anything nice to say, so she just ignored him completely. She wanted to get to the academy quickly, so she grabbed an apple to eat and headed for the door. She was about to leave when a shout caught her attention. "Hinata Nichan!" shouted out a teary-eyed Hanabi running towards her. Her little sister grabbed onto her leg tight. "Don't go." Hinata sighed and then smiled. They did this almost every morning. "Hanabi, don't worry, I'll be back in a couple of hours," said Hinata. Hanabi wiped away a couple of tears in her eyes. "Promise?" she asked. "Promise," said Hinata, still smiling. Hanabi beamed at her and let go of her leg. "Will you help me practice when you get back?" asked Hanabi. Hinata nodded and then left. The small 5-year-old girl walked away from the door with a huge smile on her face. She wasn't looking where she was going and bumped into something. Hanabi looked up and saw the lingering figure of her father in front of her. He helped her back up and gave a small smile. Hanabi was surprised at this, as he never smiled. He turned and began to walk away when he stopped. "Good luck in your training today," said Heishi, and then he continued to walk away from her. Naruto walked down the street sporting a loose orange tank top and baggy black pants. He was wearing his usual shades as well, and had his fingerless gloves on his hands instead of attached to his waist belt. He had a bright smile on his face, something that he only had when he was with Lee away training from the village. Today he would be a genin of the village. He was most curious as to what team he would be assigned to. The blonde walked into his classroom and took his seat. Not long after he had arrived, Hyuga Hinata walked in. She walked up to her desk located below Naruto's. He caught her gaze on him for a second and he gave her a warm smile. She smiled back for a moment and took her seat, turning her back to him. If he could see her face, he would notice an intense blush on it. Slowly the class filled up with the students and finally Iruka entered. He took his spot at head of the class and faced them. "Today will be the final test to see whether or not you become shinobi," said Iruka. "Your names will be called and you will perform the Bushin no Jutsu. You must create at least 3 clones to pass. Then you must demonstrate use of weapons with kunai and finally a taijutsu test." Slowly one by one names were called and students left to be tested. To Naruto's great surprise, very few were passing. So far it was only up to 5 students who had passed. Finally Naruto heard it. "Uzumaki Naruto," said Iruka. Naruto walked into the testing room and stood in front of his teacher. He successfully created 3 clones and without the use of hand seals, which Iruka happily gave him extra credit for. He then passed the taijutsu and kunai test with full marks. He left the room with a new leaf forehead protector. In Naruto's mind, a red head was sitting on the ground rocking back and forth. "Bored," she said. "Sue bored." The demon looked out her prison to the window that showed her everything outside. "So those are the tests, huh?" The Kyuubi scoffed at this. "No wonder I was able to kill so many so easily. That test is pathetic." After all the students had finished taking the test, only 9 had passed. For some reason Iruka seemed rather pleased with this number. "Tomorrow you will be grouped into teams of 3. You will then meet your instructor and begin your career as shinobi of the leaf," said Iruka. Class was dismissed and Naruto went out to eat. He went to his usual spot in the ramen stand. "Hey Naruto-kun, no Lee today?" asked the old man. "Nope, he's on a mission," said Naruto. Lee had been a genin for nearly 6 months now. His sensei, much to his delight, was none other than their taijutsu instructor Guy. Naruto hadn't met his 2 teammates but knew one was a Hyuga and the other was some girl named Tenten. Naruto began to exit the ramen stand after eating, smiling. "Why does he do that?" asked the Kyuubi. "That smile is ridiculous, besides they'll never accept him." The Kyuubi was still extremely sore that Naruto had turned down her offer for power. In all her years as a demon and watching the human world, no one had ever said no to power when they had as much hatred as the boy should have possessed. By all logic he should have said yes, but he didn't, and that greatly annoyed her. Not to mention putting up a barrier that completely cut off her sending him chakra or even talking to him. "Goddammit, I'm so bored," she shouted out. The Kyuubi slammed against her prison only to receive an electric shock. She growled. Naruto went on his way home, having absolutely no clue what was going on inside his mind. "You can't be serious," said Kakashi, looking at the Hokage with an accusing glare. "You want me to train the Kyuubi?" Sarutobi was more than a little surprised at this outburst. He had picked Kakashi because he had never shown any open hostility towards Naruto. The old man took on a more serious face. "Kakashi, he's not the one that took your sensei," said Sarutobi. "You will train him. This is a direct order." "Fine," mumbled Kakashi. "But mark my words, if I see even the slightest hint of Kyuubi or the seal breaking, I'm taking him out." Before the Hokage could respond, Kakashi left his office, slamming the door behind him. The Hokage swiveled in his chair and faced the window. "Kakashi, Arashi would be very disappointed in you," thought the old man. Naruto had gone home and retrieved his blades. They were all in a large holster that held all 6 blades at once. The main blade and the hollow blade were crossing each other on his upper back, forming an X. Both his serrated blades crossed one another on his lower back. And finally the switchblades were folded up and on each of his sides. He walked out of his apartment and headed towards the training ground. When he arrived he found he was the only one there and would have no problem training. He took out the main blade and went through the many different steps. He would switch off his swords, never stopping as he continued to hack away at his invisible opponents. He stopped and returned the sword to his back and turned to see a brown-haired figure hiding behind the bushes. Hinata exited the academy building and was about to head home to see her sister when someone tapped her on the shoulder. She turned around and saw the face of a branch member of her clan. She smiled at him and he smiled back. She was very well liked among the branch members of her clan. "Hinata-sama, the council and Hiyashi-sama wish to see you urgently," he stated. Hinata let out a sigh and left. Hinata entered the dark room that the clan elders held meetings in. It was hard to see, but she could make out several figures. One of them was her father. "Hinata," said her father in an angry tone, "it has come to my attention that you tied for Rookie of the Year with an Uchiha." Hinata used the trick she always did and pictured her father looking the funny way he was in her mind. Any fear that he inspired completely unaffected her. Many in the room cowered only slightly under Hiyashi's tone and obvious intent. However, a smile formed on the elders' lips as they all watched Hinata stand there facing her father with no fear. He scowled at her. "As such, to test you, you must defeat all the branch members that I have selected," he said. "This is the only way to prove that you are not completely useless." A few branch members got up and walked towards her. Their ages varied, some were just a little older than she was. She looked at them and noticed the extremely hesitant look in all of their eyes. None of them wanted to fight her. She looked on and her eyes widened, as several were about to object to her father. She acted immediately and attacked one of them, sending him to the floor. She sent the rest of them a look and they all understood. If they opposed her father, their seals would be activated. And while the few that were going to take it knew they could endure, Hiyashi would most likely activate the seals of those that were unprepared. Once again, the Hyuga Eras had proved herself in the eyes of the branch members. They all took their stances and began to fight. Hinata charged and effectively disengaged her opponent's right arm. She slammed her elbow into the branch member's stomach. She channeled chakra through her arm to the elbow, which caused her opponent to explode backwards. Two opponents came up behind her, but with her all-seeing eyes she was ready. She slammed both her elbows into their stomachs, and as they doubled over she nailed them in the jaw with her open palms, effectively knocking them out. The elders watched the scene with great enthusiasm. Everyone in the room understood what the branch members were going to do. They were impressed with how Hinata handled the situation. She managed to save them without defying the council as well as remaining strong. Now she was effectively taking out the branch members with minimal damage being done to them. Hiyashi looked away from his daughter. He couldn't stand to see her. Few actually knew why Hiyashi was so cold towards his eldest daughter. Many thought it was to make her strong, but Hiyashi knew that the reason was of her almost exact resemblance to his late wife. As she grew older, the resemblance only grew, not just in body but in personality as well. It hurt him to look at her, so he did all he could to make the pain go away and found anger worked best. Hinata finished the last branch member the elders called the fight. Hinata had been hit several times, but she would be all right. The branch members were already picking themselves up. Her father glared at her and surprisingly she sent a glare back. "If you will excuse me, I'm already late to practice with my sister, she's probably worried," said Hinata. Hiyashi's eyes widened at this. He had forgotten that Hanabi would always see her older sister after she was done with school. He also knew how impressionable she was at her age and what she was probably thinking right now. Hanabi sat near the front door crying. Her sister was an hour late, never had she taken this long. "Where are you?" she sobbed. "You said you'd come and help me, you promised." The little girl spoke to herself. She was upset. But then a thought entered her mind, one that involved her sister being in trouble. She immediately took off out the door. She ran out the Hyuga compound gates. Hanabi wondered why the guards weren't there. She didn't know that they were currently testing her sister. She ran across the town in the direction she hoped the academy was. Before she knew it, she was in the forest training ground, completely lost. She was about to cry when she heard a noise. She instantly ran towards it. She hid behind a tree to see a blonde-haired boy practicing with a sword. Her eyes widened in fascination as he swung the sword around with grace. He had 3 more swords on his back. And 2, she took note, folded up blades on his sides. His blades mesmerized her as she looked at them. Finally the boy stopped and surprisingly turned to look at her. She was a little worried at first, but then he smiled and she for some reason was happy. "Hey, who are you?" he asked. "Are you lost?" The little girl nodded at this. My name is Hanabi," she trailed off. "I'm looking for my sister." "Ah, your sister you say?" said Naruto. "Who is your sister? Maybe I can help you. What does she look like?" "Hinata Nichan has bluish black hair that feels like silk. She's about your height and is the bestest prettiest girl ever," she said, raising her hands in the air. "Hinata you say?" said Naruto, smiling. I know her, we go to school together. Really? Said the small 5-year-old. Naruto nodded. As a matter of fact, I met her at this training ground a long time ago, said Naruto. Hanabi's eyes widened. When I met her she was crying. Why was she crying? Asked Hanabi, worried. Apparently your father made her really upset, said Naruto. Hanabi looked angry at this as she stomped her foot down. Daddy is always so mean to Hinata Nichan and I don't know why, she said. Did you talk to her? Did you make her feel better? I like to think I did, said Naruto. She smiled. Listen, I'm sure your sister is back at your home. How's about I take you back? Hanabi nodded and took his hand as he led her to her home. Hey mister, what's your name? She asked. My name is Naruto, said Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto Nichan has a funny name, said Hanabi, smiling. Naruto smiled and was slightly surprised by his new title, but he didn't mind. The two of them made their way through the village. Hanabi took note of the hateful glares sent Naruto's way some of the time. However, after seeing her in his company they turned to ignore him completely. They arrived at the Hyuga compound not long after and the effects of her absence were evident. Many Hyuga could be seen running around the compound looking for her. Finally Hanabi saw the reason she had left. Hinata ran by looking frantic. Hinata Nichan! Shouted out Hanabi, running towards her sister. Hinata stopped in her tracks and looked over to see Hanabi running towards her. The little girl grabbed onto her older sister's leg. Where were you? Asked Hanabi. Where was I? I should ask you the same thing. Why did you leave? Asked Hinata. When you didn't come home I got worried and went to look for you. I got lost, said Hanabi. Hinata let out a sigh and then smiled. I'm sorry, I had a meeting that came up at the last second, said Hinata. Almost all the Hyuga were gathered near Hanabi now, including her father. How did you get back? Naruto Nichan helped me, said Hanabi, pointing over to Naruto, who was leaving. A huge blush instantly erupted onto Hinata's face, a fact that almost every Hyuga took notice of. Naruto-kun! Shouted Hinata to get his attention. He turned around and smiled and gave a wave at the Hyuga clan before turning to leave again. Thank you! Shouted out Hinata and Hanabi at the same time. The Kyuubi looked out the window to the real world and scowled. It doesn't make any sense, he doesn't even stay for a reward or something, said the Kyuubi. Why did he even bother? With all the members of the clan searching, it would have only taken an hour or so to find her. The Kyuubi decided to go to sleep after that to ponder her thoughts. The next day of the day had come, and now they would all be sorted into teams. Naruto wore what he had yesterday, finally bringing his swords to school with him. He wore his forehead protector around his right bicep. Naruto walked into class and only the 9, including him, that had passed were there. Naruto took a seat and leaned forward on the desk. His serrated swords lightly scrapped on the ground while he sat. Finally Iruka entered. Well, congratulations on making it this far, said Iruka. Sadly, this is the lowest number of graduates we've ever had. Normally you would be tested by Yujunin sensei and only 9 would pass. But seeing as how there are only 9 graduates, this won't be necessary. Many of the students looked at him quizzically. So we are genin, right? Asked Kiba. Yes, you are, but the test you would have taken would have been on teamwork, said Iruka. You are on a team for a reason, so work well with them. Speaking of teams, I think it's time I assigned you, said Iruka. Your team number will be that of the squad Yujunin was assigned to. Team 7 is Uchiha Sasuke. Both Ino's and Sakura's heads perked up at that name. Haruno Sakura. Sakura let out a huge cheer at this. And Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura's cheer died down at that name as she looked over at the blonde. He had never done anything to make her afraid, quite the opposite really, but her mother's words hung true as she noticed numerous bad looks adults sent him. Iruka, why is Naruto on our team? I mean, normally it's lowest ninja with highest ninja. Sasuke is a rookie of the year and Naruto beat him, said Sakura. Ino was shocked Sakura would bring that up and she called herself a fangirl. Ino looked at Iruka, as did everyone in the class. The answer is that your grades are based from when you first entered the academy. Naruto came the final year, so his grades are the lowest, and while it may be common sense that he is defiantly not a dead last, that's what his grade says and what we must got on, finished Iruka. But Hinata finished as a rookie of the year as well, couldn't he go on her team? Asked Sakura. Many were surprised at her obvious attempts to get Naruto off her team. Sakura, listen. The Hokage and I went over the details when we made the teams, said Iruka. Your team will function the best if it consists of you, Sasuke, and Naruto. Sakura stopped talking after that, accepting what her teacher said. He finished calling the other teams. Well, wait here for your Junin instructor, said Iruka. They all nodded as he left. Once he was gone, they all started moving about the classroom to talk to one another. I can't believe me, and Choji got Ino, said Shikimaru, annoyed. Choji nodded. I just don't want her making fun of me, said Choji. I wouldn't worry about that stuff, said Naruto. Teammates normally become friends with one another, at least on some level. So does that mean you, Sasuke and Sakura, are going to become best friends? Asked Choji. I said on some level, that doesn't mean we will be best friends, said Naruto. Choji looked at Naruto. In truth, he wanted to be friends with the boy badly, but he never was able to see him outside of the academy. And whenever he'd ask to do something in the academy, Naruto would politely decline, saying he can't. For some reason, it dawned on Choji at that point to ask his parents when he got home. Ino walked up on the other side of the desk and looked at Naruto. Naruto stared back curiously and noticed her eyes travel towards his swords. Say you any good with those things, or are they just for show? Asked Ino. I mean, it's the first time you've brought them. Are they new? Did you just get them? I've had them a while and I think I'm pretty good. Why? Asked Naruto. Just curious, said Ino. Naruto smiled and Ino blushed and walked away. Naruto threw her a curious glance. Team 10, said a Junin walking in. Follow me. Ino, Shikimaru, and Choji got up and followed him. Soon Team 8 instructor came and they left as well. Now it was just Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Sasuke sat near the window quietly staring out it. Sakura was close to him, out of fangirlism and wanting to keep a distance away from Naruto. Naruto just leaned forward on his desk and fell asleep. It took quite some time before their instructor finally arrived. He had silver hair and his forehead protector over his left eye. He talked to them in a lazy tone. Team 7, meet me on the roof, said the Junin. They exited the classroom and walked up to the roof. Their sensei was already waiting for them. All right, let's introduce ourselves, said the man. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I don't feel like telling you guys anything else. I have lots of hobbies. Well, that was a waste, we only learned his name, Sakura whispered to her teammates. They nodded in an agreement. Well, you there, brooding boy, said Kakashi. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. The only thing I like is my mother, and I pretty much hate everything else. My only hobby is training, and my only dream is to get stronger and kill a certain somebody, said Sasuke. Well, interesting, said Kakashi. Pinky go. Sakura ignored the comment about her hair and introduced herself. My name is Haruno Sakura. She looked over at Sasuke. I don't like bugs, but that doesn't mean I hate Shino or his clan, and my dreams for the future are. She trailed off and looked at Sasuke again. Right, shades go, said Kakashi. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like to train, ramen, and sparring with my friend Lee and Guy. I don't really have a hobby except training, and my dream, Naruto trailed off as if thinking, is to make everyone happy and protect this village like the fourth. Kakashi slightly winced at the mention of the fourth, but no one noticed. He looked at Naruto as if deciding whether or not to believe his words. Well, you're all unique and I think if I did test you, you might actually have passed, said Kakashi. Tomorrow meet me at Training Field 7. I want to test your abilities, but it won't be for anything other than my own knowledge. Kakashi disappeared in a poof of smoke, leaving the others to do what they wanted. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow, said Naruto. Both his teammates just nodded. Sakura walked off to her home. She had a lot to think about. She opened the door and closed it. Mom, I'm home, shouted Sakura down the hall. Her mother came out of the kitchen to greet her. Sakura honey, how was your day? Asked Haruno Maya. Well, Mom, why is Naruto so dangerous? Asked Sakura. Maya looked shocked for a second at her daughter's question. I can't say. Why do you ask? Asked Maya. He's on my team, and well, I don't know what to do. I can't exactly ignore him, and it's not like he's mean or anything, I just wanted to know more, said Sakura. Yeah, shouted her inner self. I almost forgot about inner Sakura, my bad. Sakura. said Maya as she sighed. I've never heard of him being mean, but, just, be careful, you don't have to be scared of him, just watch him. Sakura nodded and went up to her room. Naruto sat atop the Hokage monument overlooking the village. It was early in the morning and the sun had yet to rise. He waited there calmly, waiting for when he would set out to meet his team. He sported a black track jacket over his orange tank top, wearing dark black ninja pants with many pockets. He was leaning forward so his swords remained off the ground. Naruto! Shouted out a small figure from behind him. A boy probably around 8 at the time with brown hair ran up to him. Naruto looked over at him and gave a small smile. What is it, Konohamaru? Asked Naruto. Konohamaru shuffled around on both his feet and looked down. It was clear to the blonde that he wanted to ask for something. Do you think you can take me flying again? Asked Konohamaru. Naruto let out a sigh. The boy had caught him some 2 years ago when he was in the forest. The young brown-haired ball of energy was running away from his personal tutor when he saw Naruto fly. Naruto had told him it was a secret and no one could know. Konohamaru had agreed, but only under the condition that Naruto take him into the sky. Naruto had done so, and the boy had been addicted ever since. I'm sorry, but I can't today, said Naruto. The boy looked down at the ground, sad and defeated. I'll let you know when I can though. The young lad instantly brightened up at that. Naruto got to his feet and patted Konohamaru on the head. He then jumped off the Hokage monument to head towards the training ground. He landed with a loud crash, creating a small crater. Nobody was up at this time, so he was not worried about being seen. He began to walk away but looked back at the crater. It amazed him to no end how he could fall from heights far greater and still only feel the smallest of tingles when he landed. His body seemed to be built for that sort of thing. He waved to Konohamaru, who was jumping for joy and shouting out to him in excitement. Naruto arrived at the training ground and awaited his teammates. Both of them weren't there yet, so Naruto practiced going through his sword steps. He was there for about an hour before Sasuke and Sakura finally showed up. All three of them waited there. Sasuke looked like he was sleeping. Sakura was trying to scoot closer to him, and Naruto just continued to practice. This continued for about 3 hours before Kakashi finally showed up. Sakura and Sasuke sent him glares for being late. Naruto just expected it. He had never met Kakashi before, but the man was often talked about by Guy as his hip rival. His tardy record was one of the many things that Guy would tell him about. Alright, let's get started, said Team 7's sensei. Sakura, I want you to spar with me. Show everything you know to me, don't hold back. Sakura got up and nodded at the Junin. Kakashi pulled out his perverted book. She took the Academy Taijutsu stance, and Kakashi began to study her, looking for flaws. Her stance is full of flaws, but not any more than is expected from someone fresh from the academy, thought Kakashi. Sakura ran towards him, throwing kunai as she went. Kakashi lazily caught them and waited for her to get closer. He studied her movements as she threw a punch. He easily caught it. Suddenly he saw Sasuke jump up from behind her. His eyes widened only slightly as he let go of her. He sent a kick at Sasuke only to see it go right through him. He looked over at the tree and saw Sasuke still sitting there. Oh, I see, pretty clever, creating a bushin and using genjutsu to make it look like one of her teammates, thought Kakashi. Pretty impressive, to weave an illusion around a normal bushin. She defiantly has talent in genjutsu. Kakashi decided he had probably already seen all she could really offer. Okay Sakura, that's enough. Sasuke, you're up. The young Uchiha came forth and took his own stance. Unlike Sakura's, it was not the academy style, instead it was the classic Uchiha style. Kakashi put his book away, deciding to take this fight more seriously. Sasuke ran towards him at an evenly fast pace, just a little quicker than Sakura's. By his slow movement I say he is wearing weights, thought Kakashi. His eyes wandered to the white armbands and leg bands with the Uchiha fan on them. His eyes widened. I don't believe it, Makoto gave him the Uchiha weights already. If he doesn't take them off, he should definitely be at Chunin level by the time of the exams. Sasuke jumped in the air and threw a spin kick at Kakashi. The Junin caught the leg with one hand. Sasuke spun around the other way to use his other leg for another kick. That leg was caught as well. Sasuke was hanging upside down in Kakashi's hands. The boy smirked and quickly formed seals. Kakashi's eyes widened. No way, he said to himself. Sasuke finished forming the seals and sucked in air. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu, said Sasuke as he blew out a large fireball. Kakashi let go of Sasuke and backpedaled away. He jumped in the air and completely avoided the fireball. Sasuke was about to throw some kunai at him while he was in the air, but before he could blink, Kakashi was behind him with a kunai to his neck. Very impressive, Sasuke, said Kakashi. He sent a look towards Naruto, signaling him to come for his turn. Naruto walked into the field a good distance away from Kakashi. Before he could even get in his stance, he saw Kakashi blur. He immediately tried to turn around, but the Junin was too fast for him with his weights on. He looked in Kakashi's visible eye and saw it narrow. Naruto felt the grip tighten and knew Kakashi was trying to break his arm. Naruto slapped the front of his belt, which was attached to the switchblade holders. The blades flung backwards, being propelled through the air as they unfolded as if on springs. Kakashi was forced to let go and jumped back. The blades were still coming at him. He was about to jump up more to avoid them when he saw two clones appear and grab onto a blade each. Kakashi's eye narrowed. The two clones engaged him and he was forced to dodge. He tried to throw a punch to make the clones disappear, but the clones used the flat of the blades and blocked the blows. Because they were real swords and not some shadow-copied weapon, they were able to take the blow, preventing the clone from disappearing. Kakashi saw three more clones appear and take a sword each from Naruto's back. Naruto himself took out the main blade. The clones surrounded Kakashi, each brandishing one of the weapons. Kakashi's eyes widened yet again that day as he saw them take a familiar stance. Mikazuki no Mai, said Naruto and his clones. The illusion took effect and they all charged forth, hitting Kakashi simultaneously. Fear went in the blonde's eyes, not that anyone could see it with the sunglasses, as he thought he killed his sensei. However, Kakashi poofed into a log. Naruto felt something sharp pointed at his neck and he cancelled out his clones. Naruto put the main blade away and looked up at Kakashi. "Where did you learn that technique?" asked Kakashi accusingly. "The Hokage gave me a scroll that he wanted me to learn from," said Naruto. "That was one of the jutsu." Kakashi's eye narrowed. He looked at his team and put on his mask of indifference. "You all did rather well," said Kakashi. "Meet at the bridge tomorrow for your first mission." "So Kakashi, I hear you got Uzumaki on your team," said Kurenai in a cheerful voice. "I heard that he is actually quite good." Kakashi looked at the woman and narrowed his visible eye, an action that surprised the genjutsu user greatly. "Kurenai, don't ever talk to me about him again," said Kakashi. There was actually quite a few Junin around them as they were all awaiting the Hokage to arrive. All of them raised their eyebrows at Kakashi's attitude towards the boy. He always seemed so laid back, and to see him like this was surprising. Kakashi walked to the other side of the room and pulled out his perverted book and began to read. Even if it made him look lazy, the affect of it was taken away by the aura he was giving off. Asuma walked up behind Kurenai. "The Kyuubi took his sensei. I guess he is one of the many that hates the boy," said Asuma. "I'm just surprised is all," said Kurenai. "I thought someone as great as Kakashi would have been above such prejudice." Asuma let out a sigh. The majority hated the boy with a passion, but most Junin respected what the fourth's dying wish was and viewed the child as a hero. Asuma was one of them. "I just wonder why the Hokage gave Kakashi Naruto," said Asuma. "A sensei that hates his student can't truly be called a sensei, and thus the student cannot learn." At that moment the Hokage entered the room. He walked up to the front desk and cleared his throat. "As you know, only 3 teams worth of genin passed the academy," said the Hokage. "It is because of this that the final test was unnecessary. However, I would still like a full report of your students' skills. I'm sure that you have already tested them." The Junin in charge of the teams all nodded. "Now for the reason you are all here," said the Hokage. "The Kazekage is coming to Konoha sometime today, and bringing his son with him." Everybody listened intently at what was to come next. It was most likely something quite political. Like our very own Uzumaki Naruto, the Kazecage's son has a demon sealed in him as well. It is because of this that the cage is coming. I am supposed to fix the boy's seal as he has been very unstable and continues to grow as so. Most of the shinobi were shocked at the fact that the Suna had a demon container as well. However, a few had heard some rumors about it. One of those people happened to be Kakashi. "I heard the boy is bloodthirsty, and his demon awakens when he is asleep," said the copy nin. Yes, that is one of the things I am supposed to fix, said the Hokage. Now I would like some volunteers to watch the Kazekage and his son. A few raised a hand for the protection of the Kazekage. The Junin nodded. Is that all? Asked a Junin in the back. The boy's name is Gaara. You are all to escort him into the forest later tonight so he doesn't hurt anyone, said the Hokage. You are then to leave the immediate area and leave Gaara to himself. A few shinobi raised an eyebrow. If people are around he'll want to kill them, said the Hokage flatly. They all nodded. Well, you all have the orders. Konohamaru ran through the village at top speed towards the one place he was certain his hero would be. Ichiraku Ramen Stand, was what the sign read as the little boy entered. And sure enough, at the counter next to a tower of ramen bowls was, in the boy's opinion, the single greatest shinobi to ever walk the planet. It was no small secret that the boy worshipped the ground Naruto walked on, well, at least not to Naruto. To him Naruto was everything the boy wanted to be. Naruto was the first one not to laugh at his dream to be Hokage. The blonde helped him whenever he didn't understand something and more or less tolerated his presence. It was because of all these reasons the boy was close to the blonde whenever possible. Konohamaru hopped up onto a seat next to the blonde boy. So Naruto, when are you going to take me flying? Asked Konohamaru, acting all serious. Naruto let out a sigh. Tonight, meet me in the forest, said Naruto. He gave a grin and ruffled the boy's hair. Think of this as payment. Konohamaru gave him a confused look as he began to leave. Wait, what do you mean? Think of what as payment? Shouted out the brown-haired boy. He heard the ramen chef clear his throat and he looked over at him. I'm assuming you will pay for all those, said the old man, pointing to the huge stack of dishes. Ah crap, whispered Konohamaru. Naruto, Gaara, these people are going to help you, said the Kazekage as he sat in the carriage with his son. The boy known as Gaara just stared out at his father with cold eyes. Don't you want it to stop, the voice calling for blood? Gaara did not answer, he just looked out the carriage window as they entered the gates of the new village. They met with the Anbu as they got out of the carriage. That meeting had been very brief as they were rushed to the Hokage's office. Gaara could sense many shinobi placed around them as they walked through the village. All of them were at least Junin. The pair slowly made their way up to through the tower that belonged to the Hokage. They entered through the large doors and on the other side sat an old man in cage robes. He gave a smile to them. Welcome Kazekage, said the old man. Gaara took a seat beside his father and looked around. There were a few Junin outside watching through the window on guard. Kill, shouted a demonic voice. Kill them all, give me their blood. Gaara shook his head to get rid of the voice as he felt the demon making him excited. The demon always did this. He altered his adrenaline and made him enjoy the thrill of killing. However, Gaara did not delude himself. He liked killing all of the people. It's what they all deserved in his opinion for doing to him what they did. Love thyself and only thyself, that was his motto. He would have killed his father long ago if not for the mon's strength. Give me blood, shouted out the voice in his mind. The old man looked at the boy's seal and sighed. I can fix it, but it will take some time, said the old man. I shall have everything ready by tomorrow. Your son will have to stay in the forest tonight for his safety and our own. Kill him, sang the demon in his head. Gaara nodded. But everyone could see the insane look in his eyes. He was ready to kill at any moment and would take any chance. They exited the office and walked down the street with his father. He looked around and saw people whispering. Naruto slowly walked out of an alley when he heard some people talking. They were pointing at a boy with red hair who walked beside the Kazekage. They say he has a demon sealed in him, and he has already killed over 100 people in his village, said a woman. Filthy monsters, they're all the same, said another. Naruto looked at the boy with something akin to pity. He's like me, said Naruto to himself. However, it was obvious that unlike Naruto, the boy with red hair had given into his insanity. The Anbu Special Forces deposited Gaara in a deep part forest. Upon arriving, he instantly killed a deer and fed it to his sand. After seeing such a display, the Anbu quickly left the demon container to himself. What are you doing? Shouted out the demon in his mind. Kill those mortal fools before they get away. Father is here, I'll be hurt, said Gaara. Kill. The demon repeated that word in his head long into nightfall. Naruto wore the black hooded cloak that he had the night of the Uchiha massacre. He always wore it to hide who he was when he did something like this. He carried a large wrapped bundle over his shoulder, and his glowing blue eyes were the only visible part of him on his face. He found if anyone saw him like this they would not recognize him. When he walked around normally he had sunglasses that covered his eyes, and he kept his sword in its separate pieces. He walked to the edge of the forest and sure enough there was Konohamaru waiting for him. The little boy was about to say something but Naruto beat him to it. "Let's go deeper in the woods," said Naruto. The little boy nodded. They walked for a good few miles or so before they finally stopped. "Here will be fine." Konohamaru nodded and watched the boy. Naruto reached over his shoulder and pulled some cloth that was at the back of his cloak over his shoulders. When he moved it, it revealed two rather big holes in the back of the cloak. The younger of the two knew that the older boy's wings would sprout out of the holes on his jacket. Naruto stood there and prepared to summon his wings when he felt it. A massive amount of killing intent directed entirely at the two of them. He turned around to find the source only to see a disfigured shadow standing behind Konohamaru. The shadow raised one large claw-like arm, preparing to strike. Naruto wasted no time and ran to the boy. He brought his large bandaged sword down and blocked the attack. Naruto was more than a little surprised at the strength behind the blow as he was nearly taken off his feet. "Konohamaru, run!" shouted Naruto. The little boy looked on not knowing what to do, but eventually ran towards the village. Naruto turned his gaze back to the shadowed form. His blade still blocking, what closer inspection revealed to be a demonic-looking arm. Naruto then focused on the face of his opponent and his glowing eyes widened. Half the face was that of a raccoon that appeared to be made out of sand, and the other half was that of the red-headed boy he saw earlier. Inside Naruto's mind a red-headed figure looked out at the scene and smiled to herself. "Shukaku, this could work to my benefit," said Kyuubi. The demon stared at the blue field that surrounded her cage, preventing her from doing anything that would affect Naruto in any way. She couldn't even heal him, thus giving a higher risk to her own life ending. She made herself comfortable on the ground and waited. Naruto parried blow after blow holding his sword with one hand while he dug through his kunai pockets with the other hand. Gaara was only attacking with his giant sand hand. Naruto took out an kunai with an exploding tag on it. He threw it directly at Gaara's feet. The demon boy looked down and immediately brought his large arm up to guard himself from the explosion. It blew sending Gaara back a couple of feet. "Give me more control. We will kill him then," shouted out Shukaku. More of the sand wrapped around Gaara and now his whole body resembled that of a raccoon. Sand spikes shot from his body all towards Naruto. He grasped his sword firmly and began slashing with speed and grace, destroying all the sand spikes. Gaara appeared beside the boy and it took all he had to parry the attack in time. Gaara's chest puffed up and he blew out a breath of chakra-laced air at Naruto. Naruto dodged to the side but was caught in his right arm. His sleeve was completely torn off, revealing his diamond-shaped gravity seal. Blood leaked from several cuts made by the attack. Soon whitish-blue chakra swept over it and it was healed. Naruto brought his hand up to the seal on his right shoulder and it began to glow. A small burst of energy was given off and Gaara halted his attack in confusion. Naruto brought his sword back up in a ready stance faster than before. Gaara blinked and the boy was beside him, slashing down across his chest. It connected and Gaara was sent hurtling back by the force of it. Naruto was beside him in a blur that Gaara could not even see. Naruto kicked him in the back, sending him skyward. Gaara flipped in the air and extended his arm towards the black-cloaked person. He fully expected to overpower the man like he did a few times already. However, it appeared that not only his speed had improved but his strength as well. He took the attack with his sword and summoned chakra to his blade. He slashed at the arm and a blade of chakra energy was sent along it, using the arm as a path to Gaara. "How?" shouted Gaara as his sand arm was destroyed. He landed a few feet away from his opponent. Naruto raised an eyebrow, not that it was seen through his hood. He didn't think Gaara could really talk in his current state. "Why did you attack me?" asked Naruto. "Kill. I must kill you. I need your blood to satisfy him," shouted out Gaara. "But you are strong. How are you strong? Why are you strong? Why can't I kill you yet?" "I don't want to fight you," stated Naruto. Fight you, I must fight you, kill you, I must kill you, to prove my existence, said Gaara as he clutched his head. Shukaku was currently sending him memories of his childhood against his will. I will kill you. A huge wall of sand erupted around Gaara, going higher and higher till it was close to the size of a small mountain. The sand slowly started to take shape into a giant sand raccoon demon. The Hokage stood at the edge of the village with the cage as well as several Anbu and Junin. They all saw the large figure in the distance. Konohamaru had reached them and told them what was out there. The Hokage had cut him off before he mentioned Naruto. Hokage Dono, why do you not let your forces engage it? Asked the cage. The problem is being taken care of, stated the Hokage with a cheerful smile. By who? Asked Kakashi coming forward. By the same person who saved Miss Makoto and young Sasuke from the Uchiha massacre. Everyone fell silent and stared out at the distant figure of the sand raccoon. There was no way any of them could see anything from such a distance. Heck, they could barely make out the sand demon. I hope you know what you are doing, said the cage. The Hokage just continued to smile. Let us see what you do, Naruto, thought the Hokage. Naruto looked straight up at the giant figure. He bent over and clutched his arms. Soon white wings erupted from his back. He gave a small grunt at the pain they brought when coming out. He looked back up at the giant and sighed. No holding back, thought Naruto. He could sense from here that the boy's own power was near its limit and that he hadn't started using his demons yet. Naruto needed to stop him before he could. Naruto's body started to course with his special whitish-blue chakra. His whole body was glowing with the power. He flapped his wings once and he was sent rocketing towards Gaara. Gaara threw his arm in a straight thrust at the flying form of Naruto. Naruto flew around the arm in a straight path towards the shoulder. Spikes of sand began shooting out of the arm as he circled up it. He dogged them with grace. Finally one erupted in front of him. He gave a powerful flap forward to stop himself from crashing into it. He hovered there in the air for only a second, but that was all it took for more spikes to erupt forward at him. He folded his wings in and dived down towards the legs. Gaara then began to kick at the ground in an attempt to hit Naruto. Naruto flew under them and ended up behind Gaara. However, he looked up and noticed all the spines on the tail as it angled, pointing towards him. Hundreds of thousands of sand bullets flew at him. He brought his wings around his body, his sword towards the ground, and his chakra began to form into his wings and around his body. They glowed as he was struck. He was hurtled towards the ground, his wings protecting him. On the other side of the shield that the boy's wings created, Naruto was panting as his chakra and wings shielded him. Crap, was all he thought as the bullets rained down upon him. In Naruto's mind, the Kyuubi sat smirking as she observed the boy's field around her cage begin to fade. This was her chance and she knew it. She looked out at the boy and said the words that she didn't even know he could hear. And for the might of her she wished he hadn't. Pathetic, just like the rest, she whispered. Naruto laid there panting heavily as the sand continued to rain on him. His eyes felt so heavy and he knew he was draining all of his chakra. His eyes slowly began to close until he heard it. It was a whisper from the dark demon that plagued his mind. With it, it carried all her evil intentions and thoughts. Pathetic, just like the rest. Naruto's eyes snapped completely open and he felt all his strength returning to him. Kyuubi stood on the other side of the cage, shocked as it began to glow with the same white chakra field it always did. No, she shouted. This can't be, he couldn't have heard me. Where is all this power coming from? His body surged with his chakra and he pushed his wings outward. Instantly a bright chakra field shot out, destroying all the sand bullets that were coming towards him and caused the huge demon to take a step back. Naruto wasted no time, as he didn't know how long all his power would last. He flew up the creature's back at unimaginable speeds. He separated the hollow blade from the rest of the sword so that he now had two. Spikes shot up from the demon's back trying to stop him. He cut through them all, not stopping as he continued forward. His sword slashed around him, destroying the sand and blurring speeds. He flew at the base of the creature's neck and landed on the shoulder. He turned in a half circle and put the hollow blade back, making the complete sword once again. He then spun fully around as his blade pulsed with almost all of his chakra. He slashed the air at the sand neck of Gaara. The giant raccoon's head was taken clean off by the glowing energy blade that shot out of Naruto's sword. The effects were instant as the entire body crumbled. Gaara slammed into the ground, and Naruto gently landed as he flew down. Gaara stared at him, Naruto's face completely hidden, and all that showed was his intense eyes. He spread his wings out and walked forward. Gaara wanted to do something, anything. But he had used up all his chakra. He couldn't even summon his demon because he didn't have the energy to do his forced sleep technique. How? Asked Gaara. How could you beat me? Because I wouldn't allow myself to lose, said Naruto. Gaara just stared at him. I needed to protect this village, so you wouldn't destroy it. I'd bear a demon. Gaara's eye widened in surprise then in anger. That doesn't make any sense. Don't they hate you? Why would you defend them? Gaara shouted in pure rage. Naruto looked at him in pure silence for what seemed like an eternity. His glowing lightning eyes bore into the boy as if judging his worth. Seeing what lied in the boy's heart, it affected Gaara greatly and he didn't like it. Answer me, shouted out Gaara Aegean. How many? Said Naruto. Gaara looked at him confused. How many have you killed, Gaara? With your demon how many hundreds died? How many thousands do you think my demon killed? How many husbands, wives, families have they taken, Gaara? Gaara sat there in silence staring at the hooded stranger. They have every right to hate us, the most we can do is live with it and do all we can to repent. But why? We didn't ask for this, why must we repent? Because Gaara, if we don't, who will? Gaara looked at him again, tears started to form in his eyes at all the pain he had suffered in his life. If they hate us and we hate them, all there is an endless cycle of pain. But if we end it, if we love them and help them, then maybe, it might become easier to bear. I can't, the pain, it's too much, said Gaara clutching his head. He remembered it all, the fearful stares, children being pulled away from him, the children who called him a monster. It all hurt him so much. Then maybe you should just die here, said Naruto as he picked up his sword and walked over to Gaara. Gaara stared up at him, tears in his eye. He closed them and awaited death, but it never came. Gaara opened his eyes and looked behind him and saw the black-clad figure walking away. His wings still extend to his side, making him look holy. Why don't you kill me? You said it yourself, I should just die, said Gaara. Naruto looked back at him and smiled, not that Gaara could see it. Because I got a feeling that things are going to change for you, that is if you let them, said Naruto. He then flew off away from Gaara. Mere moments later both cages appeared with Anbu and Junin. Gaara, said the cage as he rushed over to his son. He stopped a couple of feet away from him, knowing that Gaara wouldn't let him get too close. Dad, you said my seal could be fixed, when can that happen? Asked Gaara in all sincerity. The cage took a step back in surprise, but then a small smile crept on his face. So Hinata, will you go out with me? Asked Kiba, holding his head high, sticking his chest out. The Hyuga just looked at her teammate as they made their way towards the Hokage's office. I'm sorry Kiba-kun, but there is someone I already like, said Hinata. Kiba hung his head low, but then brought it back up with determination in his eyes. It's that arrogant Sasuke, isn't it? Said Kiba. I swear I'll throttle him. Hinata began to giggle. No, I'm sorry, it's not Sasuke, said Hinata with a smile. Kiba suddenly looked very confused. Wah, if not Sasuke, then who? I'm sorry, but at the risk of you attempting to throttle that person, I think I'll keep it a secret, said Hinata. Kiba once again hung his head and fell back towards his other teammate Shino. I told you she wouldn't say yes, said the usually stoic boy. I know, but I couldn't resist. I mean, look at that ass, said Kiba, developing a blush and drool at the sight of his teammates behind. He was smacked over the head by his sensei that was currently behind the two of them. That's probably the reason she said no, said Kurenai. The team made its way up the Hokage Tower into the mission debriefing room. Inside the room, Team 7 was waiting. Kiba looked at his female teammate and noticed she had a faint blush on her cheeks. He followed her gaze and his eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. Apparently Hinata was staring at Haruno Sakura. What? Holy $, she's gay, thought Kiba as his mouth hung wide open and a tremendous blush formed on his cheeks. But of course that is the only logical explanation. I mean, why else would she refuse to go out with a stud like me? However, if Kiba had come out of his fantasies and took time to think about the situation logically, he would have noticed a few things. The first being that Team 7 was currently standing in a straight line all next to each other. The second being that since she and him were standing in different positions, they both had different views from different angles. What he saw is her staring at Sakura. She was actually looking at a certain blonde-haired boy with sunglasses. "Ah, Team 8 has arrived, now we can begin giving you your joint assignment," said the old man Hokage. All people in the room eyes widened. Team 7 and Team 8 will escort a bridge builder as well as protect him on this C-class mission. As the Hokage began discussing the details, Kiba began whispering to his teammate. "Psst, Shino." The stoic bug user looked over to him. "What?" he asked quietly. "I figured out who she likes, look at where she is staring," said the dog boy. Shino let out a small sigh and looked over at Hinata. She had a blush on her face and was currently staring at someone. He followed her gaze, but unfortunately, like Kiba, he was at a different angle than Hinata. That is why his eyes led him to the figure of Haruno Sakura. Shino's eyebrow rose an inch and he gave a look of what people could only guess was confusion. I don't understand," he admitted. "Dude, she's a lesbian." "What? Holy $, he shouted out. In that instance the whole room became silent and all eyes were on him, white as dinner plates. Many a mouth hung open in sheer surprise. Sorry, I just realized something that is rather surprising," said Shino. If it weren't for his collar, everyone would see that he was blushing red. "Okay, next time don't let it disturb the meeting," said the Hokage. The old man finished his briefing on the mission and an old drunk man walked in. "Fa," he said, "these brats are my bodyguards." The groups of two teams were walking the path away from Konoha with their charge. Naruto was currently walking beside Shino and Kiba, who had just told him what they had discovered. Naruto gave a small smile. "One cannot control the will of the heart," he said. "What? That's it, we got to do something," shouted out Kiba. "What? Why? I mean, if she likes another girl then we should be supportive," said Naruto. "It's not that, idiot," he shouted. "I mean, the problem is Sakura. She is a diehard Sasuke fangirl and poor Hinata will get her heart crushed by her." Kiba had tears running down his face as he said this. However, the sad affect was ruined by the fact he had the most perverted blush on his face and was slightly drooling. "The prospect of hooking those two up is what excites you, yes," said Shino. "Ah, I see, that's why he's so dedicated. Kiba-san is a pervert," stated Naruto. "Shut up, I'm only thinking of their well-being, and yes, if I can get something out of this it would be nice," said Kiba. "Count me out," said Naruto walking away. "I will not help as well," said Shino going with Naruto. "Fine, I'll do it myself, you'll help me right, boy," said Kiba to his canine friend. All he got was a bark in response. Kurenai was currently in step beside Kakashi. She was staring at the back of Uzumaki Naruto as he walked beside her student Shino. "Kakashi, I have to know," she started. "If given the choice, would you let him die?" "Yes," responded Kakashi. "Then I have no respect for you," said Kurenai as she walked ahead of him. Kakashi's face remained passive as he shrugged off her comment. To him it was an unimportant statement. They arrived in the country the next day, but they were still a couple of hours away from where Tazuna lived. They walked the path down the forest on guard, each of them noticing something wasn't right. A mist set in over the travelers, taking away their ability of sight. "Everyone on guard," ordered Kakashi. Well, copy Nin Kakashi, this is an honor," said a slightly demonic-sounding voice from the mist. Suddenly the sight of several shinobi with their hiates slashed through appeared before them. On a tree branch another appeared carrying with him a large sword. "Zabuza, demon of the mist," said Kakashi. My, you've heard of me, what an honor," he stated. Naruto drew the main blade from his back as he and the others surrounded Tazuna. Each of them took on a different defense. Kiba had his nails brandished like claws, Shino had his bugs being scattered through the air, Hinata was in her family's stance waiting. Sakura and Sasuke both had kunai in hand ready for the attack. Ha, how amusing," said Zabuza. The demon tilted his head in the group's direction and several of the missing nin attacked. Kakashi was about to intercept them when Zabuza blurred into his vision. "Your fight is with me, Kakashi." Kurenai, being much slower than Kakashi, made it to the group just as they began to scatter. She immediately grabbed hold of the old bridge builder and retreated to a safe distance with him in hand. The Genjutsu studied the situation and took the best course of action. She used one of her more powerful illusions to encase herself in Tazuna. Being the type of Genjutsu she was forced to stand there holding the seal to hide them. She wasn't worried. She was positive that her team and Team 7 could take on the missing nin. Naruto backpedaled towards the lake while the three nin followed him. He swiftly dodged the blows they threw his way and began walking on water. One of the nin threw a kick near his abdomen. Naruto quickly launched himself backwards several hundred feet towards the middle of the lake. The nin stared at him for a second, then continued towards his form at top speed. He looked at them through shaded eyes as they drew near. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and held it in a ready position behind him. The enemy nin paid no mind to his sword stance, focusing solely on attacking him. They were 20 feet away. Naruto tilted his blade only slightly. 10 feet away, a small tint of blue began to appear on the blade. 5 feet away, Naruto leaned forward a couple of inches and slashed his blade horizontally in the air. There was no surge of chakra, no huge explosion, no blinding light, nothing. Still 5 feet away, the forms of the enemy nin lied on the surface of the water. The crystal blue slowly began to turn red underneath them. He righted himself up and closed his eyes. In the back of his mind he heard the faint whisper of, "Glorious." He did what he always did and ignored it. This had been his first kill. He felt no pity for the men, or even ashamed at doing it. It was his job, but that didn't mean he had to enjoy it. He turned to the battles of his comrades to see if he could help. Sakura dodged as best she could, but the blows seemed to only get faster. She was wearing out and she could tell her opponent was just toying with her. He kicked her in the stomach, sending her skidding back on the balls of her feet. He charged again and thrust a claw-covered hand at her face. She managed to dodge but fell on her back. Her opponent took this opportunity to attack again as he sent his claw straight down at her. She rolled as fast as she could to the side and got away. The claw sunk into the ground. The earth itself seemed to crack from the force. She was scared, very scared. She didn't want to die yet. She didn't want any of this. The nin straightened his posture and leapt at her again. This time she couldn't move. She closed her eyes out of reflex and felt hot warm liquid stain her face. She was smart. She knew the blood wasn't her own. She didn't need to open her eyes to tell herself that. What kept her in her own little world was the thought of what she would see when she opened her eyes. She didn't want to. Oh God, how she didn't want to. But the fact remained that she had to, and with her being a bookworm, she had to go with the facts. She slowly opened her eyes and let them adjust to the light. She had been closing them so hard that it was hard for her to see. She saw the bloodied heap of the enemy nin on the ground. The life-giving liquid stained the dirt and seemed to flow towards her. She felt her body begin to shake and a sick feeling well up in her stomach. "I'm not ready for this," was all she could say to assure herself. She held herself as her eyes traveled to her blonde teammate who held a bloody sword in his hand. The red substance slid off his blade into the puddle that was its source. With every ripple caused by every drop, her heart hammered in her chest. She looked at her teammate as he slowly turned towards her. She felt the fear that had been built into her ever since her mother said her words of caution. The sight of him with a bloody blade was far scarier than anything she could have felt from the now dead nin. He flicked his wrist, causing the remaining blood to shoot off his sword. She was trembling so hard it was as if the earth was moving. He took a step towards her and she moved her hand back, attempting to crawl away. She couldn't take her eyes off the dark shades that covered his glowing orbs. Why am I so afraid of him?" she questioned. "He saved me. He doesn't want to harm me, so why?" She began to pant heavily as if gasping for air. His tall form made its way directly in front of her. He shoved his sword into the ground beside him. Sakura flinched as it entered the earth. Her body remained shaking, tears were unconsciously forming in her beautiful green eyes. And then time froze for her as arms clad in black were wrapped around her. Her body remained fixated in a statue-like position as her head rested on his shoulder. Her mouth was open only slightly and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Sakura," said a warm gentle voice. "I'm sorry, you aren't ready for this." He pulled back only slightly and stared at her. His hypnotic glowing eyes were now visible to her. She stopped shaking, she stopped panting, and she stopped crying. She just stared out mesmerized by those glowing jewels he called eyes. And it was the sight of them that brought back the memory of what she felt before she became afraid of him. It was the same feeling of happiness she felt when he saved her from the bullies. He placed his shades back on and she felt herself shift as if she had moved. "Kurenai-sensei," said Naruto. Sakura looked around wondering when they got to the Genjutsu Junin and their charge. The Junin's red eyes widened at the sight of him. "Please, watch her, she's not ready for something like this," he said as he walked out of her illusion. Naruto looked straight out at the lake. Kakashi remained unmoving in a glowing water prison. The demon chuckled wildly with one hand on the prison. The copy nin only moved his head to look at his captor. He looked at the genin, all still engaged in their own battles. He didn't see Kurenai, so he assumed she was covering herself and their charge in a powerful genjutsu. His Sharingan then rested on the form of the only person he could claim to hate. Naruto stood at the edge of the lake staring out at them. He held his main blade in his right hand as he slowly walked out on the water. The Junin's eyes widened at his show of the water walking technique. Zabuza only chuckled, as the boy grew closer. He formed a single seal and a water clone rose to the surface of the lake holding the menacing sword of the demon. The clone walked forward to the blonde, showing every bit of arrogance that belonged to its creator. It slammed its sword in a downward arc straight on Naruto. Naruto brought his sword up at shocking speed. The main blade split open down the center and blocked the edge of the opposing sword with its tip. The clone appeared to be struggling to move its blade down, while Naruto remained unmoving. He pushed the sword up, causing the clone to go off balance, and in the moment it burst back into its element. Zabuza's eyes were wide. He had just barely caught a glimpse of the boy's slash that had destroyed his clone. He placed himself in the ready position, all while keeping Kakashi at bay in his self-made prison. "So one of the babies knows how to play the game," he said with every hint of killer inter he could muster. Naruto's face remained stony as he stared at his opponent. Zabuza stared into the shaded sunglasses, trying to get a feel for what the boy was thinking. But it was hopeless. The boy betrayed nothing. Naruto held his sword at his side and began to spin it around in his hand. A blue flame-like chakra seemed to envelop it as he continued to rotate the large sword in his hand. The chakra seemed to take on a lighter shade as it shifted towards a wider scale of chakra. Zabuza stared at the attack. Years of experience told him what to expect. He knew by the amount of chakra being gathered that the technique was a long-range one. He reinforced the prison with his chakra and got ready to move. However, he was shocked to see the boy blur right in front of him. His glowing blade held behind him as he brought it down in a swift arc aimed directly at the demon's sword. Zabuza put his full guard into the blade as he blocked it, but it was of little use. The tremendous amount of chakra that the boy had gathered shattered his sword. Zabuza used his speed to jump away as the blade continued downward to where his right arm would have been. The water of the lake parted as if divided in two as the chakra was released. Zabuza was in a state of shock as he stared at the damage done by the attack. He observed that the bottom of the lake split open and the forest on the other side of the lake was shredded through. He was only further surprised when the copy nin appeared in front of him. It wasn't hard for the missing nin to weigh his odds at this point. He kicked off the lake and sent himself rocketing back. He gave a whistle, which was the order to retreat. His partners looked up from their own battles. Very few of them remained. They all left with their master before anyone could say anything. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief as they left. He turned to see the prone form of Naruto lying on his back unconscious from chakra exhaustion. He stared back at the parted lake, seeing that it had yet to take back its original form. Kakashi threw a look of disgust at his unconscious student. I guess the Kyuubi would have plenty of chakra to spare to make that attack, he thought to himself with another look of disgust. The genius Junin walked past his form, leaving him there in the water. Luckily for Naruto, Kurenai came and picked him up before they left for their charges home. Naruto sat with his legs crossed in the middle of a dank sewer-like room in front of a cage. On the other side sat a red-headed girl, who looked around 12. She lied there sprawled out on a blood-red couch. Despite her appearance of age, she was fully developed. "You are a fool," she said bluntly. "My power will allow you to awake in a matter of seconds, but if you continue to keep me cut off, it could take days for you to heal on your own." The Kyuubi was taking great pleasure in him being there. The dark smirk on her beautiful face only showed how truly ugly she was on the inside in Naruto's opinion. Despite that he could see her face, his gaze was actually elsewhere. He was looking at the inside of her cage with glazed eyes as if in deep thought. The Kyuubi gave out a small huff in annoyance at the fact that he wasn't listening to her. Oh, how she longed to make him angry, to show his rage to her, to know that she was causing him to suffer. Yes, she had a sick sense of what she found enjoyable. The only thing she actually did find nice was when he had killed those nin. She hadn't seen blood in a long time, not since her vessel had wandered through the bodies of the Uchiha district in the massacre. Even then this was better because he was the one that caused the blood. "You humans are such filthy creatures," she said. "The only thing that I enjoy of your kind is that you seem to be good at taking each other's lives in glorious displays of blood." She looked at his still form to see if she could get a reaction, but it appeared he wasn't paying attention to her. This annoyed her. Naruto kept his gaze away from her, looking in her cage, completely ignoring her. "Who are you?" he said, not taking his gaze away from wherever it was he was looking. With those words the Kyuubi snapped. Her chakra surged on the other side of the cage, as she took on her true form, her demon form. She glared at him with piercing red eyes, growled viciously at him. She grinded her large sharp teeth, wanting to tear through him. Naruto didn't even look at her, even though she was right in front of him. His gaze was past her, not making eye contact. "You insolent mortal scum," she roared. "You ask who I am. I am the one who will take great pain in your suffering, the one whose name is feared throughout, and the greatest of all demon. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune." "I know that, but that's not what I wanted to know," he said. The Kyuubi just stared at him, and for the first time in her immortal life she was confused. She was about to give a mocking response when the blonde finally looked at her. His glowing blue orbs froze her in place. She had never thought such a trivial thing as a pair of glowing blue eyes could stun a demon of her caliber. His eyes that glowed with such a brilliant radiance held a heartbreaking wave of sadness. She didn't know why, but for some reason she felt something in the pit of her stomach. She wasn't positive of what it was, but perhaps it was something akin to regret. But then she laughed at the idea. However, anything she could be thinking or feeling remained undetectable behind her rage-like exterior. Naruto stopped looking at her and continued to stare in the cage. "Brat, your question makes no sense," was all she said. "Then, I guess there is no point in my being here," he said. The Kyuubi's eyes widened in exploding proportions in sheer surprise as his body blurred out of existence as he woke up. "How is he waking already?" was all she could say. He slowly opened his eyes and was greeted with the sight of a red-eyed woman. He brought his hand to his face and found that his sunglasses were securely in place. "Well, now this is a surprise. You should have been out for a couple of weeks with all the chakra you used," she said. "Kurenai-san, how long was I out?" he asked. "Only a day," was her response. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. A lot has happened in that very short amount of time. "Kakashi is currently training your other teammates in the tree climbing exercise. Since you know water walking, it would only be a waste for you though." Was anybody worried?" he asked. He didn't know why her answer would mean so much. Maybe it was the confirmation that he had formed at least some sort of bond with these people. However, he never expected what came next. "Of course they were," she shouted, surprising him. "Hinata stayed by your bedside all night. Sakura was in tears saying something about being sorry. Kiba and Shino visited almost every hour, and Sasuke would have come if Kakashi didn't take him for private instruction." Naruto looked at her thoughtfully for a moment. Kakashi was worried too, lied Kurenai. She didn't know why she had said it, but she didn't want Naruto to know Kakashi hated him. "Kurenai-san, it's okay, I know how he feels," said Naruto quietly. Kurenai looked shocked for a moment, then gave a small nod. "My team is currently guarding Tazuna right now. Zabuza won't be back for a while since you broke his sword," she said. "We estimate it will probably take him around a week or so to fix it." Oh, I see. Anything else interesting happen? Well, Kiba snuck some adult pictures of some kunichi into Sakura's backpack, said Kurenai. I don't know why he did it, but Sakura thought Kakashi did it and called him a pervert. Naruto began laughing rather hardly at hearing that. He is trying to hook up Sakura and Hinata because Hinata has a crush on Sakura, said Naruto, doing all he could to hold in the remaining chuckles. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. What on earth would give him an idea like that? She asked. He said he saw her blushing like a mad woman while looking at Sakura at a mission briefing, said Naruto. Kurenai brought her hand up to her face and began shaking her head in minor annoyance. That idiot, was all she thought. Kurenai had seen the blush too. However, unlike both of her young male charges, she had the correct standpoint and thus saw her staring at Naruto. Add that to the fact that she could tell that Hinata had a crush on him, and it proved that Kiba was sorely mistaken with his assessment of the situation. Sakura was becoming extremely paranoid with Kiba now. First, she had found rather inappropriate pictures in her backpack that she had first thought Kakashi put there. However, on closer inspection she found white dog hair among them. Next had been when he pushed Hinata on top of her and ran away saying it was an accident. After that it had been when he told her that they were all going out for a picnic, and when she showed up it was only she and Hinata. That one wouldn't have been so bad if it wasn't for the fact that the picnic basket was filled with things not meant for children, instead of food. Then there were various other things where he had forced her to sit with Hinata during the few meals they had had. They had been at Tazuna's house for about 4 days now. Naruto had woken up 2 days ago. And in that short time she came to the conclusion of 2 things. 1. Kiba was a pervert, and 2. He wanted something to happen between her and Hinata. Kurenai walked up to her with Hinata in tow and motioned for her to follow. They came near the river before the Junin would speak. Now I'm sure you've noticed the rather odd behavior of Kiba as of late, she stated. Both the girls nodded. Well, now let me explain a few things. Kiba sat on a tree stump in the woods trying to think of new ways to get Sakura with Hinata. He was brought out of his planning as said girls walked out of the foliage in front of him. His heart was sent racing at what he saw. Sakura was standing directly behind Hinata with arms folded around the Hyuga girl. One arm went over her shoulder and rested on Hinata's chest, giving the affect that she was almost holding the other girls. Her other arm was wrapped around her stomach and her chin was on Hinata's shoulder with their cheeks touching each other in an all-too-comfortable way. Kiba was blushing insanely and he was doing all he could to keep the blood from coming out of his nose. Kiba-kun, said Hinata sweetly, letting herself go deeper in Sakura's embrace. We just wanted to thank you. Yes, said Sakura looking at Hinata with a hint of lust in her eyes. We know that it was because of you that we were able to experiment. She said the last word in a husky voice. Kiba was drooling, thanking whatever god there was out there. The blush went through his entire face, which put most tomatoes to shame. Yes, it really is because of him, isn't it, honey? Said Hinata looking at Sakura. That's right, sweetie, if it wasn't for him I never would have learned. Their faces began to draw closer together. Kiba's mouth dropped wide open, and before he knew it he was sent flying back unconscious as a massive nosebleed marked his trail. He awoke several hours later naked, tied to a tree. The word pervert was on his head in ink. A note was hanging on a string in front of him and he read, Dearest Kiba, being a pervert is very unhealthy, and I assure you that there is in fact nothing going on between Sakura and me. That's right, dog boy, so don't try any of your little schemes, because if you do we'll neuter you. Naruto calmly walked down the steps. Kurenai had left his room hours ago. During his time alone he rested and sorted his thoughts out. His body ached as he made it to the bottom of the stairs. He was still feeling the effects of the chakra exhaustion. Shino was in a chair not far away staring out the window. Where is everybody? Asked Naruto. Shino turned to him. We finished our guard duty for the day, said Shino. When the bridge builder came back his family went shopping. Everyone went with them. And you didn't? Asked Naruto, curious. I figured you would like an explanation, so I stayed, said Shino. Naruto gave a small smile at that. He walked over to a couch and sat down. The soft cushions felt nice against his body. So, is Kakashi still training Sasuke? Said Naruto. To my knowledge, yes, responded Shino. They haven't returned since they left yesterday. Kurenai-sensei says they are fine though. I don't doubt it. Kakashi is a strong shinobi and Sasuke is well on his way, stated Naruto with another smile. Shino looked at him through his own set of sunglasses. His stare was intense and Naruto had started to think he had upset the boy. You are a very strange one, said Shino. What do you mean? There was another silence between the two of them, as Shino seemed to be arranging his words carefully. Your sensei hates you, he said flatly. I know, was all Naruto said. Shino raised an eyebrow. Why? Because, to him I'm just a reminder, said Naruto. Shino moved in his seat uncomfortably. He could see that the topic of conversation should stop. I'm sorry, don't be, said Naruto with a wide grin. I'm used to it, and you've done nothing wrong. Shino nodded. Except call me strange. Shino's sweat dropped. Well, my bugs tell me your chakra is different. Naruto got up and stretched. Different? Different as in bad or evil? Asked Naruto with a small frown. Quite the opposite actually, they say it is calming. Well, I'm glad something likes me. Naruto walked over to Shino and held out his hand. It was nice getting to chat with you, Shino. I hope we can work together sometime. Shino raised another eyebrow at the hand, but shook it a second later. Likewise. And with that Naruto left the house. The sun was rather bright as he walked out to the pier in front of the house. He stretched to get the remaining kinks out of his muscles. Naruto made his way up the dock and looked down at the cool reflective water below. The water was pure and clear, untainted by the troubles that seemed to possess the rest of the land. Soft footsteps fell upon Naruto's ears. Someone was sneaking up to him on the deck. He turned calmly and looked to see what it was. A small boy stood in front of him, his eyes curious and confused. You're pretty good, said the boy. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the child walked closer. May I ask who you are? The boy stopped and was silent for a little while before he spoke. I'm Inari. It's nice to meet you, Inari, replied Naruto with a smile. You wouldn't happen to be related to Tazuna, would you? Inari nodded. Yeah, he's my grandpa. Inari shuffled nervously on his feet as he looked down. I'm sorry, he said. Naruto looked very confused at this. For what? When your team brought you back, I sort of told them it was useless and that you were gonna die anyway. Then I said a few other, rather cruel things. Naruto chuckled at this. It sounds like you were scared. Inari looked surprised. You know, you are a lot like her. Who? Asked Naruto, a little more curious. That girl with the pale eyes. When I said those things she laughed and hugged me, said I didn't need to be scared, said Inari, wiping a couple of small tears from his eyes. She is real nice. Yes, I suppose she is. A small snigger came on Inari's face. She likes you. Naruto seemed to freak at this. Well, I would hope so. I thought we were becoming friends. No, I mean Shilo. Anair, I believe your mother is looking for you, said Shino, walking up to the two of them. Inari nodded and left the two alone. Shino looked back over to Naruto. He's right though, don't hurt her. Hurting people isn't something I do, said Naruto. Shino sighed and shook his head. The two of them walked back to the house. As they entered, Naruto immediately felt an icy glare upon him. He turned to see Kakashi enter the room. Behind him was Sasuke, looking rather worn out. He gave Naruto a small smile, then flopped on one of the couches. He felt another set of eyes on him and turned to see Kurenai giving him a soft look. Her team was currently discussing strategies on their next move should Zabuza attack. Naruto soon began to feel uncomfortable in the room. He could sense Kakashi's tension growing ever more violent. He reached a decision that he should leave. He turned to those in the room and gave a small bow. I'm going to go train for a while, he said. I don't know when I will be back, so do not worry if I'm not here in the morning. He left the room, and as soon as he did so, he felt Kakashi's anger drop. Those in the room sensed Kakashi relax as Naruto left. Team 8 silently grew angry with the man, while Team 7 tried to ignore their sensei's behavior. They looked around for Kurenai but found she was nowhere in sight. Naruto walked out to the forest. He was almost out of range of the house when he felt something wrap around him. It was not threatening in the least, it was warm and caring. Naruto's eyes widened for a bit, as he stood frozen. You've done nothing wrong, he heard Kurenai say. Naruto relaxed even more at the sound of her soothing voice. I know. At that she let go of him. He took a couple steps away before turning towards her. Kurenai-sensei, arigato. He walked away from her and she couldn't help but smile. One tear fell down her cheek. Flashback. Kurenai walked into the Hokage office, more than a little weary. She had just come from a training exercise with her team. As the secretary let her in, she saw the old man sitting in his chair signing away at some paperwork. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? Asked Kurenai. The old man looked up at her and smiled. He rose from his desk bringing his sense of authority with him. Kurenai-san, it is good that you could come, said the old man with another smile. How goes your team? They are doing fine. Hinata is truly amazing. Shino and Kiba are progressing at a rate that I find astonishing myself, said Kurenai with a little pride in her voice. The old man's smile grew wider at this. I see. Do you feel they are ready for a joint mission? Why, yes I do, said Kurenai thinking about it. May I ask what the mission is? A bridge builder needs protection. I had originally planned on only assigning Team 7 for this, but I feel your team would help, said the man with a frown. There was an awkward silence between the two, and Kurenai felt an unasked question in the old man. Are you aware of who Team 7 is comprised of? He finally said. Why yes actually, said Kurenai, sensing that this conversation had more meaning to it as it went on. Led by Hitaki Kakashi, genin include Rookie of the Year Uchiha Sasuke, the highest academic Haruno Sakura, and the supposed dead last, Uzumaki Naruto. Ah yes, Naruto, what do you think of him? Said the old man turning to face the window. He stared out it overlooking the village, but she felt his attention was completely on her. Kurenai became confused, not knowing if this was some sort of test. She remained silent trying to place her words properly for the Hokage. The Hokage only heard her silence and sighed. She saw his shoulders sag and his head look down. All the energy, spirit, power, authority seemed to be drained from him. He lost his edge and Kurani noticed by his demeanor that he seemed rather tired. Do you hate him? He asked, his voice cracking as he did so. Kurenai took a step back at the emotion held in the voice. It was so tired, and old, the Hokage finally seemed his age. She saw the man begin to shake from some unknown reason. Do you despise him like so many others? He turned and looked up at her. Fresh tears were staining his face as he took a step towards his desk. He sat down and took off his hat. Tears soon began to fall to the desk as buried his hands in his face. Do you wish for his death? He asked another question, and Kurenai found herself unable to give an answer. She saw his body shaking, and she found herself beginning to panic. The Hokage had always been a pillar of strength for her and the village. He had never once wavered in his duties, or in how he held himself. The sight before her was both frightening and heartbreaking. I've watched him grow, stuttered the Hokage, into a fine young man, but his pain, his emptiness, they crush me. The Hokage seemed to be choking on his words, and Kurenai found her face growing wet, as she watched the man who seemed so powerful begin to break down. He smiles, he laughs, and he thinks nothing of his own happiness. The Hokage had to pause as he tried to regain control over himself. He didn't do anything wrong, not one thing. She watched the Hokage go into his desk drawer and pull out a photograph. On it she saw a 4-year-old, possibly younger Naruto, sitting next to the Hokage with a smile on his face. He held some stuffed animal, and looked so happy. However, his body was slightly malnourished, and his clothes looked like rags. She remembered seeing him once during that age. It was during the time he lived in the orphanage. I don't hate him, Hokage-sama, said Kurenai, finally finding her voice. The old man looked up at her, and through a tear-stained face managed to smile. Please, I beg you. The Hokage rose again from his seat and walked before Kurenai. He got on both his knees and bowed. Protect him, help him, he has so very few people in his life. I ask you this not as your Hokage, but as a favor to a desperate old man. More tears fell to the floor and Kurenai found her heart breaking. How long had her Hokage been suffering, keeping his pain for the boy hidden? How long has he felt the guilt, the hardships of leading a village that hated a boy he cared so much about? The man was on the breaking point, making his last desperate attempts to set things right. "I promise you, I will watch and protect Uzumaki Naruto." The man managed another weak smile, as more tears flooded through his tired eyes. Thank you, thank you." End of flashback. Kurenai watched the boys retreating back. Her one tear had grown into many. "You've touched the select few that know you. I will protect you, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto felt the emotions going through Kurenai as he walked away. He soon found a tear of his own come down his cheek. He wiped it away and kept walking forward. He needed to clear his head, and he knew just how. It was around mid-noon when he arrived at a clearing in the forest. The buzz of nature around him was calming. He couldn't do any sword training. He had left his blade at the house. No, he had something else in mind. He removed his dark upper garments and placed them on the ground. He was now bare from the waist up. Naruto stretched before putting himself in a crouched stance. He put his forearms to his stomach and clutched his elbows. As he did so, he sent chakra to his back. A small stinging sensation erupted from Naruto's back, as his wings sprawled out. The snow-white feathers scattered around the area, in a beautiful display. Naruto removed his sunglasses and put them with his upper clothes. The blonde would-be angel stared up at the sky with a smile. With a strong flap he was airborne, his body rocketing towards the clouds. He ascended to a higher altitude to the point where only the white fluff of the heavens lay underneath him. It was quiet and calm in the sky, and Naruto took a deep breath. True to what his bloodline entailed, Naruto's body felt no drawbacks to being at such a high altitude. He didn't have to adjust to the air pressure, and even with the thinner air, he had no problems breathing. He flapped his wings again, allowing his feathers to glow in the sun. He soon began to fly forward, gaining speed. He closed his glowing eyes, so he could only feel the sky. His body was soon moving as a blur. A white jet stream was behind him as he broke the sound barrier. His special chakra spread around him, allowing him to move even faster. His wings glowed as his chakra was pushed into them. They allowed him to glide as his chakra propelled him forward. This is how he was able to attain such high speeds without flapping like a madman. It was quite easy since he was only going in one direction. He didn't know how long he was in the sky, but he knew he was far out of wave country. He wasn't worried. One thing he had learned while flying was how to navigate. He went below the clouds and saw only sand. He knew he was now in wind country. Quite the feat considering how many days if not weeks it would have taken to get there by foot. He felt the sun beat down on him, but his body was tough and seemed to thrive off the heat it gave. He felt neither tired nor stressed, however he was rather thirsty. To his immense luck he spotted an oasis below him. He folded his wings up and let his body fall towards it. As he was about to hit the ground he gave another powerful flap, causing his descent to halt, and he landed smoothly. He spread his wings out as far as they could go as if stretching them. He then walked over to the small spring for his drink. He could tell by looking at it that the water was good. Crystal clear, and there was even a mini waterfall falling from some rocks. It was small, but it kept the water flowing, so that it would not become contaminated as standing water. He brought his face close to the water and dipped his hand in. It was ice cold. He scooped up some of the water and began to drink. The cool liquid felt good on his hot throat. He didn't even realize how thirsty he was until he started drinking. He suddenly became aware of another presence. It was a faint chakra signature. The person wasn't hiding. No, it was the sort of signature of someone just going about his or her business. And as he thought this, a beautiful girl popped up from under the water. Naruto nearly got a nosebleed as he quickly looked away. The girl was naked. She hadn't noticed him and was now washing under the waterfall. She had sandy blonde hair and quite a good figure. Naruto realized that his wings were still out, so he should probably go. Not to mention it would be quite rude to interrupt someone as they were bathing. His thirst had been satisfied, so he left. As he was some 10 feet in the air, he looked back. He saw her form from the behind and a deep blush came to his cheeks. She was very beautiful. He felt kind of bad as well as perverted at seeing what he had, but he figured it wouldn't happen again and it was an accident, and well, he was glad he did. The girl with the sandy blonde hair continued to wash herself. "Ah, so nice," she said. She did the backstroke over to the sandbank and rested on it with a sigh. She turned her head to the side where something had caught her eye. The sun was reflecting off something, allowing it to glow on the ground. Even though she didn't know what it was, she found the glow very beautiful. She swam over to it, getting a little excited. Maybe it's a diamond, she thought. Ah, girls and their diamonds. As she drew closer, the object seemed even more beautiful. She stretched out her hand and picked it up. It was soft and warm, and rather large. It was a glorious feather that the girl had never seen before. It was snow white but seemed to have a silvery glow in the sunlight. She seemed mesmerized by it, and curious. What kind of bird left this? She wondered. The girl with the sandy blonde hair looked in the sky, just in time to see a dot with the same heavenly glow rise above the clouds. Wow, was all she said. Tamari, are you finished? The girl known as Tamari turned around to see a boy who not too long ago scared her to death, her brother Gara. Yeah, I'm just about done, she said. I found this really unique feather. Gara walked out from behind the rocks in front of her and looked. She looked very happy and even a bit proud. She had found something as simple as a feather. However, it was a rather pretty feather. A small smile, that was considered quite large for the boy, came to his lips. And what are you smiling about? Asked Tamari teasingly. Nothing. True to what he had learned in Konoha, Gara had found something to redeem for, something to protect and make happy, his sister. Naruto looked in the sky. The moon was now out. He had been having such a good time that he ended up losing track of it. Despite his earlier vigor, he was now very exhausted. He was nearly out of chakra and had to get back. His form was just above the trees now, having reached wave not that long ago. He was just searching for the clearing he had left his stuff in. While he technically didn't need his shirt, people lost those all the time during training. He did need his glasses. Glowing eyes are quite hard to explain if people aren't already aware of it. He descended to the ground with a soft thud. His eyelids were very heavy. His steps were clumsy and uncoordinated. Yes, he truly was tired, due to chakra depletion. Not to mention sleep was ready to overtake him. He came to the familiar clearing, where his clothes lay. He didn't even have the energy to make it to them. He plopped against a tree and before he knew it, was out like a light. Naruto now sat before the cage of the mighty Kyuubi. Even in the dream-like world he seemed rather tired. The fox sat in her human form on a couch she had sprung up in her mind. She laid on it in a way that would have any man say seductive, but Naruto didn't seem to notice. Tisk tisk tisk, bad Naruto peeking at girls while they bathe, said Kyuubi with a smirk. She conjured up a mirror and in it was the sight of the girl bathing. It was his memory. I never would have thought you, the great hero who so boldly locks me up, would be a pervert. Naruto was only half listening. He was still very tired. He leaned against the bars and gave a kind smile. Kyuubi seemed rather taken aback by it though. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have looked, said Naruto, not really thinking. Kyuubi's brow furrowed. The boy took away all the fun in trying to torture him. Sheesh, whatever, said the Kyuubi. You really did it this time though, using all your chakra for something as meager as flying. If you have access to my memories, then you'll see that it isn't so meager, said Naruto with another small smile. All he really wanted to do was get some sleep. The Kyuubi saw this and smirked. She slowly began to leak chakra towards him. As it was about to reach him, it exploded off the bars as the bright white chakra protected his form. Naruto sighed. You just don't learn. I'll never use your chakra. Kyuubi pouted in frustration at being foiled. Truth was, she was just going to recharge his chakra, and show him how useful her chakra could be. Then again, once he accepted it, she was just going to keep pushing it on him until the seal broke. Yeah, he was smarter than he looked. She lied back on the couch with a sigh. His snores were soon heard by her. She brought the mirror in front of her, and started to watch the memory of him flying. Haku walked through the woods collecting herbs. She needed to find a couple more to make her remedy for the men. And though Zabuza wasn't hurt himself, it would pay to have something like that with her for him at any time. She was Zabuza's tool, at least that's what she told herself. Whenever someone asked her gender, she would say boy, just to cause less problems and she could focus more on protecting him. She would die for him in an instant, but she wanted it to end. She didn't like them always being in danger and hunted. she wanted him to be safe. She would pray at night for some way to solve her problems. Truth was she needed a guardian angel. And then she stopped frozen. The irony of the world was quite unique. In front of her was a blonde-haired boy with white wings on his back. He was currently asleep against a tree. His body was fit and strong, and Haku knew he was a fighter of some sort. He looked rather peaceful as he lay there, and a small blush came to the girl's face, but she quickly sent it down. Haku walked over to him curiously, being careful not to wake him up. She sat beside him silently and slowly stretched out her hand. It was daring, but she touched his wings, they were real. Haku found herself confused and even more curious. She suddenly had a million questions, like was he real, what was heaven like, why was he there? She then began to shake him awake. Excuse me, one Tenshi-san, said Haku. The boy began to stir as his eyes fluttered open. Haku gasped at his beautiful eyes, they glowed with a holy and intense power, and truth was Haku found herself growing very excited. Said Naruto as he woke up. He looked forward to see a girl in front of him. She had dark brown hair and chocolate brown eyes. Tenshi-san, are you all right? She asked. Tenshi-san, thought Naruto. As he grew more aware of his surroundings he soon found he still had his wings out. He mentally screamed at this. Tenshi-san, are you really an angel? Asked Haku. It was childish, and totally different from her normal character, but she had to know. The slightest chance of making Zabuza's life better was worth her childish fantasies. If he was really some sort of guardian angel for her, then she sure as hell wasn't going to let this chance slip away. Naruto stopped. He looked at the girl for a moment and saw the hope in her eyes and so much more. He could tell right away what she was. She was someone who had been through hell, whose life was full of tragedy and suffering. He then thought of his answer. Lying might be cruel, but at the same time it may not be. Really, it was his own fault for being so weak and passing out before he could fix himself up. It was his fault that he had gotten her hopes up, because really when you see someone with wings, what else comes to mind? He looked at her and gave a small warm smile, then nodded. It was subtle, but a flicker of joy went in the girl's eyes. Then, can I please ask you something? She said, holding her hands together. A favor? Sure. He said in an all-to-normal fashion. The girl didn't seem to mind though. You see, there is someone very precious to me, he's always in trouble and I do all I can to protect him. She started. But you see, I want it to stop, I want him to be safe. Naruto nodded in understanding. Please, can you watch over him? Naruto frowned for a minute. He wasn't one to lie. I'm sorry, I can't guarantee I can, said Naruto. The girl looked disheartened at this. I see. His voice was silent and cold, almost dead. She got up and began to walk away. Naruto soon felt terrible about himself. Haku walked into her master's fortress. Her face was stony and cold. She was a tool, nothing more. She would die to save her master. She would protect him using her own strength. Zabuza was sharpening his sword when Haku walked in. It had been repaired the day before, now he was just getting it ready. Haku, are you ready? He asked. The girl nodded. While you weren't there in the last battle, that was my mistake, you still managed to find the weakness of the Sharingan based on what I told you. Truly you are proving yourself more worthy. Hi, said Haku. We fight tomorrow. Hi. Naruto walked back to the house. It was around noon. He was once again fully clothed and his wings were put away. He thought about the girl he had just met, how sad she seemed. He would have to do something. He entered the house without a word. Shino, Kiba, Inari, and a woman he had never seen before were the only ones home. The woman was presumably Inari's mother. Naruto walked up the stairs and got his swords. He would do even more intense training now. He would train into the dead of night before he passed out again. The next day, the bridge was silent, covered in the thick mist. All the shinobi guards present knew what it meant. They heard a laugh erupt in their ears, from every direction. Kakashi lifted his Hayate, revealing his Sharingan eye. Team 7 brandished kunai and prepared, while Kurenai covered the bridge builder and herself in another powerful genjutsu. Hinata activated her Byakugan, Shino scattered bugs in the area, and Kiba popped a soldier pill in Akumaru's mouth. Well, it seems your brat with the swords isn't here. Too bad, I was looking for a rematch, said Zabuza. Kakashi visibly seethed at this. Oh dear, does the boy actually make you angry, Kakashi? Kakashi calmed himself so he could think straight. Though he hated the Kyuubi with a passion, he was smart enough to know that by bringing those feelings in this battle would endanger the mission. Fine then. Zabuza appeared in front of Kakashi, with his sword raised. Let's start. He swung the blade down and Kakashi barely dodged. He began to form seals and the battle had begun. Sasuke ran through the mist. He had seen another shinobi trying to hide. He soon came upon a masked enemy whose gender he could not identify. But that did not seem to matter as the person's skill spoke for them. In speed so blinding Sasuke could barely register he was kicked. Gaining his bearings he flipped in mid-air and landed on his feet. Adjusting to his opponent, he brought his own speed out. They dueled in perfect synchronization as they traded blows, in fluid motions. Haku began forming one-handed seals and stomped on the ground. Water-like needles formed and shot at Sasuke from all directions. He was surprised but not defeated. In a quick succession of seals he inhaled some air. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu. And with that Sasuke spat out a large spew of flames. He spun around as he blew, destroying all the needles. While this was happening, Haku wasted no time as she prepared the next set of seals. It had happened so fast that by the time Sasuke had finished rotating and was out of fire, ice mirrors surrounded him. He knew their presence couldn't be good. Naruto woke up on the cold ground. He had no clue what time it was, just that he had been training all this time. As he rose from the ground his body was fresh and energized. He felt rather good at the moment. He hefted his large sword with little trouble, and then flexed. His shoulders popped and he gave a sigh in pleasure. He took one step towards the house, and knew immediately that something was wrong. The forest was quiet, and the wind was still. There was an evil linger in the air, and Naruto gripped the hilt of his serrated blade. He looked around calmly, deciding on whether he should move. There was a rumbling in the earth and the ground began to shake. Naruto looked from the ground to the trees as he saw a large spinning cyclone ball of water heading towards him. His reaction was instant. He channeled his chakra into his serrated blade and sliced the air. In a blaze of glory the chakra was released in a jagged, almost lightning-like bolt of chakra. Its properties matched those of the serrated blade it was released from. The two attacks collided and held in a stalemate for a short while, before the water cyclone overpowered the chakra attack. However, the attack had served its purpose. In the time it was held off, Naruto activated his gravity seal and sped off. The ball exploded into the trees and two nin fell to the ground to survey the scene. They both looked exhausted. They had used most of their chakra in a combined attack to make the jutsu work. They looked around before their eyes widened. They jumped in the air just as another chakra slice went through where they were standing. The attack had come from Naruto's main blade on a horizontal angle. Because of this, several trees fell down after being cut perfectly in half. The two nin looked at where Naruto was now standing, and then blinked. He was gone. They were both chunin. They had experience as well as skill. The only problem was that in such a quick amount of time, they had lost almost all their chakra. Combine that with the fact that the boys' speed was at a near unheard of level and they were toast. Their bodies fell to the ground. They were not dead. Naruto had only rendered them unconscious with a few well-placed hits. They wouldn't be able to move for weeks. Naruto knew his team was in trouble but that they could hold on. For the moment he would rush to see if Inari was okay. Sasuke looked around the mirrors frantically as more and more needles embedded themselves in his body. His eyes were slowly starting to see the movements, but it still wasn't good enough. He dodged a few only to have a few more end up in his back. His opponent was like monster. The technique had no weakness that Sasuke could see. "I'm sorry but I have to end this," said Haku. Several mirrors appeared to have shot needles out instantaneously. Sasuke watched them as they began to slow down. He could see it. The movement was less. All the needles were coming from in front of him. A mistake as it left him with options on how to get out. His dodging was fluid in its own right and every needle missed. He had dodged by moving to the barest minimum to avoid each needle. The end result was that it appeared he hadn't moved at all. Interesting, but next time I won't leave you with a way out. Haku's reflection appeared on all the mirrors as they all readied needles. Sasuke's hair covered his new Sharingan eyes and he smirked. May I ask what is so entertaining? It's very unfortunate for you that I would unlock my bloodline now. Sasuke looked at all the reflections. You have heard of the Uchiha, correct? Asked Sasuke. Yes, I am fully aware of your bloodline's strengths and weaknesses, said Haku. Then do you know about these? Asked Sasuke as he patted both of his leg bracers. He continued to smirk as he did so. These weights are made special for the Uchiha. I'm afraid I don't see your point, said Haku. These weights absorb and then store the chakra of the user, said Sasuke. When I release them, all that chakra that has gathered is gonna flood me, released in one instantaneous moment. With that I will be able to travel at speeds that make you look like a child crawling. Haku's eyes widened. I say you're bluffing. To move at a speed like that would be blinding to the user, then realization hit Haku. Yes, you see, don't you? Said Sasuke, pointing to his Sharingan eye. That's why these weights are special for the Uchiha. With these eyes, I can see all. Sasuke reached down and touched his bracers. As he did so, there was a clam silence. And in a blink there was loud noise. Sasuke was gone and all the mirrors broke at once. Haku went flying back, almost every bone in her body broken. She had no clue how many times Sasuke had struck her in that moment. Sasuke appeared in a blur back where he had started. His eyes looked faded and he let out a sigh. I can do a lot in just a moment. And then he passed out. Zabuza was frozen in a deadlock when he sensed the surge of chakra come from where Haku was. He looked over at it shocked. What was that? That was Sasuke, said Kakashi with a smile. Haku, be safe. Naruto stood in front of two now passed out samurai. Inari was in front of him giving thanks. Naruto sensed the surge of chakra and was off. Haku opened her eyes and got up, her mask now broken, leaving her face exposed. She was still alive. She looked over to the now unconscious Uchiha. She understood what happened. In his moment of godlike speed and power he could do a lot, but afterwards he would pass out. Truly ingenious of the Uchiha clan, if not a little arrogant. She sensed a pulsing of lightning chakra. Zabuza-sama needs me. A mirror formed beside her and she was gone. Zabuza resigned himself to his fate. The dogs had a god grip on his body and Kakashi ran towards him, wielding his death. As he drew closer he noticed a mirror appear, and his eyes widened. He saw Haku throw some needles at the scroll that bound the dogs to him. She then stood in front of him, ready to die. Zabuza acted quickly. The needles had destroyed the scroll in an instant, freeing him. Kakashi was only 2 centimeters away, before the attack struck Haku's heart. Zabuza grabbed Haku by the shoulder and pushed her to the side. Now it was just him and Kakashi. The attack was 5 centimeters away from Zabuza's heart. Haku's world slowed down just as she assumed it had for Zabuza. It was only with this perspective he had been able to move her. Now she was falling to the side, watching her eyes watering up, as she couldn't do anything. She saw Zabuza give what she assumed was a smile. Where's my angel? Thought Haku. Now Zabuza felt himself be pushed back. The blonde-haired boy that had broken his sword had pushed him out of the way. The attack went through the blonde's upper chest, out the back. Naruto coughed and Kakashi looked surprised. Haku stared from the ground in disbelief. Tenshi-san, she said. You asked me to protect someone special, said Naruto. I hope I got it right and it was him, he said with a smile. Naruto, said Kakashi confused. Why, they're the enemy, are you double-crossing us? No, said Naruto, but there is no reason for us to fight now. Naruto looked out into the mist, where a figure approached. And besides Kakashi-sensei, you didn't want to kill them. A lot of blood fell from Naruto's shoulder and he grew colder. It was far from a fatal wound with his ability, but still it hurt. He was low on chakra. He had channeled all he had to get in front of Kakashi's attack. Kakashi removed his hand from Naruto's shoulder and sighed. He turned to see the short shipping merchant Gedo. Zabuza, you worthless. Kurenai had appeared in a swirl, out of one of her genjutsus next to Gedo. She then proceeded to slit his throat. It was done so quick none of the thugs registered what happened. Well, that's done, said Kurenai. The Hokage looked at the two now in his office. Both of them stared at him nervously. The old man gave a small cough. Well, Zabuza, you are currently a missing nin and wanted felon to the Mizukage. and Haku, you are still technically a citizen of another country. While your bloodline was hated and there was even an attempt on your life, your clan was still registered under it, and any prominent clan member cannot change countries without the feudal lord's recognition," said the Hokage. Both of them looked down, not liking where this was going. Their moves were silent. They weren't going to kill the old man, but they were definitely preparing for a fight to get out. The old man noticed all of this even though he wasn't facing them. That's how it would be normally. He let his words trail off at that, and both Haku and Zabuza stopped what they were doing. "I beg you pardon," said Zabuza. "Naruto came and talked with me not too long ago." "Haku, how much do you know about Naruto?" asked the old man. "Tenshi-san." Haku froze as the man mentioned her angel. Did he really have a talk with the Hokage? "Yes, if that's what you call him," said the Hokage with a small modest smile. "I didn't get to know him all that well, but I owe him a lot and I would like to," said Haku, blushing as she thought about Naruto. She definitely wanted to get to know her hero. "Ah, I see," said the Hokage with a small knowing smile. "Then let it be known that Kakashi succeeded in driving the Chidori through your heart, Haku, and Zabuza, you were so overcome with grief that at the sight of Gaudu, who, let's say, defiled Haku's name, you charged at him with only a kunai in your mouth. You then ran through the man's army, killing as you went, and finally sliced the man's throat. You then died from your wounds." Zabuza's eye twitched. "You certainly have some imagination," said Zabuza. The old man only smiled at this. "I also wouldn't mind if you sparred with Naruto in a sword duel," said the Hokage. Zabuza nodded. "Then you may leave." "Oh, and Haku." The girl turned to face the old man. "Yes. Don't tell anyone what you saw, it would put his life in danger," said the Hokage. Haku's eyes widened, understanding the gravity of the situation, and nodded. Guy stood in front of his students, only Lee looked enthusiastic. While Naruto had tucked Lee out of becoming a carbon copy of Guy, the enthusiasm stayed. However, Lee was already enthusiastic before he met Guy. "Today my youthful students will be a day to get to know each other," said Guy. "But Guy-sensei, we already learned about each other when we introduced ourselves at the formation of this team," said Tenten. "That may be true, but you see, your youthful passion is forever changing, bringing the need to get to know each other every so often." "Guy-sensei," shouted Lee, throwing his fist in the air with a shout. The boy's two teammates sighed. "Oh, Lee, I almost forgot. I heard Naruto-kun returned from his mission," said Guy enthusiastically. Lee's eyes grew wide and he smiled a happy grin. It was different from his normal grin where his teeth shined and just told you he was enthusiastic. This smile made him actually seem truly happy. Both Tenten and Neji became quiet as they stared at the two eyebrowed men. They had heard of this Naruto in casual conversation. The boy must have been someone really important to both Guy and Lee, the way they acted at the mention of him. Tenten really noticed this the most. Guy would become quiet and just seemed happy at the thought of the boy, and Lee would suddenly become more mature. She often wondered what kind of person the boy was to inspire such change in two men like Guy and Lee. It seemed her question would be answered soon. All became quiet and the team froze where they were. Tenten noticed the small smile that came to Guy's lips as a presence drew near. In an instant, Guy grabbed both Tenten and Neji and lunged back. Both of the Genin's eyes were wide as they flew through the air. They saw Lee drop into a defensive stance with a small smirk on his face. Then it happened. A black blur shot from the forest at Lee. A fist slammed into Lee's forearm, as the eyebrowed boy blocked. There was a loud boom that came from the blow, and the group that was watching felt its power. The blur, which now could be identified as a blonde boy, seemed frozen in the air. His fist was still locked to Lee's forearm, and the two seemed to size each other up. The blonde was clad in black. His pants were black and baggy, and they seemed to conceal a few hidden kunai. He wore a tight black shirt that lied underneath a sort of flowing black hooded coat. The coat itself was more like a robe, loose but durable and black like the rest of his outfit. Silver linings seemed to outline his clothing, and the front of his shirt had a few silver chains and zippers. The boy then grabbed Lee's arm and used it to twist himself in the air. He struck down on Lee with his left foot. Lee only smirked. He reversed the hold the boy had on his arm and gained a tight grip. He then grabbed a hold of the boy's approaching foot, leaving the blonde in a tight hold that locked his movement. Lee then jumped, still holding the boy securely, and brought his legs to the boy's stomach. His blows were intense and quick. Tenten and Neji had lost count at how many times Lee struck the boy in the waist. However, all the attacks had proved to be useless as the blonde turned into a log. Lee turned immediately around and was greeted by a kick. Lee brought his own kick up and blocked the attack. The force created by the two limbs hitting sent a small shock wave through the area. Lee smirked as the attacks met. He jumped in the air and began to do backflips. While in the air he brought his arms down to his ankles where he unclasped his weights. The training weights went soaring to the ground, pushed by the momentum of Lee's flips. When Lee hit the ground not long after he disappeared in a blur. Tenten and Neji were unsurprised having seen Lee's amazing speed before, but were shocked when they saw the blonde disappear in an even faster blur. "Guy-sensei, shouldn't we help?" asked Tenten, watching as the blurs would appear clashing for only a moment before they disappeared faster than her eyes could track. "That won't be necessary," said Guy. At that moment both figures met and struck each other in the face. They were sent flying back to opposite sides of the field. When they landed, both of them were panting heavily. "You've gotten stronger, Lee," said the blonde, panting heavily. "As have you, Naruto-kun," said Lee, panting equally as fast. "I was surprised when I found you moving without your weights. Were you moving full speed?" Naruto shook his head from the ground. "I don't know by how much, but I know I could get faster," said Naruto, still panting. They both rose from the ground with smirks on their faces. "Well, since it was a draw," they said in unison, "the one that pays for Ichiraku is Guy-sensei." Both of them pointed to the green beast and he just began to laugh. "Your flames of youth deserve this," he shouted, laughing like a maniac. Lee wrapped his arm over Naruto's shoulder and began walking him over to his teammates. "Naruto-kun, allow me to introduce you to my teammates Hyuga, Neji and Tenten." "What's your last name?" asked Lee, confused. Tenten's eyebrow twitched at that. "If you could get your facts straight, Lee, you would remember I don't have a last name," said the girl in an irritated voice. Lee nodded and started writing it down in his little notebook. Everyone's sweat dropped as he did so. "Yes, it's true. You see, Naruto, I call this team my group of youthful independents," shouted out Guy. "Tenten has no known family and lives by herself in the apartment district. Hyuga Neji has his clan, but has no parents, and because he's branch member, he watches after himself and the main family. And of course you know about me, Naruto-kun," shouted Lee. Naruto gave a soft smile and bowed at Lee's two teammates. "It is very nice to meet you," he said. Tenten gave a smile and bowed as well. Neji only nodded in recognition. "Oh yes, Naruto-kun here is an orphan as well," said Guy. "He joined the academy late but has been training with me just as long as Lee has. In all actuality, his training is even more intense than Lee's." Neji and Tenten's eyes grew wider than dinner plates at that. "He not only is great at taijutsu but is an amazing sword master," shouted Lee, joining his sensei in praising his friend. "A sword master?" asked Tenten, her interest piqued even further. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "I wouldn't say master, but I am pretty good," said Naruto. "Really?" said Tenten. "Ah, yes, Tenten here is a weapons specialist. Her youthful knowledge knows no bounds," shouted Guy. Tenten blushed at the declaration. "Naruto-kun, where is your amazing sword? You didn't leave it at home, did you?" asked Lee. "No, it in the forest," said Naruto. "I left it in there when I attacked you." Naruto stalked off towards the Konoha forest and ducked behind a tree. He grabbed a hold of his blade and hefted it over his shoulders. He brought it back to the group. Neji's eyes were wide and Tenten was ecstatic. Her eyes became large hearts, and her mouth hung open with some drool pouring out. She let out girlish whimsies of joy and jumped up and down in excitement. "Oh my God, I can't believe it," she shouted at the top of her lungs. It's the first Tsurugi." "A what?" asked the group in unison. Tenten blinked in shock at their lack of knowledge. "How can you not know?" asked Tenten. "The sword, the first Tsurugi, is one of a kind. Its creator went unknown, but there was no doubt to its perfectly crafted design. Combining advanced ingenuity and legendary metal work, the blade was created. It is actually 6 blades in one. That alone gives it amazing properties. The group watched in astonishment, as she seemed to tell the entire blade's history. From previous owners, to battles it had been used in, and even the different type of metal work used for it. She knew more about the blade than Naruto did. There has never been a known swordsman to have mastered the blade. Its large design and complex interchanging of the blades make it difficult to handle, said Tenten, drawing closer to Naruto. Her smile was wide and rather attractive. She drew closer to his face, telling him even more facts. He blushed a little at her closeness. But you're well on your way to mastering it, I can tell when I saw this in your hand's eye. Tenten trailed off her ramble and looked at her audience. They were speechless at her youthful enthusiasm. Their mouths hung wide open and all their eyes were wide. Tenten stopped completely and looked down. A huge blush of embarrassment came to her face. Sorry, it was just really exciting is all, said Tenten quietly, looking away. The group was silent before one of them burst out laughing. They turned to see Naruto near tears from chuckling so hard. I have to tell you, that was surprising. You knew more about the thing than I did, said Naruto. He pointed the blade in front of him towards the sky. Now onward to Ichiraku's, said Naruto kindly with a small smile. It would be great if your whole team joined us, Guy-sensei. The man nodded enthusiastically. Excellent idea, onward, shouted Guy once again. Naruto nodded and swung his blade in an arc over his head. All the blades that made it up separated. Naruto then began grabbing them as they fell and placing them in their proper holster on his back. Tenten was giggling like a little schoolgirl and had hearts in her eyes. The blade, it's so amazing, she said as she giggled even more. Naruto smiled at that and proceeded on his way. A mountain, that was all that could be said about the piling bowls that were stacking up in Ichiraku. Neji and Tenten stared on in both fascination and horror as both Lee and Naruto devoured bowl upon bowl of ramen noodles. Guy looked in his wallet, keeping tabs on how much he could spend. Stop, he shouted as if the buzzer to end the contest they were in. Ayame, the ramen girl, walked over and began counting the bowls. I'm sorry Lee-kun, but Naruto-kun appears to have more bowls, she said with a small smile. Lee looked down ashamed. So Naruto has my eternal hip rival entered your team in the Chunin exams? Asked Guy enthusiastic. Naruto looked down at some of his ramen. You know, I'm not really sure if he has or will, said Naruto in a slightly depressed voice. Guy stopped all antics as he listened to the tone in the boy's voice. Guy considered himself to be the sort of father figure to both Lee and Naruto. He had spent some of his best years teaching them and learning about them. The point being, he learned to read between the lines when it came with Naruto. The boy kept his problems to himself and didn't drag others into it. But he had one flaw: if something were bothering him about a subject, his tone would tell you. He didn't do it on purpose. No, it was just a habit of his. I see. Well, don't worry about it, shouted Guy, patting Naruto on the back. Excuse me, Naruto-san, said a young Chunin walking in the stand. The Hokage has asked for your presence. Naruto looked over at the young man and nodded. He then proceeded to get up. It was nice to meet all of you. Lee, I'll catch up with you later, said Naruto. No, said Lee. Naruto looked shocked at this. What? Asked Naruto, confused. We will catch up now, said Lee with a stern face. I will come with you and we shall discuss youthful tales of interest. Naruto face faltered and rubbed the back of his neck as he gave a small chuckle. Okay then. With that the two of them left. Well, that was interesting, said Tenten to Neji. I never knew Lee was so close to someone. Yes, it is so youthful, shouted Guy as comedic tears fell down his face. He then wrapped his arms around his two remaining students. Listen, consider this a personal favor to me, but make an effort to get to know Naruto. He's had it rather rough and doesn't have many friends. Tenten looked at her sensei curiously. Neji responded, though, I've heard rumors about him around the Hyuga compound, said Neji. Guy frowned at this. However, I saw him return little Hanabi, and now she adores him. Guy smiled. Hanabi was a bright subject for Neji. He held the main family with barely hidden contempt, but he absolutely adored Hanabi. It was truly odd. She had been the only one to worm her way into his heart. It was her personality. She went against everything the Hyuga tried to make in their clan members. Neji knew this was only possible because of how Hinata protected Hanabi and raised her. He knew this about the heiress but still couldn't find it in himself to not hold her in distaste. Some wounds would not heal so easily, and though it was not really her fault, it was still her kidnapping that cost his father his life. "How is little Hanabi?" asked Tenten with a smile. Neji let a rare smile grace his features. "She's doing fine. Well, my youthful students, I must leave you for I have business to attend to," said Guy, leaving the booth. Tamari let out a sigh as they drew closer to the gates of Konoha. On her neck she wore a silver white feather on a necklace. The feather was simply beautiful, looking more like some exotic jewel than a piece of a bird. "Are you nervous?" asked Gaara. Tamari let out another sigh. "Yeah, I mean come on, I'm about to meet my future husband," said Tamari. "I can't believe father did this. I met the old man that is the Hokage here," said Gaara. "I'm sure his choice in your suitor will be adequate." "That's right, you were here not that long ago, weren't you?" Quote. "If you are done talking, we're here," said Konkuro. Tamari gave another sigh and entered the village with her brothers. It was really a beautiful town, but she found it hard to enjoy. What if he's a total jerk, or worse, a pervert, thought Tamari. Gaara led them towards the Hokage Tower. Having knowledge of the village's layout, they arrived in no time. 2 guards stood in front of the tower and eyed the group curiously. "We are here to see the Hokage," said Gaara. One of the shinobi disappeared then reappeared in a poof of smoke. "The Hokage has confirmed your appointment," said the shinobi. "You may proceed." Guy walked towards the memorial stone with a serious face. As he approached, a patch of silver hair could be seen. Kakshi stood in front of the stone with a sad face looking down at the names engraved upon it. "If anyone has the right to hate the Kyuubi, it's you," said Guy appearing behind him. "The beast killed your fiancé, and your sensei died to seal it." Kakashi remained silent. His face was growing ever darker and a tear threatened to spill over his eye. "Rin, sensei," thought Kakashi. "You made promises to your friend Obito, never to abandon a comrade," said Guy continuing. "You've lost so much, however." Kakashi looked up at Guy as his words hung. There was a tear in his eye at some of the painful memories. Kakashi was pro at keeping his emotions hidden. He had had dreams, nightmares, and haunting flashbacks of his past. They always got to him, but they never made him cry. "It would be unprofessional. Naruto is not the Kyuubi," stated Guy. Kakashi looked back down, his face darkening. "I consider that boy to be no less a son than I consider my student Lee." Kakashi remained in silence as he listened to the words of his friend. "He has done nothing wrong, and I know for a fact he has done nothing for you to consider him a demon," said Guy. "Hate is hard to forget and sadness is eternal. How much hate and sadness do you think that boy has already experienced?" "Please Kakashi, the only reason I do not hit you right now for what you've done is because I know why you did it. Just give him a chance," said Guy. "If you don't now, you'll only end up going through more emotional pain." And with that Guy left the Junin to ponder his thoughts. Tamari stood in front of the old man Hokage, her brothers behind her for emotional support. Sarutobi just smiled at her. "Miss Tamari, I hope you understand that this is not some sort of punishment," said the Hokage. "Naruto-kun is not even aware that this marriage is being arranged." "We're not getting married right now, right?" asked Tamari, growing ever more nervous. The old man chuckled. "Is that what you are worried about? Well, do not worry, Naruto-kun is still a little young. And besides, why don't you two get to know each other a bit first?" Tamari nodded, feeling a bit more sure about this. "If he's a pervert, I'll kill you," said Tamari, forgetting whom she was talking to. The old man just let out another laugh. "Your father was right, you are a bit hot-headed," said the Hokage. She blushed a little, angry at the comment. If you had said that in any other village, it might have been considered a declaration of war. A nervous smile came to Temari's lips at that. However, before she could comment, a knock was heard at the door. "Ah, Naruto, you may come in," said the Hokage. As he spoke those words, Tamari immediately looked towards the door. It slowly opened and in walked a young man with pitch black hair done in a ponytail. He was rather tall and fit, but his most distinguishing feature was his eyebrows. Temari's eyebrow twitched. "What the hell is with those eyebrows?" she shouted in her mind. She could hear Konkuro snickering behind her. Tamari calmed herself down. She wasn't so shallow she would judge by looks. All things considered, if the eyebrows weren't there, then the boy would be quite attractive. She took a step towards him to greet him when she stopped. "You called me old man," said a voice from behind the boy with the eyebrows. His words might have been considered disrespectful, but his tone was kind and generous. A boy with blonde hair walked in behind the eyebrow guy and Tamari felt her breath get caught in her throat. He had beautiful blonde hair and a charming face. His body was fit and the boy was definitely handsome. He gave a smile to the old man that sat not far behind her. It was warm and kind and Tamari felt her face heat up. "Welcome Naruto. Let me introduce to you Subaku no Tamari," said the old man. Naruto turned to her and gave her a warm smile. "Hello." Hi. Tamari blushed. Naruto stared at the blonde girl now in front of him confused. She seemed mesmerized by something. Her face was rather red and she seems to be trying to compose herself. He didn't know what it was but he could sense a good feeling coming from the girl. He gave her a smile and her face grew even redder. "Well Naruto, we have a lot to discuss," said the old man from his chair. "Tamari, I suggest you listen as well, this is very important." Tamari finally regained herself and turned to the old man, giving him a curious stare. "Well now, where to begin?" said the Hokage, trailing off. "Naruto, both the Kazekage and I are on good terms, however that does not mean our villages are." Naruto regarded the old man, trying to see what he was getting at. "Are you saying we are close to war?" asked Naruto. The old man smiled and shook his head. "No, we aren't even considering that a possibility, this is more of a civilian matter. They aren't exactly too accepting of the sand and it is vice versa as well." Naruto began placing things together. So far all he could think of was that the Hokage wanted him to make peace between the villagers of Konoha and the villagers of the Suna. A small frown came to Naruto's lips. There was no way he could convince the villagers to make peace with Suna when he couldn't even convince them to make peace with himself. "I don't see how I can help you, Hokage-sama," said Naruto. The old man just gave another one of his grandfatherly smiles. "The council and I both feel that an arranged marriage is in order," said the Hokage. "We plan on having both you and Miss Tamari wed once you reach 16. Naruto's jaw dropped for a moment. "With all due respect, old man, but is that really fair?" asked Naruto. "Given my situation, to force Tamari-san into this could be dangerous." Naruto let his words hang there and the Hokage finally dropped his smile into a sad frown. "I am well aware of your situation, Naruto, we will deal with that when we come to it," said the old man. "But I would like to direct your attention to something important. It is the reason you are the best candidate for this arrangement." The Hokage then turned to Tamari. "This goes for you to miss," said the Hokage. Gaara, Lee, and Konkuro stood back away from the three. Their role there was unimportant and they seemed to have faded into the background a bit. However, this did not mean they were any less curious as to what was going on. "You see Naruto, you undoubtedly know that you are the last of your clan, because of this it is a requirement that you practice polygamy," said the Hokage. Naruto raised an eyebrow in question. However, Tamari seemed to have understood what it meant. Her face grew to a shade of red that was thought unmentionable, a characteristic that was so unlike her. "I can see you don't understand," said the Hokage. "What it means is, you are to take on multiple wives." Naruto blinked a couple of times as this was said. "What? The council has been told of a few matters and I believe that this will benefit you," said the Hokage. "Old man, I'm sorry but I don't think I can do any of this," said Naruto. He seemed to unconsciously grip his stomach as he said this. Something that didn't go unnoticed by those in the room. Not only does it not seem right but also, "I think it would be best if we had this conversation in private," said the Hokage. Tamari, Konkuro, Gaara, and Lee all nodded and began to leave. Before Lee got out the door, Naruto grabbed his shoulder. "Wait for me outside, okay?" said Naruto with a small depressed frown. Lee gave him a reassuring smile and nodded. Naruto then turned to the Hokage. "Naruto, what is bothering you?" said the old man, worried. "If it was me, I would be jumping at the idea of taking on multiple partners." "I'm sorry, old man," said Naruto. "I just never planned on getting married." The Hokage gave him a curious look. Naruto, surely you had some intention on carrying on your clan. Naruto shook his head. My plan was to serve the leaf alone until my dying breath, said Naruto. He gripped his stomach once again. I accepted it some time ago, that because of her, no one could ever be with me. Naruto, said the old man shocked. Had the boy given up all hope of ever being accepted? If so, then why was he serving the leaf so loyally? The Hokage knew of Naruto's good nature from the moment he saw him open his eyes. But even so, he never thought the boy would go so far as giving up his own happiness. It just proved the old man had made many mistakes concerning the boy's life. And besides, to force Temari-san to marry someone she doesn't even know, then expect her to allow multiple women to come in, said Naruto. Seems rather perverted of you, old man. Naruto said this with a small smile, trying to lighten the mood. As I've said before, old man, I'm sorry, but I do not think I could agree to this. It wouldn't be fair to anyone involved. The Hokage gave a sigh. I would never force you to do something you didn't want to, Naruto. You do not have to do anything you don't want to, said the old man. Just please consider it, if only to make yourself a little happier. Naruto gave the man a thoughtful look behind his shaded glasses. Naruto then turned around and walked out the Hokage's doors. Once Naruto exited the office, he was greeted to the sight of Lee as well as the trio from the sand. He was surprised at the sight of Gaara, finally taking notice to the boy being there. He recalled their fight and could tell that Gaara didn't seem to know who he was. It made sense, considering Naruto's face was never revealed during their fight. Naruto didn't know if Gaara had changed or anything, and given Naruto's secrecy when it came to his bloodline, he decided it best if Gaara not know who he was. The blonde walked over to the girl from the sand and gave a polite bow. I'm sorry that you wasted a trip, but I do not think it would be right if you married me. Perhaps it would be better if you found someone else, said Naruto. Temari seemed taken aback by this. Her face grew red, not from embarrassment or attraction, but anger. She soon had her fan off her back, still folded up, and smacked Naruto on top of the head with it. Naruto's eyes were wide, as were most of those present. Who are you to decide what I should or should not do? Said Temari, grinding her teeth together. I decided to do this for the good of my village, and I already decided that I would not do it unless I got to know the person. Naruto looked at her curiously, and confused. He had not expected her reaction to be so violent. I've decided that you are a good candidate for my fiancé, so let's get to know each other. Any objections, bucko? Naruto shook his head, frightened. Good, said Temari, and with that she stormed off, her brothers following her soon after. Naruto watched her retreating back, still in a state of shock. The state he was in grew even more chaotic when the image of the girl bathing in the stream in the desert overlapped Temari's retreating form. An intense blush burst forth on Naruto's face as he stared down, embarrassed. The Sand Sibs exited the Hokage Tower. Wow, that kid got showed what's what real bad, didn't he? Said Kankuro with a huge smile, as he was on the verge of cracking up. I didn't think you were so into the idea of marrying this guy. What changed your mind? A warm feeling that occurred here, said Temari, placing her hand over her necklace and heart, when he showed up. Gaara's eyes widened at where Temari placed her hand. Your heart. No, baka. This thing, said Temari, lifting up her feather attached to her necklace. I don't know what it means, but when he entered the room the thing got real warm and started vibrating. I didn't say anything at first because I was preoccupied. You mean distracted by the kid's good looks? Said Kankuro with a snigger. He was soon floored by Temari's fan. Anyway, I'm curious now, and besides, if I have to marry anyone, why not him? Said Temari with a blush. Naruto exited the Hokage Tower not long after the Sand Sibs left. By his side was none other than Lee, who wore a goofy grin. So what does this mean? Are you engaged? Asked Lee. I'm not sure, said Naruto. His head was spinning with all the events that had taken place in the short amount time. Naruto's pace quickened unconsciously. Lee followed in silence. It didn't take long before they came upon Naruto's neighborhood. It was definitely in the bad part of town. The area screamed slums, and Naruto was one of the few unlucky inhabitants forced to live there. The Hokage had offered to have him moved to a nicer part of Konoha, but Naruto politely declined. Moving would only cause more problems than were necessary. He was told that his father had left a home meant for their clan, but until he made Junin and reached the age where he could come in the open about his clan, he wasn't allowed to live in it. It didn't take long before Naruto and Lee were finally at his home. It was by far the worst apartment in the district. Profanity was graffiti on his door. Demon, monster, these were just some of the things written on his door. Cracks littered the sides and walkway. It was a pigsty, but it was home for him, and he was glad to be there. As he drew closer, he became aware of another presence on the other side of the door. He gave Lee a warning nod and the boy took out a kunai for the ready. Naruto slowly opened up the door, being cautious as not to make a sound. Then at the last moment he flung it open and charged in, taking one of the switchblade parts to his first Tsurugi. He lunged forward but stopped short and blinked. In front of him was a frozen Haku with wide eyes and a freaked out look on her face. Both of them blinked at each other. "Oh, hi Haku," said Naruto, frozen in place. At that moment Zabuza appeared, and since Lee didn't recognize any of them and only saw the large sword on Zabuza's back, he attacked. Zabuza's eyes went wide as he was sent through a wall. Lee landed in front of the hole in a crouched position and gave a victory cry. "Hiya!" shouted out Lee. "Lee, relax, I know these guys," said Naruto. Lee blinked and looked on as Zabuza slowly got up, looking pissed. "Oh, sorry," said Lee. "What the hell?" shouted out Zabuza. "Sorry Zabuza-san, I wasn't expecting anyone to be in here, so when I felt your presence, Lee, and I took precautions," said Naruto. "Oh, I guess that's understandable," said Zabuza. "But why are you guys here?" asked Naruto. It was Haku who answered. "Well, you see, the Hokage gave us the okay to stay, but he never exactly got us a place to live, and well, me and Zabuza are both broke, so we dropped in. I hope that is okay, Tenchi-san." Naruto blinked again. "Well, I guess it is, but I don't exactly have a lot of room." "Don't worry, we will only be here temporarily," said Zabuza. Haku gave Naruto a smile in approval. Naruto nodded to both of them, giving them the okay to stay. "So you guys want dinner?" asked Naruto, going over to his cabinet where he kept all the instant ramen. Before either of the two could answer, their stomachs spoke for them. Naruto gave a small laugh at this, and made 52 cups, one for Haku, one for Zabuza, and Naruto and Lee took 25 each. As they ate, Lee had no problems telling a very interested Haku all about Naruto. Naruto of course had no clue this was going on. He was currently talking to Zabuza about sword training. "I don't really know about training, you're actually about on my level, and I don't know the style that you use," said Zabuza. "However, we can always have practice spars." Naruto nodded in agreement. He then looked around the apartment and for the first time noticed it was clean. Haku-san, did you clean my apartment?" Haku had the decency to blush. "Well, you see, I thought that if I was to stay here I might as well make myself useful," said Haku. "Wow, you didn't have to, but thank you," said Naruto. "Yoshi, that was most youthful of you," shouted Lee. Naruto's eyebrow twitched at his enthusiasm. Lee-san, do you live here as well?" asked Haku. Lee shook his head. "I have my own place, but Naruto and I often stay at each other's houses," said Lee. Haku raised an questioning eyebrow. "That way we can head straight to the training grounds together without having to wait for the other." Haku nodded in understanding the relationship between the two boys. They were close friends that obviously did a lot together. "So Haku-san, I'm curious, are you going to be instated as shinobi?" asked Naruto. Haku shook her head. "No, technically Zabuza-sama and I are supposed to be dead, so we can't really leave the village." "Oh, then what will you to do for money?" asked Naruto. Both Haku and Zabuza looked at each other, sending the other a questioning glance. "Well, we haven't exactly thought about that just yet. We may go see the Hokage tomorrow about that," said Zabuza. And that's how most of the conversation went on for the night. They all spent a lot of time talking. Naruto didn't notice, but Haku was scooting closer to him as the night went on. Zabuza did notice and wondered what got into his pupil and daughter. It didn't take long before they had all decided on the sleeping arrangements for the night. Haku took the bed while everyone else got the floor. It was simple and no one argued. Well, Lee sort of did when he asked why they couldn't share the bed with Haku. He was hit over the head by Zabuza for saying that. Kakashi sat up in his bed sweating and panting heavily. He had had another nightmare of his beloved. He looked over to her picture that he kept next to his bed. His mind couldn't get off what Guy had said to him earlier. He brought a hand through his silver hair and stilled his breath to regain his control. He still wore his mask, but he was currently without a shirt. His one scarred eye was held shut but exposed for all to see. He then opened it and looked over at his old team photo and the boy whose eye he now had. Those who break the rules are trash, but those that abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Those words echoed in his head. He then looked over at his new team photo, the one of Team 7. It had been taken not that long ago, and despite his feelings toward the Kyuubi child, he still managed to look happy in it. And he was technically happy. He was proud to have both Sakura and Sasuke on his team. Naruto was the only grievance he could not put behind him. There were just so many things about the boy that filled Kakashi with both anger and pain. The boy had the appearance similar to that of his old sensei. It was as if the Kyuubi was mocking the memory of a great man by taking his form. But Naruto isn't the Kyuubi, is he? Thought Kakashi, remembering all that had been said to him by Guy. He shook his head trying to clear his thoughts. It was hard on him to think about all of this. It was like a chain of events, thinking of Naruto and the Kyuubi. It caused him to think of Rin and his sensei and what they would do. And thinking about others that were close to him and what they would do caused him to think of Obito and his father. How would they handle the situation? The images of all those he cared about and how they each met their bloody end assaulted Kakashi's sanity. Was he cursed to forever be scarred by those images? His father drenched in his own blood with a knife jammed in his heart, Obito's body being crushed by a boulder and the boy giving his eye to Kakashi, Rin running towards him only to burst into flames as the Kyuubi sent a fire technique towards her and a platoon of shinobi, and of course his sensei, defeating the monster on top of the Toad boss's head. Gambunta disappearing and Kakashi watching his sensei Arashi drop to the ground lifeless in a sea of blood and fallen bodies of his comrades. Kakashi clutched his head and leaned against the window next to his bed. Everyone, what should I do? Naruto was staring out at the moon on his balcony. It was a rather odd feature to his apartment. It made no sense that his apartment was such a dump yet had such a convenient and well-managed balcony just outside. But Naruto chose not to question the way the world worked and accepted it as one of the few nice things he was allowed to have. He watched the night sky quietly with a peaceful smile on his face. He closed his eyes and let his mind wander. It was during this that Haku snuck up on him. Tenshi-san. Naruto opened his eyes and turned to her. Yes, Haku, do you need something? He asked. She walked closer and shook her head. Not really, I just saw you out here and wondered if you wanted some company. I'm fine, you don't have to stay out here in the cold with me if you don't want to. I don't mind, she said, giving him a small blush as she looked down. But there was something I was wondering. Naruto raised an eyebrow signaling that he was listening. Well, you see, I was wondering if maybe you could show me your wings again. Naruto was taken aback by her request. He then looked around and felt for others present. He could tell no one was watching and no one even lived in the direct buildings that surrounded his, so he had little chance of being seen. After he determined all of this, he nodded. He took off his sunglasses and put them down, revealing his beautiful glowing eye. He then proceeded to remove his white night shirt. As he did so, Haku blushed. He then doubled over and sent chakra to his back. Not long after, his wings burst from his back in all their glory. Haku gazed on in amazement at the sight of them and Naruto smiled. She walked up to them and grabbed a feather as it fell. She gazed at it and its unique shine in the light. May I please keep this? She asked, mesmerized by the feather. Sure, I guess, said Naruto as he drew his wings into his body. He gave a small grunt as they went in with a snap. Does it hurt to do that? She asked. Only a little, I have a very high pain tolerance, he said. His remark only seemed to give her a more worried look. Well, have a good night, Tenshi-kun, she said, leaving. Yuta Haku. Kurenai stood in front of her longtime friend. So you're worried about the Kyuubi kid, said Anko. Don't call him that, said Kurenai defensively. It was early in the morning and she was still tired. Yeah, whatever, said Anko, waving her hand as she chewed on some dango. Just watch your step around him. A lot of people tend to threaten demon lovers. Anko, don't say that. Listen, I personally don't give a damn about the kid. He can be an angel or a demon, it doesn't affect me and it's none of my business. Beside, I got enough grief without having people hating me for being a demon lover. Just don't hold it against him. I won't. As I said, I don't give a damn about the demon, just that I prefer not to be seen with the Gaki. Kurenai let out a sigh. Even if her friend had no hostility towards Naruto, openly admitting that she would rather ignore him could be just a bad. Personally, Kurenai didn't know what it was, but she desperately wanted to help Naruto. Or at least find a group in her peers that would be able to help him should he ever need it. She looked back over to her friend and noticed the purple-haired woman brought her hand up to the mark on her neck. She bit her lip and sucked in a breath. "Does it hurt?" asked the red-eyed woman. "Only a little," said Anko, flashing a grin. Kurenai still gave her a worried look. "Listen, don't go butting into everyone's problems, you'll only end up worrying others. Sorry, but you know how I am. I know, and I'm grateful for all you've done for me. Just be careful, okay?" said Anko in a very serious voice. Kurenai nodded, but any further discussion was interrupted by a small bird that landed on their table in front of them. On its leg a small note was present. Kurenai took it and read the note. "It seems we are requested at the Hokages," said Kurenai. Anko got up with her friend and they took off towards the Hokage Tower. Old man Sarutobi stood in front of the gathered Junin, waiting patiently for their final guest to arrive. And sure enough, Kakashi arrived in the room only a little late. Sarutobi had purposely told him the time of the meeting was 2 hours earlier than it actually was. Everyone present noticed that Kakashi looked a little more sluggish than usual. No one seemed to know the reason for this, but seemed to pass it off as a trick of the light. The old man Hokage gave a cough to signal that the meeting could now begin. "Well, now that we are all here, I would like to discuss the upcoming Chunin exams," said the old man. "I was wondering if we have any recommendations for genin that are not already considered eligible." The Junin looked around, and sure enough, the first to step forward was none other the famous green beast of Konoha. Guy stepped forward. "I, Myota Guy, recommend my team of youthful independence for this exam." He flashed everyone in the room a toothy grin that seemed to sparkle. As a response, everyone's sweat dropped. The Hokage gave a sigh to regain his composure. "All right, who else?" he asked. "I recommend Team 10, said Asuma. "I recommend Team 8, said Kurenai. Almost all those present were shocked at the recommendation of the rookies. All except the Hokage, who was now secretly watched Kakashi out of the corner of his eye. "Is there anyone else?" asked the old man, his sight never once leaving Kakashi, who seemed to be deep in thought. "Hokage-sama," said Kakashi, drawing attention to himself. "I would like to recommend my team as well." People were a little surprised at this. They knew that the prodigal Uchiha Sasuke was on the team, but they also knew the demon brat was on that team as well. Was it really wise to give the monster a chance to rise through their ranks? That was the question going through some of those gathered. "Very well, then I hereby declare this year's rookies as candidates for Chunin and will take the Chunin exams," said the Hokage. "Now for security detail." Most of the Junin left at, that is, security detail went to the Anbu present and a few of the special Junin present. As the Hokage assigned security detail, Anko was only half listening. She was currently in thought about the wondrous meals she would eat when she got home. She was so distracted in her thoughts she didn't even notice everyone was leaving. The Hokage watched her curiously as she had a goofy grin on her face. She was now the only one in the room with him. He almost chuckled as she began to laugh at whatever she was thinking about. "Anko-san," said the Hokage, giving his patent grandfatherly smile. Anko was brought out of her thoughts at that and looked around. At noticing she had spaced out, she rubbed her head and grinned sheepishly. "Well, since you are here, would you mind helping me with a little matter?" Sure. Ssaid Anko. She had no qualms about helping the old man. He was one of the few in the village she could honestly say she cherished. "What do you need me to do?" "I need you to deliver this scroll to a resident in the village," said the Hokage, holding out the scroll mentioned. "May I ask who it is to go to?" asked Anko. The Hokage nodded. "Uzumaki Naruto," said the Hokage. "The address is right here." The old man then handed her a small sheet of paper. Anko nodded and left without a word. Anko walked down the street in silence. Her seal was beginning to act up and it was pissing her off. She clutched her neck with a tight grip but held in the pain. It didn't hurt her that much but it was still annoying. She noticed some of the looks people sent her. She was very used to it by now. She was renowned throughout the village as the apprentice to the traitorous Orochimaru. Funny thing was, had he not turned traitor, such a title would have given her respect and admiration. It sure was funny how life worked out. She turned the corner and noticed she was heading towards the slums of the city. She looked again at the sheet of paper in her hand to recheck the address. I'm sure he doesn't live out here. The old man would never condemn him to a place like this, she thought. When everyone had abandoned her, the old man had been there. He had made sure she had received the best of treatment available and made sure she was well taken care of until she was stable enough to get her life in order. Ever since she heard of the demon brat, she had assumed the old man had done the same. She clutched her neck again as the seal's pain grew a bit more. She didn't know what it was that was setting it off right now, but she wished it would stop. The pain was actually beginning to really hurt. She walked deeper into the slums, growing ever more curious as to the address in her hands. The neighborhood only seemed to become worse and worse as she went on. The Hokage doesn't really let him live out here, does he? She questioned. She didn't know why she cared at all. It was none of her business, but even so it didn't feel right. Anko finally reached a building, and to her shock it was probably the worst building in the district. She began to ascend the stairs when she was forced to stop. Her seal kicked into overdrive and she collapsed. The burning became intense and Anko knew it was no ordinary attack. Something was definitely wrong. She crippled over in pain and felt hot tears begin to descend down her face. She was actually crying from the burning sensation on her neck. It seemed to have paralyzed her body as she found herself unable to move. Her vision soon began to fade on her and she gave out one scream in pain before darkness consumed her. Naruto sat in his home alone sipping some ramen. Lee went off to meet his team early and both Zabuza and Haku went to look for jobs. Naruto himself was not due to meet his team for another few hours or so. It was a rather nice day outside from what he could gather and he had few distractions. The birds were singing outside, the sun was high and there seemed to be certain calmness in the air. Yes, it certainly was looking to be a nice day. Ah! Naruto heard someone scream not too far away and he immediately stood up and ran to the door. He exited and tried to locate the source of the cry. He sensed a chakra signature close by, very close by. It was only a floor below him. Naruto rushed down the steps and was soon greeted to the sight of a young woman passed out on the steps. She had short purple hair and was wearing some sort of tan trench coat. By her hands were a scroll and a piece of paper. On the scroll he saw his name written. Naruto walked closer when he froze and his eyes went wide. He saw a flicker of purple chakra on the woman's neck. He lowered his sunglasses and found that he could see the chaotic purple chakra take shape. It seemed almost like a snake was wrapped around her neck and it sprung from a strange mark she had. Naruto lifted her up in his arms and carried her bridal style to his apartment. He should have taken her to the hospital, but anyone he brought in would cause problems. He would have to make sure she was all right, then go get the old man. He opened up his door and placed her on his bed nearby. Her breathing was shallow and she was currently rustling around in her sleep. Sweat seemed to pour off her as she was overheating. Naruto went and soaked a washed cloth and placed it on her head. His eyes never left the snake-like purple chakra around her neck. It was so sickening and had an evil feel to it. He looked closer at it and was able to see thin lines as if dividing the snake into sections. Naruto then noticed how wet he felt. He looked down and noticed his shirt was soaked in the woman's sweat. He decided he had better go and change. He walked off to the bathroom and removed his shirt. He then threw it in the bathroom's hamper. As he was about to walk away, the sight of red caught the corner of his eye. He froze and immediately turned to look in the bathroom mirror. His eyes widened at what he saw. The demonic red chakra that was the Kyuubi's seemed to hover around the seal on his stomach. He knew the demon wasn't channeling it, and for that matter neither was he. What's going on? He questioned. The red didn't look as chaotic as it did when he saw the Kyuubi channel it in his mindscape, but even so it still held a similar evil. He brought his hand down to it and he felt his special chakra automatically channel to his hand. It surrounded it and soon engulfed the red chakra. Naruto observed that his chakra picked the red apart before bringing it to a nice shade of orange. Then he saw the chakra disappear into the air. Naruto was confused. He had no clue as to what just occurred. Was it his bloodline? Any other aspects to our bloodline you will just have to discover for yourself. That line that had been in the scroll his father left him repeated itself. Naruto had no clue what it was that just happened, but he had a feeling that whatever he had just saw around his seal, and whatever he was currently seeing around the woman's neck could only be seen by him. It was a gut feeling and he could be wrong, but it made sense. He stalked over to the woman and sat beside her. Naruto wondered why it was he could only see these special chakras and he didn't see her normal one, or his own for that matter. Naruto's mind worked a mile a minute. The chakras were definitely different than normal, but what did that have to do with him being able to see them? Naruto shook his head. He couldn't figure it out. Perhaps he would ask the Hokage when he went to see him. He got up and was about to leave when he heard the woman gasp in pain. As she did so, Naruto noticed the snake-like chakra tighten around her neck. Naruto's eyes widened. What was he supposed to do? Her condition seemed to only grow worse and he feared what would happen if he left. He thought desperately, then looked at his own hand. The hand that had touched the fox's demon chakra. It had made it disappear. Can it do the same for her? Naruto heard her gasp again and made up his mind. He brought his hand down to the purple chakra. He immediately felt his hand start to burn as the chaotic chakra began to shock him. The only thing that kept his hand there in pain was the sight of his special chakra leaking towards the purple and slowly overcoming it. Naruto felt the woman jerk beneath him and give another gasp. Naruto then tried to will the chakra. To his surprise it worked and he began to overtake the purple snake chakra. He watched as one of the segments evaporated. As that happened he saw the woman open her eyes and sit up fast. Naruto held her still as he could tell she was still in pain. Where am I? She questioned in a pained gasp. Naruto had his sunglasses off. He looked her straight in the eyes. He saw her calm down and almost seemed hypnotized. Shish, said Naruto soothingly. He could see that the chakra was hurting her less now. But it was still present. It appeared it was going into a dormant state. Naruto could still see it though, so he decided to get rid of it. He watched his chakra take another segment of the snake. As it evaporated, the woman gave a small hiss. Naruto just looked her in the eyes reassuringly. What are you doing? She asked. Her voice cracked and she actually seemed scared. Relax, you'll be okay. Naruto destroyed another section of the snake. She gave another hiss, but this one seemed more relaxed and less painful. Naruto didn't know what instinct it was, but he held on to her tight. Relax, you'll be fine, he said in the calmest, sincerest voice he could. He saw tears come to the lady's eyes. He didn't know what caused them. Perhaps it was the pain she could still be feeling. He noticed that as he destroyed the segments of the snake, the mark on her neck grew fainter and fainter. He finally destroyed the last segment, and as he did so, the seal cracked and seemed to peel off her skin. It floated in the air some 2 inches off her neck before it went up in purple flames. The lady with purple hair was breathing in at an even pace. Tears were still in her eyes and she looked confused and even a little scared. The pain, it's gone, completely, she said with wide eyes in surprise. Her eyes began to close, but Naruto knew she was only passing out from exhaustion. Who are you? She asked before darkness claimed her. Uzumaki Naruto. Enko's eyes opened and she immediately bolted from her bed. She frantically looked around the room trying to remember what was going on. The image of the blonde-haired boy came to mind, as did his soothing voice. She unconsciously griped her neck and felt her bare smooth skin. Her eyes widened briefly before tears formed in the pits of her eyes. It is gone, Enko. She turned to see the face of the old man Hokage. He had a pleased look on his face, and she could tell how happy he was. She took in a large breath and heaved out, trying to contain her excitement. The joy she was now feeling was unimaginable. How? She had to know. She remembered the boy, Uzumaki Naruto. He did something she knew, but how was another question. How had a boy succeeded when the best medics in Konoha had failed? She wanted to know, she almost needed to. She looked up at the third, waiting for him to answer her question. She heard the old man give a sigh. Naruto was able to destroy the evil chakra Orochimaru's seal contained, he said. As to how, I am afraid that is a village secret. How long was I out? Her breath was shaky as she asked that question, she was very tired. A few days. As he said those words her eyes widened in shock. Her mind tried to comprehend what that meant. How much has happened? The Chunin exams have started, said the old man answering her question. His team is participating, in case you were wondering. Enko looked up at him and for the first time in a long time a smile graced her features. So are you guys ready? Naruto asked his team. Sasuke smirked and then nodded and Sakura gave a nod of confirmation. Naruto sported his usual attire, sunglasses and all. His body seemed to radiate a hidden power. Team 7 walked towards the tower where the first part of the exam was to begin. They were ready and it showed in how they carried themselves. They entered the building and looked around. Kakashi had given them their forms a while back. They proceeded to the third floor, or what looked like the third floor. Each of them sensed the genjutsu around the area. All appeared to have been fooled by the genjutsu, at least that's what it looked like on the surface. Not too far away Lee kneeled on the ground and was pleading with two boys to enter to exams. Naruto could tell instantly it was an act. Sasuke looked ready to reveal that they were trapped in a genjutsu, but Naruto shook his head. They left the room behind and slipped ahead unnoticed. When they arrived they found that they were not the first to see through the genjutsu. Sasuke was proof of that as a blonde-haired girl was now hanging off his back. Sasuke-kun, shouted Ino. Ino pig, Sakura shouted and their bickering soon began. Naruto watched the scene with a small smile, he personally found it entertaining. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to see who was speaking to him. His face turned a little red at seeing Hinata, and what she was wearing. She currently wore a bright red tube top that was far too small, her belly button was exposed as was most of her slender waist. She wore black loose pants that slid down a little revealing the tips of her thong. He shook his head to get out of his rut. Hi Hinata. He said a little disbelieving at what he was seeing. What are you? IITH thought it was time for a change. Hinata was clearly self-conscious about what she was wearing as well. I don't mind if Naruto-kun sees me like this but. She looked around at the various male occupants in the room ogling her with hungry eyes. She felt almost as if she was on display for the world to see. Damn you father. Flashback. Hinata. Said Hiashi. You of course know of Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata's eyes widened for a brief moment. Yes, I know Naruto-kun very well. Her father nodded and Hinata could already see the cogs turning in his head. I have been informed of certain aspects of the boy that were kept hidden about him earlier. Hiashi let his words hang in the air, trying to gauge Hinata's reaction. She tried to hide it but Hiashi could clearly see the interest in her eyes. It gave him a small sense of satisfaction to know that for once he actually held his daughter's interest. He is someone who practices polygamy and comes from a noble clan. Hinata blushed a little at hearing the polygamy part. Her mind was working in overdrive at trying to decipher what her father was getting at. He is already in an arranged marriage to strengthen the political bounds between Sand and the Leaf. Said Hiashi. He noted the heartbroken look that crossed Hinata's eyes as he said this. Because it would hurt our political standing if we, the Hyuga, were to arrange a marriage as well, it is not an option. Why would it hurt us? Asked Hinata trying to regain her control at hearing Naruto was to be married. The Sand may take offense to the fact that we as Konoha inhabitants have such little respect for the arrangement they set up, that we would force him to marry another. However, if he were to choose someone of our clan on his own free will, well, I doubt they would have a problem, especially considering his practice. So what would you have me do? For the first time during the conversation Hiashi actually looked a little nervous. You are to seduce him. Hinata blushed shades of red not yet discovered by man. WWH what? As unbecoming of the Hyuga it is, we need his blood in our clan. I Hyuga Hiashi charge you Hyuga Hinata, heiress of the proud house of Hyuga, with the task of seducing, marrying, and procreating with Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata said nothing, however Hiashi was surprised to see the sparkle in her eyes. You have my word father. History had been made as Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hiashi came to an understanding. End of flashback. Hinata was too embarrassed to say how much she approved of this plan. She had always had the silent dream of marrying Naruto, but now she was being ordered to make that dream a reality. Does Naruto-kun like? She asked. Her stutter had returned a little, how could it not with her current situation? She grabbed Naruto's arm and hung off him. The whole room actually quieted at the sight. And the rookie 9 were in a near catatonic state. Why are you guys surprised? You came here with her? Asked Choji to both Kiba and Shino. She was wearing that big coat. They said in unison. Naruto blushed a little embarrassed but scratched his nose and looked at the ceiling. You look nice, Hinata-chan, said Naruto. A lot of people drew conclusions at seeing the boy and turned away. No point going after another guy's girl, especially one with 6 deadly swords. Naruto walked closer to the rookie nin and albeit rather embarrassed Hinata did too. Naruto, what's going on? Who is this? Naruto quickly turned to see the sand sibs coming over. Temari was eyeing Hinata a little distrusting like. Hinata apparently was doing the same for Temari. Attention seemed to draw in the air. I'm a friend of Naruto-kun's, said Hinata. Who are you? I'm supposed to be his fiancé, said Temari. The blonde girl took a little satisfaction in seeing the girl's reaction. Hinata looked a little surprised at meeting Temari so early. Lightning seemed to travel between the two girls' gazes. Naruto actually seemed oblivious to it as he began to introduce them in more depth. Hinata-chan is the heiress of the Hyuga clan, as well as one of our class's Rookie of the Year, said Naruto. Temari seemed skeptic at the girl's ability but didn't say anything. Instead she held out her hand to shake Hinata's. My rival in love, thought Hinata. I don't like her, thought Temari. Oh, and Hinata, Temari is the daughter to the Kazekage of Suna, those two over there are her brothers, said Naruto. Hinata gave a nod at the two, and they returned it. Say Sakura, since when has Naruto been engaged? Asked Ino. Not really sure, said Sakura staring at the event unfolding before her. She was actually a little happy for her friend. Not many guys were lucky enough to have this type of situation present itself to them. Some movement caught the attention of Sakura. She silently looked over behind Naruto. A group of 3 had gathered. They all wore the same dark black trench coat. Gray hair cropped over 2 of their heads, and they had similar facial features. The third one had long black hair done in a ponytail. He was the shortest but also gave off the most frightening aura. She noticed he was eyeing Naruto with a strange sort of gaze. Sakura for a moment thought she felt hate radiating from him. Her eyes went wide as she saw reach into his trench coat and begin to pull out a sword. It was a normal katana in Sakura's understanding, however she could feel something off about it. It felt dark, and for a brief moment Sakura saw a flash of black-purple like chakra swarm around it before disappearing. Sakura had to wipe her eyes. I must be seeing things, she thought. She saw the boy point his sword at the back of Naruto. Her eyes went wide. Naruto, look out, she shouted. As she said these words the boy disappeared and lunged his sword at Naruto's back. Naruto's reaction was instant. He slapped his belt and his switchblade shot up free. He grabbed the handle to the blade and spun it. He ducked back as the blade went overhead. His spinning blade grazed the edge of the other as it slid past. Sparks flew from the way Naruto spun his blade and the angle at which the mysterious boy held his. The boy's blade was continuing on and going for Temari now. Temari, who was caught off guard, grabbed her fan and was getting ready to use it as a shield. However, before the blade made contact Naruto grabbed the boy's wrist with his free hand. He forced the wrist down sending the sword straight to the ground. Before the boy could pull his sword free he found himself covered in sand with sand spikes pointing all around his neck like a collar. The boy seemed unfazed by this. In fact he gave an innocent smile. You are as good as they say, he said happily. He let go of his blade and looked up at Temari. I would like to apologize. I had no intention of hitting. In fact if he did not force my blade down I would have, he said holding his smile the entire time. He then directed his gaze at Gaara. Could you please let me go? Who are you and what were you doing? Asked several members of the group at the same time. I told you that I was trying to see how Naruto-kun's skill face up to my own, he said looking at Naruto. You are truly impressive. As for my name, I would gladly tell you if you let me go. Gaara seemed to hesitate before doing just that. The boy dusted himself off, not letting his smile slip. He picked up his sword and put it back in his trench coat. He then bowed to the group. "Once again I would like to apologize," he said. "I would very much like to fight you in the exams, Naruto-kun, good luck." He then turned and began to leave. "Wait." The boy stopped and looked back at the person who had said that. It was Sasuke. "You never gave us your name." "Oh yes, where are my manners, forgive me," he said. The group listened intently as the boy gave a pause before saying his name. "My name is Tsubasa Kuro." He then turned on his heel and left. "Some interesting competition," said Sasuke, eyeing Kuro's teammates. "All right, brats," said a voice as a large man entered the room. "Now shut up." The room instantly quieted down as attention drew on the man. "Who the hell are you?" asked an arrogant boy from grass. The man simply tossed a pebble and nailed the poor boy in the head, knocking him out cold. "Any more questions?" asked the man. Whether it was from fear or no one really had a question was uncertain, but no one raised their hands. "Good. Name's Ibiki and that's all you need to know. I am your first examiner." Naruto almost shivered as the man's gaze landed on him. "Come get your numbers that assign your seats and we will begin the first exam." It didn't take long before the anxiety of the exam set in. In separate seats then their own team members the shinobi sat. Naruto looked to his side to see Hinata sitting by him. She was currently chewing on the eraser to her pencil and looked around. Naruto thought it looked rather cute and blushed a little in embarrassment. He then looked to his other side and saw Temari, setting up a mirror to signal her comrades for help on the test. She stretched a little, jutting her chest forward. Naruto had to look down in embarrassment as thoughts of her swimming in the oasis came to mind. The examiner passed out papers to every desk and explained the rules. It was quite clear that despite what he said they were meant to cheat. Naruto felt someone slip their arm under his. He turned to see Temari. "Naruto-kun," she cooed in a seductive voice. Naruto paled dramatically before blushed red. "What's wrong with her?" Naruto missed Temari smirking at Hinata on the other side of him. Hinata had bitten through the eraser she had been chewing on. Hinata then looked down a little ashamed. "Father did say seduce him. Forgive me, Naruto-kun." She put her hand on his, resting on the desk. Drawing his attention to her, Hinata blushed rather rosily and looked up at him with innocent eyes. Hinata kind of felt happy at seeing the hint of pink come to his cheeks. "Naruto-kun, good luck." She gave him a peck on the cheek, an action that surprised Temari to no end. "Hinata-san seems different," said Shino. "She has always been outspoken and confident, but I have never seen her pursue her feelings for Naruto, at least not to this extent." Kiba was crying off to the side. "Lucky bastard," he said. "And to think she was gay not too long ago." "Kiba, I thought they made their point that neither of them felt that way about one another," said Shino, trying to remind his friend. Kiba just blushed and looked at the ceiling. "They were lying, I could sense it, they looked perfect together." Kiba's face held a perverted grin and Shino simply shook his head. They were forced to stop talking when the exam officially started. Naruto looked at the questions, and didn't know a single answer. He gave a sigh and resigned himself to his situation. There must be some way. Naruto's eyes closed briefly as he contemplated what to do. His mind seemed to drift, and before he knew it he found himself in his sewer-like mind. Naruto raised one of his eyebrows in curiosity. "What am I doing here?" He looked around a little more, his brain trying to process why he was in his mind. He made the long walk to the Kyuubi chambers. It was quiet and Naruto was a little surprised that his mind maintained such a dank look. He soon came to the one large room and stared at the gates that lie on the far side of it. He took a step forward and was greeted to a sight that surprised him. He saw Kyuubi curled up in her human form. She looked so adorable. A small trail of drool was leaking from her mouth and a nose bubble was blowing up. She looked a lot smaller than Naruto remembered. He leaned back against the bars of her cage and waited a minute. "Kyuubi," he called. He heard her nose bubble burst and her rise up. He took a glance back and saw her wiping the sleep from her eyes. She looked so tired and then glanced at him. "Naruto-kun," mumbled Kyuubi in her half-asleep state. Naruto's eyes widened. Did she do just? Kyuubi's eyes widened, coming to realize where she was. What the hell are you doing here?" she shouted. "That's what I would like to know," said Naruto. I had thought you brought me here but you were sleeping so. Well, last thing I remember was going to sleep and having a nice dream Abu. Kyuubi stopped herself and looked away. About, nothing brat, now go away, said Kyuubi, blushing in embarrassment, not that Naruto could see this. Naruto leaned further against the bars. Well, since I'm here, how would you like to be useful? Naruto didn't know what it was, but there was a flicker of some emotion in the Kyuubi's eyes. Alright, brat, what do you need? Anko put on her trench coat. Though the Hokage had advised against it, she was still going to be the examiner for the second part to the exam. Anko-chan. Anko turned to the speaker of the voice and saw Kurenai walk in. Hey, Kuren-chan, said Anko. I'm glad you're up and about. Anko gave a happy nod and began to put on her boots. So, have you been able to find a place for Naruto yet? Asked Anko, trying not to sound too interested. No, not yet. Anko seemed to smile at that. Well then, I'm pretty sure we have some extra room. Alright, all of you that stayed, pass, said Ibiki. He was met with confused stares. Ibiki then went on to explain the purpose of the test. He was met with many confused stares still. Ibiki just sighed. Anko, just get your ass in here and away from these brats. At that moment a figure crashed through the window of the exam room. She threw Kwani, pinning a banner to the wall. People stared at it awkwardly. Alright, brats, Anko's the name, and Naruto-kun. Anko pointed to the banner behind her. Your stuff has just been moved to mine and Kurenai's place. Naruto just read the banner a few times, confused. Now follow me, brats, shouted Anko. Kuro still sat in his seat with his teammates. They watched as the people exited the room. So, Kuro, how does he fare against you? Asked one of the silver-haired twins. Tell the clan, he'll be dead by the end of this exam. They got up and followed the behind the blonde boy. The hate was evident in their eyes. The forest of death was silent in the darkness of night. A group of tired and battered mist nins sat around a campfire with hardened looks on their faces. Each of them panted heavily through their respective masks. Sweat flowed down over their eyes, blinding them from their surroundings. The cold wind froze the sweat over the hot skin, causing the nins to shiver. Identically, they were all dressed in some type of yellow wetsuit, with breathing masks matching one another. The head of the group gave a tired look to his comrade, asking a silent question. The other nin gave a nod and held up 2 scrolls as confirmation. This seemed to please the leader. He looked up to see his other comrade. Your turn, said the other mist nin. The leader let out a sigh and stared at the dying campfire. We should let it die down anyway, said the leader, hanging his head back down for rest. His comrade didn't seem to complain, only shrugging with dismissal. As the last of the fiery embers crackled, the leader allowed himself the comfort of closing his eyes. No one protested, no one told him he shouldn't. He and his team had worked hard to get as far as they had. And now that they were so close, he would withdraw his reward of rest a little early. He was fine with it, despite the small whispering voice in the back of his head. The fire crackled again, briefly bringing him back to the world around him. But it was only for a scarce second, for his eyelids were already drooping back down. But as he closed them, as he reached the darkness of his peaceful respite, he saw one lone feather fall into the dying blaze. One lone, pitch-black feather. Naruto let out a yawn, stretching his body for the new morning. A sense of calm seemed to leak off his very being. Even joy seemed to be present for the boy, whose life was anything but joyous. He and his team had retrieved the second scroll several days ago. It hadn't been hard, only a fist here, and a sword swing there. But even with the ease of obtaining the scroll, they found keeping it safe to be far more difficult. Danger was a constant in the forest, and if one was not careful it would be all too easy for the forest of death to consume you. Such danger was the reason they were still in the forest, the team having decided to tread slowly and cautiously. And now that they were near the end of their journey, Naruto could allow himself to smile. It actually had been hard to keep his head calm and focused on the task when his life was so drastically changing. The sight of Anko crashing through the window and hanging up the banner with his future written on it still swam through his mind. Kurenai, a woman who had been so kind to him, was now allowing him to live in her presence. It had been shocking for Naruto at first, like a dream. Even now he had the lingering thoughts that what he had seen had been nothing more than his mind playing tricks on him. He had even been so moronic as to ask if other people saw the banner as well. He had received many nods, accompanied by strange looks and even stranger smiles. Naruto gave another yawn, and turned to look at the campsite. Both Sasuke and Sakura were now cleaning up and getting ready to move. It wouldn't take long, perhaps a minute at most. But a minute was plenty of time for Naruto's mind to dwell on another matter. That of his unofficial engagement to the young woman from Suna, and the strange behavior of his friend Hinata. They had both acted oddly, as if competing for his attention. Something that stumped Naruto on a few levels. He understood that Temari was trying to make the political marriage possible, if for nothing else than to create stronger ties for her village, but Hinata was another matter entirely. She was from the same village as he, and thus her actions were not dictated by any sort of political or social standing. In fact, courting him would probably do the opposite for her, at least in the eyes of the villagers. So why had she acted so strangely and dressed so alluring? A shade of strawberry pink crossed Naruto's cheeks for a moment. His shaded eyes glanced to the ground while his mind gave him silent reprimanding. He couldn't deny Hinata had been beautiful, as had Temari. They had both looked stunning, and he could admit that his heart had been racing at an unexpected pace. A small smile came to his face. Could I really be loved? Was it so hard to believe? Naruto wondered. After all, Temari and Hinata were nice people. He already liked Hinata's smile, and Temari's attitude suggested she wasn't against the marriage. They had both been so. Voices of his past flowed through his ears. Monster, demon, the sound of cracking bones, and the taste of his own blood, reminded him. Filth, atrocity, screams of their saddened cries, and desperate acts, broke him. Quote. And the haunted looks, the silence of hopelessness and indifference born of despair, the cackles of one with no remorse gleefully ringing throughout the depths of his mind. Each shrill of her high voice poisoning his already tainted soul. The remnants of bloody deeds staining his dreams and overtaking his nightmares. The cold stares of a crowd that knew his worth, and the unaffected beast beneath grinning back in pleasure. This past defined him. Naruto, said Sakura. Naruto came back to his world, his life. He stared over at Sakura, who was giving him a worried look. He gave her a small defeated smile. Yes, he asked. She took a step closer and tilted her head to the side. Her worried green eyes stared at his shaded glowing blue. Are you all right? He gave her a look of comfort and sympathy, feeling her minor distress. He ignored his despair to bring her out of hers, the worry he had caused her. He would not have concern shown to him, or allow people to help him. He did it for the same reason he would not move in with Kurenai. The same reason he would not marry Temari. And the same reason he would not court Hinata. Yeah, I'm fine. The same reason said to him as he cried while being beat by the villagers over and over again. You have no right. Kyuubi sat in her cage with a blank expression. She stared almost philosophically at the bars that made up her prison. Her eyes were glazed over in thoughts of perhaps minor importance to some. She remembered the blonde jailer asking her a question once. Who are you? Kyuubi's fire-red hair shadowed her eyes, casting her image in cold nothingness. I'm your hell Naruto. She whispered in a low voice that sounded almost sickly. Storm clouds gathered at the top of her cage, and a downpour was soon upon her. Rain pelted every inch of the mental prison she sat in. Kyuubi had complete control over her domain, so why did she make it rain? Why did she have her fine silk couch drenched or her fire-red hair dampened? Why did she sit there and allow streams of water to run down her face? Team 7 ran through the tree-tops of the forest of death. Their pace seemed almost rushed, but their steps were precise. No one spoke, but they all knew what they were doing, where they were headed. It wasn't too hard to figure out, with the large tower jutting above the forest some miles ahead. Sakura stared at the muscled back of Naruto with worry. His words had convinced her of nothing, and while he seemed to be of good spirits, her gut told her something else. Something that was cause for concern. The ever-stoic Sasuke picked up on this as well. However, his thoughts, ideas, or concerns did not show on his chiseled face. He seemed to be as apathetic as ever for the world around him. How much farther do you think it is? Asked Sakura in an attempt to make small talk and break the looming silence around them. Naruto looked back at her and flashed a small grin. Not much farther, I think, he said. I feel like we should have made it by now, said Sasuke joining in. He had a look that posed an unasked question to Naruto. The group stopped in a clearing and looked around. Naruto's sights zeroed in on the tower, still a distance away. Or rather the same distance away it had been several minutes ago. A genjutsu, said Naruto in a low voice, almost speaking to himself. Kai, said Sakura. But nothing occurred, only the rustling of the trees as the wind blew in an empty silence. Sakura blushed slightly at the event of nothingness. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, his face instantly becoming that of confusion. He deactivated his bloodline and looked over at Naruto. It's a genjutsu. A strong one, he said. Naruto remained in silence, glancing around. He could feel something teasing the edge of his mind. It felt dark. The air shifted and Naruto instantly jumped back. In the place he once stood, a yellow-clad shinobi slammed into the ground with explosive force. As smoke and debris filled the air, two more similar yellow-clad shinobi landed behind Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto's attention was instantly on them, and thus he was unable to see the first shinobi shoot from the smoke straight for him. The nin took out a kunai and made a stab for Naruto's heart. Naruto's eyes went wide as he noticed the nin delayed to avoid the kunai. It plunged straight into his chest, only to buckle and snap like a twig. The nin jumped back and glanced at the broken kunai in his hand. He showed little reaction to the strange event that had just occurred. In fact, the nin's eyes seemed rather dull, as if he was not aware of his surroundings. Naruto had been saved by the sheer luck of where the nin had aimed. The kunai had managed to hit his ribcage, and snapped under the strength of his steel-like bones. It was a one-in-a-million occurrence. Of course, had the kunai reached his heart, his healing factor would have undoubtedly kicked in. He took out his main blade and eyed the nin. He was of the mist. The dullness in his eyes was alarming. It became even more so when they became unfocused with a sudden rage. The mist nin's body began to shake and convulse. His arms began to pop and bubble as the muscles began to grow. His clothes began to shred, and his body expanded into a large form of muscle. He stood maybe around 8 feet. His skin was dark, almost purple in shade. The nin's muscles burst from every part of his body in a sick scale of perfection. But most disturbing were the eyes, now completely black, like pools of onyx and oil. Naruto could literally see a mirror image of himself in the nin's orbs. Naruto looked around and noticed Sasuke and Sakura were gone, as were the other two nins. A pit of worry grew in his stomach as he attached his main blade to the hollow blade, and let his chakra flow through. The large muscle-deformed nin grinned, saliva dripping from his ever-growing savage maw. A purple-black chakra began to circle around his hand and he sprinted forward. He held his fist high and struck down. Naruto blocked the attack with the flat of his blade, only to feel his legs buckle from underneath him. His eyes went wide at the force behind the blow, as he was then lifted off the ground and sent rocketing towards a tree. He flipped in the air and stuck to the trunk of the tree with his chakra. Naruto bent his legs and jumped out, straight for his opponent. The speed at which he was traveling only aided in his attack. He slashed the chest of the monster in front of him, with a thunderous force. A small book could be heard as an after effect of the attack. Naruto landed behind the monster and quickly turned around. The beast stood stock still, only to slowly turn its head to face Naruto. The grin on its face only intensified, as it fully turned around. Naruto's eyes went wide from behind his shades. The beast's chest was open from the room, yet there was no blood. Only a strange purple chakra-like light shined from the inside of his opponent, as if the nin was hollow, and all that remained was this energy. It seemed both frightening and awing. The wound soon sealed up as the chakra formed new skin. Naruto noted the similarities in his own healing ability. He let out a sigh and slapped his belt, both switchblades shooting up, which were instantly connected to the main blade. He gave a taunting gesture with his hand, and watched as the monster lost itself to its rage. It charged again, only this time Naruto was not in the same spot to greet it. 2 large gashes appeared in a cross-like style on the beast's back. Naruto flashed into existence on the other side of the field and held his blade ready again. The monster growled and opened its mouth. Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The beast began to gag as something came up from its throat. A large jagged sword was bar-fed from the beast's mouth. The blade was a solid ebony and seemed to radiate a sort of malice. Acid-like saliva dripped from the blade as it was picked up, and the beast grinned once again. He disappeared in a black wisp, and Naruto stared wide-eyed as he could no longer sense him. It was an alarming feeling, the knowing your opponent around you waiting to strike. Naruto did his best to calm himself, but he could feel his legs twitching with the urge to move. His eyes scanned the area, trying to find some sign of. The wind shifted behind him and Naruto's eyes enlarged with shock. He jumped forward as an ebony blade crashed into the earth, splitting it to its core. Naruto rolled on the ground before flipping himself up. He stared in slack-jaw fascination as the entire field had been uprooted and reformed from the impact of the strike. Naruto's eyes narrowed with determination. He took one of his serrated blades from its holder and placed it on his blade. He slowly grabbed the other one and did the same, completing his sword. He hefted his blade over his shoulder and eyed the monster. It did some strange swordplay, waving it around wildly in the air. A faint dark glow began to emerge and beast charge. Naruto prepared himself, but was caught off guard as the beast sunk into the ground. Naruto jumped into a tree, and surveyed the scene below. There was once again no sight of Naruto's opponent. Something that pissed the blonde off. The ground began to shake violently and the tree Naruto was standing on was uprooted. He jumped off quickly, only to feel a large hand grasp the back of his neck. It was crushing. The raw power contained in the hand was unimaginable, and Naruto only had seconds to react. He dropped his sword and formed a cross-shaped seal. 3 clones appeared. One grabbed the sword that was still dropping in the air and separated 2 other blades from it. The other Narutos took their respected blades and went to work. One severed the arm holding Naruto, while the other slashed at the monster's stomach. And the final one took off the head of the beast. Naruto landed on his feet, his clones disappearing above. As his blades fell, he grabbed them and made them one. He looked back at the fallen corpse of his opponent. The beast had been strange and powerful. Naruto had never heard of such monsters taking form through a jutsu, and wondered briefly if it was something else. He let out a sigh, before lifting his head in alarm, realizing he needed to find Sasuke and Sakura. However, before he could turn and leave, and felt a large blade slash through his back. His eyes went wide with pain, and his body was sent hurtling forward. Naruto watched as the fallen body of his opponent dissolved into nothingness, a genjutsu. If Naruto wasn't in a situation where he needed to think quickly, he would have laughed at his stupidity. He had never dispelled the powerful genjutsu Sasuke said he had seen, and thus was susceptible to such a sneak attack at any time. He looked back and noticed the sick grin of the monster behind him. It disappeared in another black wisp. Naruto hit the ground and rolled before stopping with a dull thud. He slowly picked himself up, his sunglasses falling off as he did so. The wound on his back had been deep, but could feel it healing up with his chakra. Even with his healing ability, he was feeling faint, as if some sort of poison had affected him. He could feel the haze in his mind thickening, and he quickly shook his head to try and gain his thoughts. His head suddenly hurt, and he couldn't focus. The world was suddenly spinning. He glanced up and noticed the beast. It was walking towards him at a surprisingly slow pace. The sick grin was worn proudly on its face, and its ebony blade seemed to be crying out for blood. It stopped in front of Naruto, and Naruto looked up. The beast looked surprised for a brief moment before it shook its head. It hung its blade up high ready to strike. Naruto was curious, did the beast really expect him not to move? He took note as to how his headache was going away and the world had stopped spinning. With his bearings in order, Naruto's gaze hardened. As the blade of the monster began to descend down, Naruto simply caught it. His holy chakra swirled around him in a sudden vortex and his eyes glowed with his power. The blade in his hand began to screech from the pressure his chakra was applying. It didn't take long before the blade snapped. The beast suddenly seemed very frightened, and Naruto instantly took notice of the fact that his chakra seemed to be burning the creature. He held out his right hand and delivered a palm thrust to the creature's gut. What happened next was surprising. The monster's body seemed to explode into ash in a violent display. Smoke and debris shot throughout the area and Naruto had to squint his eyes. When it was all over, only one feeble mist nin laid on the ground. His skin was pale and his eyes were rolled into the back of his head. Naruto checked for a pulse, but found none. The nin was dead. He turned and walked over to his blade, picking it up with little effort. He began to separate it and put each sword in its respective place, when he suddenly heard a footstep. He turned around only to go wide-eyed at the sight of the nin. "Ah!" screamed the mist nin in madness. His eyes were still rolled in the back of his head, and his neck was bent at an awkward angle. In his hand was a kunai, which he seemed fully intended on using on Naruto. Before Naruto could blink, he saw the mist nin severed in half. As his corpse fell, the boy who had attacked him during the beginning of the exam stood. Naruto went on guard. "Relax, Uzumaki-san," said Kuro. "I mean you no harm. In fact, I was just trying to help." "Why did you help me?" asked Naruto with a stern look. "Do you know anything about what just happened?" Naruto watched in surprise as Kuro's features took on actual cluelessness. "You mean him attacking you?" The truth held in the innocent words put Naruto at ease. "I need to find my teammates. Mine are helping them out," said Kuro, gaining his smile back. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Simple, we have a scroll and we want you to advance to the round," stated Kuro. "Once again, why?" asked Naruto. Kuro gave a sigh before holding out his hand. I really want to fight you," said Kuro. Naruto looked at the hand and sensed no ill intent. He took it and gave a firm handshake, and finally a smile. "Naruto." He turned and noticed Sasuke and Sakura were walking his way. Behind them were Kuro's teammates. "Are you guys all right?" asked Naruto with concern. They both nodded. He then looked back over at Kuro. "We better get going. Good luck to you in the exam." Naruto gave a small smile before he leapt into the trees, followed soon by Sasuke and Sakura. Kuro watched them leave with a smile. "So, did you discover how far along he has advanced his bloodline?" asked one of his silver-haired teammates. Kuro gave a small laugh. "Funny thing really," said Kuro. "It seems during the fight he managed to develop his bloodline. However, he's still not very far along." Kuro walked over to the corpse of the mist nin. He bent down and reached his hand into the torso, pulling out a black feather. He still has a ways to go, and thus should be no problem to kill. Kuro's smile seemed to widen as he said this. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.